seeing a drone. Hello, welcome, Six Invitational, LCQ, as we've got ourselves the APAC finals. 4 teams remaining, trying to see if they can make their way to Boston and join in with the teams that, of course, have already qualified. We've got ourselves the teams in Australia as well, in Melbourne, so all on LAN, which is actually a really good thing. It means no more ping issues that we've had plague Asia in the past previously. I don't actually know what's happening right now. What is happening? Are we live? I actually have no idea. Oh, we're live. Oh, awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Xenox. You know me. I've done things before in Siege. All right, let's go to the bracket, shall we? And look, CAG, Chiefs, Direwolves, FearX, these 4 teams, as we know, have been around for a very, very long time. At least dominating their regions locally for like the last 4 to 5 years at this point now. APAC North, APAC South days, etc. Chiefs coming on through instead of GG. Obviously, that in itself is a talking point probably for a whole nother day. CAG, once again, they always seem to be able to make these kind of events. Can they do it one more time? They're the kind of team that it feels like maybe are they running out of chances? Direwolves, I mean, it feels like always when it comes to the SEA region, it's, you know, Fury, it's the ex-Bleed roster, for example. Direwolves, can they make their stand? Can they get to SI? Great little run over in the SEA portion of the qualifiers for LCQ. Then you get to FearX, you get to the Korean region, which has had its raft of issues, dare I say. I think there was 3 teams that signed up for the qualifiers at one point. Korea struggling a little bit, but when they do have their best siege, and sometimes they can have some really good siege, they are a very, very strong region. So I'm very curious to see how it does all play out. I do, of course, have some wonderful casters that are going to be coming in and helping and doing all the casting today. This is not just a solo job. We've got 2 wonderful people, HasDaddy and Sunburned Spartan. Hello, welcome on in. It's a beautiful day here. I don't know if you guys have gone outside, but what can I say? A great day for Siege, great weekend for Siege here. I'll go to you first, Has. Of course, not your first rodeo when it comes to doing Siege and getting amongst it, but to this degree, when it comes to the LCQ for a 6 Invitational, it's a special weekend ahead of you.
I don't know if anyone else can hear it, but this is a
fantastic start.
It's great.
Spartan, how are you? How are you, Spartan?
I'm good. Just, yeah, no, it's a really nice day, really nice weekend. I think it's really good that we're actually finally getting a LAN with APAC, at least. A online LAN in quotation marks. But I mean, it's still better than anything we've seen so far, and obviously it's really exciting to see who will actually go to the SI.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest talking point when it comes to this event. I mean, APAC is a very difficult region. We all know that, working inside of it and being around the ecosystem. Previously, years gone by, it was all about online and this, you know, drama when it came to ping. That was always the magic word, and how we kind of got the evolution of things like the chips, and what a meme that's kind of turned into for those who are aware of it. But to even just get all of the teams, obviously, to within Australia, I know there's been some kerfuffle online. I'd be remiss to not, you know, kind of touch on it a little bit, but it's better than the previous. So either way, it's an improvement, and either way, at least it's going to be all 4 teams on a pretty much level playing field. Very quickly though, before we kind of dive into the rest of the show, I am kind of curious to get some very early predictions. 4 teams, there's not many teams. I mean, who have you kind of got your eye on coming in towards the end of this LCQ run? All these teams have won their respective regions. Now they play off the APAC finals. Who have you got your eye on?
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams that are here, it's sort of, I feel like it's very much up in the air who you can take a win. Maybe you side a bit with Chiefs, considering, I don't know if home ground advantage really counts in this expert, but you know, they're in Australia, it's in Australia, you take that there. Direwolves had a pretty much an amazing run through their one. That was sort of an unexpected. And then you look at your other two teams, which are the Osaka and Fear X, and both invited, both doing solid and not really faltering along the way. So it's a hard pick, honestly, overall. I feel like, for me, personally, I would say it's probably between Osaka and Chiefs, so my sort of top two. But I think over the next weekend and over the next games going to be seen today and tomorrow that we really could be any of these teams. It should be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the professional answer. Spartan, do you have anyone that you maybe want to kind of touch on and maybe bring to the foray above the others? Because I mean, it's a pretty quick weekend. It goes pretty quickly. So I mean, you don't get many chances when it comes to these games.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously it will depend who can play straight from the start. There's not too many games. Yes, it's double elim, so there is a little bit of leeway and best of threes, but you have to be on the ball straight away to actually get these positions, particularly because we're already going to see an elimination game later tonight. I think, though, I'm slightly favored towards Chiefs just because we've seen time and time again OC have been dominant over the rest of APAC region. Doesn't mean any of the other teams will actually outcompete Chiefs, but Chiefs, I think, have that home ground advantage a little bit more, and they're a bit more comfortable as well compared to the other teams.
Yeah, I think Chiefs would be the easy answer, even if you weren't Australian, even if you didn't have that natural bias. I think what they were able to do over in Montreal, I mean, actually, first and foremost, get to Montreal with where GG were at. Direwolves are a team I think that could have a bit of a strong weekend. Joe Gore back into this lineup, back into this roster, I think makes them a very, very legit threat, and we've got them first up for today as well. Direwolves, Fear X, of course, going to be the matchup they will have first here on stream A. Now there is stream B over on the Bravo channel. CAG taking on Chiefs over there, so we won't actually get to cover them on this stream for the opening matchup, but kind of turning our attention to said opening matchup that we do have here, Direwolves and Fear X. It's a little bit of that APAC North, APAC South days has, where if you wanted to go back a couple of years, this is that kind of matchup that we look to see between the two regions. But I mean, how are you kind of looking at this one? Fear X, a roster that continues to play with Nova. He just can't seem to get displaced from this roster. Direwolves, of course, have found improvement. I mean, it's going to be an intriguing matchup. Spartan, you know what? We're into the ban phase. We're into the game. I'll let you just take it away from here.
All right, thanks, Xenox, for the great host. And we're going straight into the first game, which we see Fear X has picked Consulate. And we've just started off with the first bans with a Blitz ban. Now, this doesn't surprise me too much, seeing as Direwolves in the past have been very shield heavy with their plays. So Blitz ban, I think that's more particular to Direwolves, and as we see here, Fear X has decided to go for a Blackbeard ban. So very, very common, consistent ban due to how strong Blackbeard is at the moment for the roam clear. Vigil, though, another one. Consulate, there's a lot of little hidey places on Consulate, and it's very hard to clear things quickly because it's so big. So having a Vigil ban, get rid of that Boss G, get rid of that drone issues, and then our final ban, Clash. Now, Clash, unusual ban to see on Consulate, but also, once again, shield's very strong, and there's a lot of little doorways and cubby holes, which Clash can cause all sorts of problems here. So it'll be really interesting to see how these teams play against each other on, it is Fear X's pick.
Yeah, and Fear X will be the ones who want to get off to a nice start here, best of three, and of course, you know, for these opening matches, and whoever loses this one goes immediately into lower bracket. There, it's just you're facing him elimination. You can't take a wrong step, so a lot of pressure on this first map, these first few rounds as well. It'll be interesting to see how all these teams put it together here. B&K Fear X, the Direwolves. It is our first game of the APAC. Well, the last chance qualifiers. One of these teams will be going over to the major. I guess we're just we're about to find out who.
Okay, Direwolves will be starting on the defense, their choice here, and they're going to be starting upstairs as well. Looks like they're triple reoing off admin sides and making sure they can't, well, Fearx can't just walk in straight away. Fearx, though, they have a Capital, a Monty, and an Amari, so I think they're looking for something quite quick and aggressive to start off this game. They also have the Monty, which, as I said, Fearx and Direwolves like playing around with shields, so we'll see how effective this Monty is with making space and taking it quickly here.
So far, 30 seconds we just do. Well, the classical setups, the bits here and there, hasn't been, well, I mean, we've seen some quick plays in from time to time. A couple of these teams, but at least here, Pikachu being held close, and this is where the shield starts to just come walking forward here. Nova trying to take some decent early space, and Ensu's now just sort of caught in a little weird spot and fall back towards his teammates, and well, utility going down. We come to a little bit of a standstill. 2 minutes left on the clock still. No one going down. Those shots particularly fired yet, apart from, well, if you're breaking a few of the destructibles, it's there. They're starting to get movement now, and that first shot almost seen from Good Boy. Mephi, though, he's put down Joe, so that's the start they're after, and Good Boy does get that kill in the end, and just like that, Direwolves all falling to pieces. Good Boy with the double. Cancer gets one back, and GigaChat also throwing over that C4, puts it into a 3v2. Cancer's gone down now, though, and Nova, Good Boy. And they started it off nicely there in the end. Fearx and Direwolves, they got a few late kills, trying to get themselves back in the round, but perfect start for the B&K team.
Fearx really well coordinated there, even though they had the Amaru and potential things to get into site quickly. They took their time to take yellow stairs, open up and find that space that they wanted, and then right when they needed, whoever the IGL is the call, they all went in at the exact same time, kind of surrounding Direwolves and overwhelming them here. Direwolves, they did try to fight back there, but round one, and that's only round one. Things can always flip around. And speaking of flipping around, Direwolves have decided to switch sites now into the basement site here. They have a strong anchor set up. They don't have any wall denial, which is my concern, but we'll see how fast Fearx can get through. It looks like Direwolves, though, they want to hold above a little bit with the Legion, but they have the Azami, the Castle, and the Fenrir as well to cause all sorts of issues and cover all sorts of doorways from the back side where server is, or potentially a yellow side take here as well. So they've covered all of basement, and it looks like they've just got a few roamers upstairs. Oh, the castle is upstairs as well, so it looks like they want to hold multi-floors, 2 upstairs, 1 mid-floor, and 2 bottom floor. Just try and make sure Fearx can't enter the building quickly. An early pick here, maybe.
Pretty perfectly here. The barrel almost found through as well there. It's done from Joe, but not the kill, unfortunately, there for him. So we'll be able to pull off that one, but aggression upstairs from Direwolves and doing some decent work overall. I'll try and hold these ones together, the rest. Still, we'll be hanging around for this one as Fearx and, well, Mephi low, so that's going to put some problems in with the rest of this hit. But 2 minutes left on the clock, and again, additional bits going on there, but now they'll start to enter and they'll start to make their way towards downstairs.
Britain taking down Joe Gore to start off the round, 5v4, but immediately traded back, and another trade as well, going back and forth, leaving Fearx with the man advantage here, but Souffle just lurking above Piano at the moment, so it still has that key vertical pressure. Meanwhile, Pecan and GigaChad, bro, is just hanging back in basement. They've got a minute and a half, Fearx, to play around with, but basement, there's a lot of angles, a lot of things that you have to coordinate to get in. And as we just saw there, Direwolves looking like they're trying to get aggressive, making sure Fearx can't just walk into site anyway whatsoever.
Yeah, they do have a couple of low players here, Fearx, so this round, very very much still could go either way as putting on in they'll start to do here. And Enzo is going to be the one that needs to hit some shots. The wide swing out, spots a couple. Ball back further in. 50 seconds. Got time to still make their way forward, clear all these angles and dials. They need, can't just rely on the trades. They need someone to get a double catch. T-Rex off guard as they start to make their way once these sides hit. Souffle's up and above as well, so they've got something to work with maybe there, unless they do get cleared, and could be where the problems lie. And 25 seconds now, things just might have to speed up a little. Bakansu and Souffle, and they get those kills. The trades there. D'Amica gets the one back though. 2v2 now, 14 seconds, and Good Boy gets Giga Chad, and now Souffle's upstairs. Can't really stop this being planted, depending on which one it's going for. It is going to be towards that A. And now it's the 1v2 left for this one here. So Souffle, an opportunity. The angle where he's coming from being held already. Now spotted. Damage done. D'Amica will deliver the killing blow. So a lovely start here for the FearX squad. 2 rounds done, 2 on the board. And Direwolves again, they sort of lose early numbers, mostly overall. They get them back. They got into a 3v2. Unfortunately, just couldn't convert after that.
Was definitely unhappy with their 2 defenses, calling a timeout straight away. So it's really getting on that early. Maybe they've picked up something what FearX is doing, or they're just not happy with how they're working together. Damwon, so Direwolves. And they're just having a discussion there. But FearX, once again, a little slow at the start, but that's just because it looks like they're getting a bit more info where the setups is. Consulate is a very large map, so knowing particularly what setup is doing is extremely important for the attack. And as we saw at the end, they collapsed just at the same time. Direwolves had the man advantage just at the end there, but FearX able to play together really well just to get those few picks back and walk straight into sight. FearX on the ball. This is their pick as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd be happy. You've already got Direwolves calling a timeout. They're already looking to probably change a couple of things here, and like defensively, just not really working out. I mean, you've lost your main sort of bomb site for the first one, second as well as basement, where you would have some more cover. And the Rovers upstairs looked like they were going to get some more work done. Unfortunately, just didn't really pan out that way. So FearX, I mean, for them, it's like 2-0 start here. You just keep putting these attacking rounds together, try and take a nice lead into the second half, and like you put the pressure on Direwolves. Even if it's not their map pick, they'd still want some rounds. They still want to get, just getting that first one. It just releases a bit of pressure.
Oh, definitely. And Consulate tends to be more defender-sided, just because of how large and versatile your defenses can be. So FearX would be very happy right now with how they're going. And it looks like they also have, once again, another strategy revolving around Monty. Direwolves, they've opted to go to Expo and Piano and hold above with the Mirror. So Mirror on this side, very, very hard to deal with, as there's a lot of little angles and hallways. But also on this site, you pretty much hold every corner from above. So taking above would be a very important step that FearX must be thinking about. To how they're going to actually execute in the end of the round. Direwolves are definitely aware of this setup, as we can see what they've planned, and they've got 2 members upstairs and 3 members just lurking in the middle floor. Miffy though with the opening kill on Joro, able to get into the building, and 2 more as well. FearX just blowing open this round.
Wow, and then off that, so PK Zoo's gotten more aggressive. They try to get forward to get these kills, so they need to get this one again and have some shots, and there's the double, the answer back, and seems like we're replaying a lot of these rounds of what we've seen here so far. It's a 3v2 once again. Direwolves in a really bad situation. They try to make things a bit better off it, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. Diffuse it down. It's left here. PK Zoo, the flash is completely blind from the angles. He hasn't actually been taken down quite yet, but Mephi will deliver the final blow. I mean, that's a little cruel, I think, for the way to end it there, but this is looking very, very good here for FearX. They have been incredibly solid these first 3 rounds. Couple of missteps, couple of stumbles, but they are enjoying things so far here. And Direwolves timeout didn't unfortunately change their luck, and yeah, they just need to get some rounds. Just a round on the board, anything to work with here. And it comes down to the opening duels, because I think FearX have basically won every single one of them so far.
Yeah, definitely. We can definitely see FearX has a plan to enter the building at the same time every round, which with Direwolves, it is a big map, so you're trying to cover a decent amount of space. But I think FearX is seeing Direwolves is all over the map, which means they can all hit one place very quickly all together, and then able to get those trades and that man advantage within the first minute and a half, which really then compounds to the end of the round, able just to get into sight. So Direwolves, I think they're going for a similar setup upstairs. They brought the mirror as well, so maybe getting a bit more intel of where things are. But I think they have to at least be able to communicate together and work closer together and more reactive, because FearX are just in the building all together within 10 seconds, and Direwolves have to be able to pick that up and react very quickly.
Yeah, that sort of falls onto, you know, the others who are playing that roaming position and, you know, just at least equalizing in those duels early on. Otherwise, you're just in, well, you're really in tatters, because then you've got your pressure on all those anchor players who then have to get out of position themselves to probably go and take those fights. I mean, we saw that Pekan Zoo in that last round getting those couple of kills after they, you know, regressed where their teammates had fallen. But again, FearX, like, they seem to be just getting in pretty easily. They're not being pressured mightily. And I guess we saw that sort of the other round as well, where Direwolves, they played 3 upstairs and roamers and didn't work out for them. So, you know, are they going back in their shell a bit more? Do you think about these things here? But 2 minutes, I'll start to drop in here and looking to try and make this a 4-0. And well, it's going anything like the last 3 rounds. Might be happening here.
FearX jumping in top spiral here, 2 of them, so getting back to back, and just taking some shots there. Pekan takes down 1 and Bryn equalizes, leaving it to a 4v4. But as we see, FearX are already pushed all of yellow space and taken bathroom. They're already in CEO as well, the site. Seal and Meepy there, able to equalize once again, but Meepy with the double with the glass as well, being able to get through those smokes. Oh,
and
Joko just misses before.
So that means the Giga Chad's left it all to do with they've just been covered from all sides as well. That was a very messy round, all things considered. But once again, it falls to FearX. They, you know, drop in together. They get the trades, at least for Direwolves there. For most of it, they were keeping pretty even numbers. But this time was Mephi who delivered that double, got them back on board there. And then that fight we just saw between, I think it was Joe.
Joe and Good Boy, I think
interesting.
it was. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I will say FearX, their op select was also quite good, which they brought, I think, 4 smokes with the gloves. That's always extremely powerful. I'm pretty sure Direwolves had a Warden there as well. It just didn't work out in that round. Also, Monty able to just walk in, take that space free, and not being contested. I mean, we didn't see all of what was happening in yellow, but just because Monty can be the head of the charge, and obviously Nova has played Monty every single round on Consulate, they know exactly what they're trying to do. And currently Direwolves can't stop that. So they need to be able to switch things up now, which we do see a little bit of a switch up on the operator selects for downstairs now. So they've brought a Cade and a Tuberale to really stop them getting through the wall. They also have a Valk for a little bit more intel, as we see Jogor lurking in Visa at the moment, making sure there's no drones. FearX, they have brought a Mav though to be able to get through the Cade and the Tuberale. So good op choice there. We'll just see. We'll have to see how effective that Mav is.
And Joe, again, it's like holding downstairs, pretty aggressive. And again, it's just on the timing. His position now known, so he's going to start moving away from that one, but just probably gives enough information for FearX where they feel like they can probably do a double man, sort of, you know, one through the opening, the other through window. That means the Direwolves have to, you know, you said that other player over there, do you start falling back on the other sides? And Just again, like they're not rushing these like the initial first minute, but when they hit, they've been hitting hard. And I think again, it seems like it goes to 2 minutes, and then they're just absolutely jumping in on all top of the Direwolves team, and it's just putting them in such disadvantaged positions. As you can see Nova as they start making their way downstairs.
Jogo just missing the 2 players of FearX walking down, Nova and I believe it was Demic as well. Looks like they're going for a back server take here, so really putting pressure. Once again, Monty just taking that space so quickly, able to force Direwolves out of their positions. But Direwolves not panicking, just taking their time. They're playing a bit more of a bunker situation here, so they're not too worried about server. It looks like they were happy to give FearX a bit of server control there. But now we're going to the doorways and the battles towards site here, which is where Direwolves will be able to really hold those tight angles and stop FearX from getting in. Jogor also still lurking in Visa, just waiting for the good time to flank down server, as there's 3 of them that side as well. Just some hot shots there, but nothing taken yet. Oh. As I say that, Good Boy shoots the keeper and takes down, and Good Boy gets a second.
Oh, and Joe's gone as well. That was that flank that was trying to happen, and now GigaChat's being pushed back here as well into the waiting arms of Demi. And again, once again for Direwolves, it felt like they had a better chance for this round with how long the time was taking. And in the end, it's one of their worst flaws from FearX. They absolutely dismantle the Direwolves defense, and we are looking at what could be a clean half here, 5-0. And FearX, their map pick, looking very, very solid here. Direwolves, they just don't seem to have an answer at the moment.
No, not at all. FearX really, once again, taking their time, playing together, and as we saw just then, there were 2 players watching the flank of server. So they were definitely either aware that Direwolves were going to flank or just had that practice that they know people tend to flank down server. And they were ready. And Direwolves got caught off, and then the 3 players on site got sandwiched. There was some mav holes on the main wall, really making sure people couldn't rotate. And then really, FearX really worked well together to clear the Keybers and take out the long haul player, and then the cafeteria player got caught down because of the multiple players. So they all 5 of them are sticking together and really working as one unit there.
10 seconds left.
Direwolves, they've opted to go back to the top floor, so
5 seconds left.
this is the 3rd time they've tried the top floor, and they've got a smoke now as well as a mirror, and they've got the warden as well. So I think they're a bit concerned about the glass again with the warden, and then jumping in. And the smoke is really going to try and delay any Monty pushes or other things there, which, hey, as the one round they have a smoke to potentially stop the Monty. I mean, there was a smoke another round. FearX don't have a Monty. They have a Capital instead, and the Deimos as well. So might be looking just to get a bit more angles, a bit more aggressive with the gunfights here.
Yeah, that's happening with Joe outside. Manages to get that first kill, almost the second land onto Good Boy as well, who just survived. So bit of a change of pace from Direwolves, and Joe, first kill of the game so far. Not a bad one at that. So 4v4. And now everything just sort of comes back to a little bit of a reset. All these angles, again, positions. Not for FearX that still needs to be cleared out. And see GigaChat waiting for any of those jump into those size C4 in hand as they start to swing in here. Good Boy will lead things off, but Souffle in the meantime has got Mephi, and that is a nice kill. And finally, they actually have a numbers advantage and a chance to try and get this one towards them. But GigaChat walks right into Good Boy's crosshair. Beautiful shot. And now 3v3, 90 seconds left on the clock. And now we just take a break for a second. FearX, they decide how they want to hit this one for the rest of the round.
FearX, obviously 2 members are in admin, and we've got Rin watching the cut off on Spiral. But yeah, they're just taking a bit of time to figure out what they want to do. 3v3, and not very ideal for FearX because there's still a mirror, a smoke, and they've got the Azami keeper barriers that are consistently going up every 45-ish seconds. So the longer FearX wait, the worst situation they're going to be in here. But as we've seen time and time again, FearX are able to clutch up in these rounds by playing together. Good boy, going below with the Deimos as well. Headed yellow side, going to be tracking the mirror, so getting a bit more intel for the other two members of FearX to really capitalize off.
Now the hit starts to come through. It's a trade in the 1v1 fight there, but it will be Demi who gets the double, and it's left on Souffle now in a 1v2 situation once again. Direwolves, they cannot find themselves into a winning position at the moment. 20 seconds to go. Fuser still needing to be planted.
15 seconds left.
Start to make their way, and again, tracking the information. If they double swing this one together, they should get this trade out. You'd imagine here, but Souffle's got himself a triple now, and Good Boy would need one himself to clutch this one out. 4 seconds, spamming through the shot. They end up hitting.
Good Boy!
Oh, Good Boy delivers. And it is a flawless half in the end for FearX. He was hiding away, Souffle, and he just could not survive. There would have been almost less than a second as the clock came down, but in the end, FearX 6-0. They have 6 match points to take a 1-0 lead in this series, and Direwolves, if you're going to start winning rounds, do it on the attack, and just put 6 in a row here. Overtime is still available.
Definitely, and it's never over till it's over. That's always something I'm very adamant about. But this is FearX map, and Consulate being very defender-sided, and FearX won all 6 attacks. It's really, really not looking good for Direwolves here. But we'll have to wait and see next round, or this round, and see if Direwolves can at least get 1 round on the board to start off their attacking half. FearX, though, they've Good Boy's on 12 kills and hasn't died yet. I would just also like to mention, this has been his game so far. But FearX going upstairs as well. They've brought the Azami and a Warden, as well as a smoke, so making sure no one can jump in and go for a quick plant here and there. They've also got an Ella on the roam, lurking below. Oh, no, she's back up now, but I think the Ella, quite situational, but also quite aggressive operator with the impacts and the roam and the 3-speed, can cause all sorts of problems if they're really aggressive against Direwolves. Direwolves. Looks like they're opening up admin side as well. There's 3 of them headed that side as well. So it looks like it's going to be an admin side across, at least to start off with. Just opening up all the windows, causing a bit of invisible pressure is what I like to describe it as. As the defenders, you don't know which windows and angles. Ooh, the nade almost gets Miffy.
Oh,
and Miffy's taking it a beating, and the nade's going to. Oh, the nade did. He's.
I don't know how Miffy is alive. Good Boy is not in the meantime. It's just, I mean, that was some well hit nades and Giga Chat, bro. Beautiful shot. And finally, Direwolves have got themselves in a lovely position to start this one off here. 5v3 means that FearX grouping that's still left have to fall a bit further back, and still got some pretty decent angles, so there's some chances, but man, that's just perfect stuff. It started with good utility usage and then some nice shots to follow it up afterwards there.
Direwolves, 5v3 situation. Really taking control of the areas they have and not over-aggressing, able to take down Demic as well. So just holding those angles, waiting for FearX to really try and re-aggress, which as we saw they caught the Ella off. And Pekin taking down Rin as well with the re-aggression. And Nova as well, leaving it in a 1v5 situation.
Yeah, we've seen some big things so far from FearX, but it's not going to be happening here. And Direwolves, well, that's a response. And no matter how this map ends up, at least they've got that one on the board. And if you're going to get around, you better, you know, making your floors isn't a bad idea. Well, on match point saved, only 5 to go now to send this one to OT. But yeah, I mean, it just started again. The opening duels, they took their finally fall a bit more in their favor, 5v3, and then, you know, we saw the re-aggression that FearX tried to put in, you know, trying to take back some of those angles, didn't hit their shots, and, you know, fair play to Direwolves, they get that one done. Yeah, it's a confidence booster, they're on the board.
It was a flawless round as well, so that would be very good for Direwolves' mental right now. But I mean, there's still 5 match points for FearX. So Direwolves, I think they just got to take it 1 round at a time. That was a very good attacking round. They took their time. They got all the kills they needed and didn't lose anyone. So you can't really get better than that as a attack round. But FearX, they kind of know what Direwolves did last time. They're going upstairs again, and they've also brought a Wamai and a Jaeger, so really making sure no one can nade people out or firebolt people out, which is what happened with Mifi in Break or in Copy Room. So they're trying to adapt, but Direwolves, it looks like they might be going for a similar operator lineup. They've got the Capital, the Gridlock, the Finker. And they have the IQ as well, just to be able to see where that extra intel is, where that util is, which, I mean, they have the Jaeger and the Wamai, so that intel might be quite useful for Direwolves to get through. Opening up the windows again, and it does look like they want to go for an admin take again. There's 3 of them, and they're just droning that out. And as we see Mifi on the Wamai, lurking around in Break and Copy. But it looks like he has bailed and decided to be playing on the Vending Shield. So Vending Shield is a very, very hard anchor location, very hard to get rid of. That's why they also have the ADSs and the Wamai playing that. So that's going to be very difficult to get through.
And they've got some pretty decent information off the drones as well, where they know a fair amount of the FearX squad was at least around, sort of grouped up closer to these bomb sites, and a minute 50 left on the clock, plenty of time. Sort of start moving, take some different angles, but need to get rid of this first one out the offside there. And Rinsan's taking some damage, and Nate in deep as well. Oh, Pika and Rinsan, Mephi, and it will be Seal who delivers the first one there. It's a good boy, and this is the problem. They've got numbers around them and close to these situations, but when you're grouped up and when they're throwing these nades out, Direwolves, these last 2 rounds, the utility has been on point. Once again, a 5v3, minute 20 now left on the clock. Again, FearX are just sort of stuck in these positions. They're not exactly known the exact locations, but they've got a good idea here. At the very least, Direwolves, and well, after it being 6-0, they have come alive here. And they're getting some confidence. Another round here, which could be close to a flawless. All of a sudden, momentum, it could be a funny thing, might just start to shift a little. It's Nova, Demi. Insan trying to do something, trying to hold off. Just not happening. Demi gets one back on a souffle at the very least, but it does seem like Direwolves are doing all the right things. Pika gets himself a double, and it's all left on Demi in this 1v4. He's found the first. He's got a double in this round. It would need to be an ace, but now the HP basically gone at this point. The fuse is already planted. Angles being held from all sides, and Seal delivers the final blow in the round there. And Direwolves, they are just starting to get the ball rolling. Better late than never to connect into the server these last couple of rounds, and have been very nice. And well, FearX, they only need the one, but the defense so far been a bit shaky.
That was a beautiful clear for the shield on Vending. They had the Grim who was being and getting rid of all the Wamai discs. And then Gridlock also able to walk up the Visa stairs and shoot the 2 ADSs, which allowed her to eventually nade, I think it was Mifi on the Wamai, on the Vending Shield, which Mifi couldn't run out, otherwise he would be shot, and then he died to the grenade. So Direwolves kind of doing what FearX did as well. They're both taking their time droning and opening those important angles, and then when they're going for an execute, they're doing it all together, making sure they can clear all these core positions, watching those flanks and swings, as we've seen Good Boy being taken down twice early from those swings as well. But, yeah, no, very excellent take by Direwolves again. FearX, they've opted to change sites as upstairs didn't work twice. They're going to the basement site here, and it looks like they're going for a hard anchor, or at least have the util for a very hard anchor. They've got the Cade and Tuberel again, and they've also got a mirror to really hold the basement floor. They've decided also to bring a castle to really cover middle floor and allow them to roam a bit more and cause a few more issues for Direwolves to actually get in and take the space that they want. Direwolves, opening up all the windows upstairs, so it might look like they want to go for a top down. They also have a ram to get some vertical later on, and the Deimos and Dekebi to track down any roamers that might be lurking, which, as we see, Rin is just lurking on the Visa stairs, just causing, shooting a few drones, making sure Direwolves can't take all the space for free.
Yeah, so 2 minutes left on the clock here again. As it's been so far, there's not been a single defensive round one. And it might not be happening anytime soon. Again, Seal just walks into the crosshair there of Rinsan, but the reactions are on point. Direwolves have definitely woken up here. Once again, 5v4, a numbers advantage. And yeah, I mean, we were discussing before the start of this that, you know, this map is usually defensive sided, but both teams just cannot seem to put together one single hold. It's only one. They only need one to get themselves through for this first map, Fear X. But all credit to Direwolves. They are not going to go down without a fight. Well, minute 20. They'll start to hit these sights in for the other side now. Movement from Fear X. So they try to keep these ones together, but and they're hearing all this movement upstairs and they're ready, they're waiting. That's a tough one to hold. You've already lost one of your individuals, the utility that comes with that. 60 seconds, the C4 going up high, almost connecting. Direwolves, they seem like, again, they've got a decent way to hit in towards the sides here.
They've got Vert now across all of the garage side here. But Fearx also have an Echo on hand, so they can't leave the plant too late, because otherwise that Echo drone might be the end of their planting. But Dival is taking a lot of ground, but just as I said that, Good Boy gets Joe Gore, sorry, and equalizes 4v4. As time ticks down, it always favors the defense side here. Dival is just flaming out, opening up garage, really trying to get into the site somehow.
These angles, though, are still a decent amount that can be held towards there. The Diffuser, though, it's being planned to put down. I think it actually might just go through here. Almost a chance, not quite. No, they try to put it down again, but Good Boy's got himself a double in the round. Peekers are going to be holding this one together. They push on in, the triple, the quad from Good Boy. And it's enough there as well as Fear X. Well, they held it down. They took the time after losing the first fight, and they will take the opening map 7-2. They were dominant throughout the first half. Direwolves, they look like they might be able to do something there, but unfortunately just doesn't work out for them in the end. And, well, I mean, it's the map pick. Overall, they were the better team, but Direwolves, at the very least, you know, they got online a bit there. They've woken up. They've got those few rounds. They can take that into their own map. But yeah, Fear X, I think they'd be pretty happy overall.
Yeah, I mean, extremely happy. It was a 7-2, which, I mean, obviously they're always looking for a 7-0, but that was their map pick, and they were extremely dominant on it. They knew exactly what they were doing. There was a little bit of a shake-up first defense round, and then the second one, it was also very similar, but then, once again, very dominant with their third defense there. So I think Fear X very happy right now with where they are. But now we will be headed onto the Direwolves map, which I believe is what we have. Clubhouse it will be. So we'll have to wait and see what that is or how it goes.
Yes, it will. Well, Direwolves have the chance to equal it up, or it will be Fear X going through in a 2-0 fashion. But guys, we are going to go a quick break. When we return, second map and more of this series, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed our first map. If you are, of course, joining us for the first time, then welcome in to the 6th Invitational 2025 Last Chance Qualifiers for APAC. At the moment, we have FearX and Direwolves who've just completed their first map there. It was FearX locking in 7-2. They had a flawless attacking half. In fact, only one defensive round was actually won on a map that I think we'd usually say is a very defensive-sided, or usually would have a few rounds going that way. But hey, you know, it's the first game of the day. Things aren't going to go exactly to script. And as we have a look at a few of the replays and highlights, it was, you know, dominant first half bits across the board. Good Boy especially, ending up with 16 kills, including a 4K that won them out of the rounds in the ending bits. It was some very good team play across the board.
Yeah, definitely. FearX really taking their time and then working together to really execute every single round, which we saw on attack. And then defense, Divals was starting to do the same thing, but FearX got the better of them in the third round of their defense here. And Good Boy, really, really dominant. He did not die at all on the attacking side. So really well done there by Good Boy, but also the entire team. There were a few flawless rounds. They worked well together. KD is one thing, support and the entire teamwork is another thing, which we saw FearX was just a bit better on their map pick on Consulate.
There's the bits there, as we see, there was sort of that last bit that will Good Boys clutch up there. But yeah, I mean, map pick, I guess for Direwolves, of all things considered, they're getting those late couple of rounds, including a few flawless ones of their own. It was a nice little touch for them because, you know, that would have been the most horrendous thing going in. You lose 7-0, even if it's your opponent's map pick. It's your first first chance, first game. And remembering that if you lose this series, you're down the lower bracket, which would be the last game tonight. So you could be eliminated basically immediately, just as you've really settled in to the beautiful Australian life of things. You're back on the plane and back to the other parts of Asia that all these teams have come from. But they're onto their map pick now. Take a little bit of confidence to how that first map ended, and hopefully they can show a bit more in the first half. Try and take some of those rounds and, you know, put the pressure back on FearX, because when they were pressured, there were some holes, there were some gaps that they would probably want to go back, have a check, and make sure they're ready for the next one here. But still, they're in a very good position, and they'd be hoping to try and get this one done 2-0.
Yeah, definitely. But when we're moving to Clubhouse, I believe, is the second match, which is Direwolves' pick. And I feel like the gameplay on Consulate versus Clubhouse is drastically different. Just because Consulate, very large map, you can be very flexible with your plays, your attacks, your defenses, and it's you can be very roam heavy or anchor on the defense as well. With Clubhouse, it all goes back to fundamentals. It's one of the oldest maps in the comp pool. It hasn't been changed, and teams know how to play Clubhouse. They do the same things over and over. It's very step by step by step, or if you want to go for a rush, there's usually one very particular way you can rush each site. So teams tend to be very prepared for different things, and it will just be the team that can coordinate better per round, which will win the round ultimately.
Yeah, and that'll come back to... It'd be interesting to see if Direwolves are starting on the attacking side. You'd imagine... I mean, most teams, when they tend to take their map pick, will. Sometimes there's a few instances where they prefer on that defense, but, you know, they'd be hoping that they can sort of just hold down those bits and pieces there, and that they can, you know, again, they just want to start this map off well. They don't want the same situation where, you know, you lose a few first opening rounds, all of a sudden you're down 6-0. And even if you start playing some fantastic siege, you're on the back foot, because, you know, defending 6 map points, and in this case it'd be 6 for map and series. It's just, it's basically borderline impossible. Definitely seen it before, but yeah, they'd just be hoping that, again, it's like these early rounds, how they put these together, and like as you said, it's whoever prepares the best, you know, in those opening sort of, you know, minute, and, you know, hopefully for Direwolves and hopefully for everyone watching, you know, we get the full course for a best of 3 series. It'd be a shame if we've already done a 2-0 segment here, but yeah, it should be interesting. I think FearX, you know, realistically could take this one, but no, I feel like we're going to map 3. We're going to map 3. Be rude not to.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, as we see, FearX, they know how to coordinate their attacks. They know how to clear things and plan their attacks together. But I'm not saying Direwolves doesn't do it, because we saw exactly the same thing when Direwolves was on attack as well. They planned their attacks, they used their util to clear things very well and very coordinated together. But I mean, Clubhouse, once again, everyone knows how to play it, everyone knows basic holds. We'll just have to see who can communicate better. I think the defense on both sides, they were a little bit lacking with their communication. Particularly a few of the rounds, people were going for wide swings and picks when their teammates weren't around to potentially refrag them, or they were going for flanks that weren't coordinated on the defense, on both sides as well. Yes, so I really think it'll be more based on the comms on the defense side on how Clubhouse works compared to the attacking side, because we know they can attack quite well, both teams.
Absolutely, and I feel like if it comes down to aim duel bits as well, seeing at least that first map, and again, you know, you only take the one map for it, but Fearex definitely looked a little bit more locked in. Direwolves, again, towards the end, there was a bit more of it, but overall, it just felt like Fearex had more of those players that were just getting those dual wins, those pivotal kills, a lot of doubles, triples. I mean, we saw a quad almost at ace as well. But bans starting to come in. Capitao with the first one there from Direwolves. And I was going to say, from the last map as well, most of the bans were sort of like your usuals, and then a couple that felt a little bit more targeted, either for a specific player or more to the map. And same could be said here with Clubhouse as well.
Let's see, Blitz is banned again, so I really don't like Blitz on both sides. Capitao, very powerful operator to clear places out with the smokes as well to cover plants, and then the firebolt to clear all these core locations, which Clubhouse there are a lot of little anchor points and things that the attacker sides have to get through, so Capitao ban makes sense. Velk and Cade. Velk, once again, always a really good operator because you get free intel, can cause all sorts of issue, free C4 kills, able to re-aggress. And Cade will make downstairs a little bit harder to hold, just because you can't Cade the hatches anymore. But you can always try impact trick the hatches, but it's obviously not as effective as having a Cade claw. So downstairs will be overall a slightly weaker site to defend without the Cade, but I'm sure both teams know how to play around without a Cade on the board. Speaking of downstairs,
Yeah, absolutely.
Fearex will be headed down. Yeah. Yeah.
Straight into that one there. I mean, I feel like most of the time you see a downstairs hold, it usually gets the favor into the defenders if they can get those initial sort of picks to the ones there. If they can control upstairs, it'll be interesting to see how much Fearex, you know, they send roamers, how much they want to stay sort of defensive downstairs and just allow maybe Direwolves to come in and sort of get a read of them through there. But it seemed like both teams, they struggled the defensive side of the last map. And a lot of it was just they were tucked away. Like, no one was really doing anything ridiculous. There was a couple of roams here and there, but overall it was sort of standard defensive holds for most of the areas, and it didn't really work. Like, the attacks of both teams really just read all those defensive holds.
And I think that was a lot of the drone work as well here. From the last map here. We'll see how effective their drone working comms are for the attacks out in Clubhouse. But as we see, Fearex, they have got mutes to hold upstairs and just to delay drones a bit. And it looks like they've fully reared off the hatches though. Ooh, Nova going for a cheeky peek on Trench, but not able to get Seal, just putting a bit more damage there. I do like this hold on main set. So there's 3 ADSs and Miffy on the smoke shotgun, going to be holding main stairs as long as possible here. That's going to stop Direwolves from like getting too aggressive and getting the vert that they need necessarily down the kitchen hall. Direwolves though, they're just making their way from top floor down, really making sure there's no little lurkers around, which I believe Fearex, they've decided to go a bit more of a bunker here. I believe all 5 members are also downstairs, so they're also not too worried that Direwolves has taken that space. And on Clubhouse basement, you can just bunker for as long as possible. It's one of those sites, particularly with an Azami and a Fenrir, it's going to be very hard to actually push into the site itself.
Direwolves are starting to make their way closer and closer down, and all of a sudden this stairs fight is about to become a pretty big deal, I'd imagine. The drones going out to check these angles, and now they know at least of the one close there. Can't even try the other two there. The nades, they start to get some decent angles up and above, and it's one thing for FearX to just bunker down, but if they get some decent openings up and above these floors here, Direwolves, they can really cause some havoc, and they start to drop in, but Demi's ready for the first one. Pikasan's gone there. Joe Gore does get the trade back, keeps in the 4v4 position, and now that's most of the stairs is a little bit clearer. 30 seconds though now, Direwolves, they are starting to run a little bit lower on time. And most, again, it might just be everyone just falls in through the hatch. You can see Souffle sort of trying to change some angles. They run outside back in the regroup. FearX, they'd be happy so far. They've only lost the one player, kept in the 4v4, and they've got all these angles. They start to jump in. Nades flowing down, but it's not going to be enough. And Good Boy, the double, clearing them all out there. C4 thrown towards the diffuser. Demi hits that beautifully, and Good Boy finishes it off. And FearX, they get the job done. Direwolves, they, well, waited. They hung around, and in the end, the play was just, guys, I'm going to throw a flashbang. You all jump in the hole, cross your fingers, and hope everything comes out all right. Didn't really happen in that instance.
No, unfortunately not, but being basement side, even though FearX had a man disadvantage going towards the end of the round with the execute, because bunker is, well, basement is so bunker heavy with that setup with the Azami and the Fenrir, and Direwolves didn't have the util or the ways to clear it in time. But FearX just waited for Direwolves to drop those hatches, and they just cleared them up there. So good patience there by FearX. Direwolves, they cleared upstairs and middle floor quite quickly. They just didn't have the util or didn't have the time to use the util to clear what they needed on the basement for a plant there. So good opening round, I think, for FearX here.
Yeah, they'd be happy. I mean, that's, again, basement for them. They'd feel a pretty confident pick each time they put the bombs down there and you take that one. And now it sort of comes back to, you know, your other bomb sites. How are you holding these ones, and how are Direwolves going to be able to exploit some of the gaps they might find here? There was, again, like the opening sort of dual ones. They kept the 1v1. Again, time was a bit of the issue there, which is a little bit weird considering last map. Most of the hits were relatively quick, considering they'd all be coming around the 90-second, 60-second mark. That one not working out there. Some cheeky angles being opened up from the Direwolves outside as they look to get some lower angles again. Aware of where these sites are, but it's getting in, which is the problem, and Mephi getting rid of Pika early. And another nice opener there for FearX, and Direwolves, they don't, again, they just, this is the problem they had in the other maps where there's just no one there to retrade at all.
And Rin getting a second one, and Jogo are really bringing it back to a 5v3 with 2 minutes still left in the round. So FearX really, really good position at the moment. FearX also has the Mirror and the Azami to play off with, as we see two of them are stacking red stairs, just still holding cash now. Which, I mean, Direwolves tried to counter the Tubarao and the Bandit with the Mav, which they were able to open cash side, but obviously losing the 2 picks early is never a good sign, particularly 1 minute into the round. FearX really has an advantage right now, and they're just holding, waiting for Direwolves to do something.
Yeah, and again, that's the perfect way you want to play as a defensive team. You're just allowing Direwolves in this instance to fall in. Angles all coming together. They've managed to get one, but that might be all they find as Mephi's got his double in the round. Jumping on in, and Giga Chad Bro will fall again. Jump, a few flashes. Hope that some angles aren't being held from either side, but FearX, they are having absolutely none of that. And even more comprehensive in the last round there, and a very quick timeout here from Direwolves. So again, this has the feelings of the first map here, and it's their map pick as well this time, but you're already down 1-0. You've lost the first 2 here. You haven't really got any looks in, and Good Boy, continuing on for the first map, he's had 22 kills so far, all combined, and that's through now only 11 rounds.
Yeah, Good Boy really showing up right now, but he's not overswinging or doing anything amazing. until it is needed. He's just holding his angles, playing with his team, and he is dominating right now with his kills. Direwolves obviously concerned with how they're playing right now. A little bit upset. Maybe, once again, same thing happening as you mentioned before has from the first map. So I think Direwolves, they're probably feeling right now they have to be able to pick it up soon. Otherwise, it's going to be a repeat of the first map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
Yeah, so I mean, and again, they call an early timeout like they did in the other map as well. That didn't particularly work for them, but again, Fearx, now they changed. This is their third, side here. This is the chance for Dive. They need to strike. You feel it is like with Clubhouse, where you could probably say it's 50-50 for most of it, where maybe it leans a little to the defenders, not by a huge margin like some other maps you might see. So overall, this is, again, like for the attackers, you should be getting, I think at the minimum 3, if you have a bad run, maybe 2, and you can sort of work with that there. But if they can't find one here, and then fear they can just drop back down to basement after this one as well, then there are some real issues. And, they look like they were coming alive a bit in the last map towards the end there, but it just feels like Fearx have their number at the moment.
Yeah, but this is something else I like to say. So this is Fearx's third site, the tertiary site, and usually this means they're not as confident. So this is a really good chance for Direwolves to get a round and get their momentum back. As we see the little Mav trick on the wall, but Rin on the Bandit really read that quickly and ran off as fast as he could. So can't trick the wall anymore, but got away with the select. Direwolves just taking their time. They've opened the main wall up, and it looks like they want to drone out Master and make sure they can take logic control. Ooh, just a few shots on me.
Taking some damage there, so drops them down just a little bit, and Direwolves, they would have loved that to be an opening kill, but you take the damage where it is. So they continue to try and break in towards a side set.
Nice little flank.
Getting some decent stuff as well. Yeah, the flank, again, like they've got themselves in a solid spot here. It feels like, again, it might come down to where these aim duels and how much of the util Fearx still have left over for this one as well. All things considered, they can start to make their way, and they need to take one of these fights. But 90 seconds left on the clock, and sort of all grouped up. There's a bit of a split here for Fearx. They've got a few around the side, one downstairs, and then they're not expecting Rinsan getting Giga Chat Bro, and oh boy, once again, that was from outside as well, so the jump out completely caught off guard. Good boys taking peek at there. Seal finally grabbing one back, and they will be with the nades. They've been good with those so far, those pieces of utility, but 60 seconds. Want to keep taking these fights, and Seal found himself two. Oh, the third was right there as well. But he's brought them back in here, Direwolves. An opportunity, a chance. Can they convert something here now? Souffle, he's got a decent angle side there, but it's just not enough of the gap. And Fearx re-rotate. They were walking together, looking to have these trades available. 47 seconds and counting. Everyone waits, holds their breath for just a second. Who's going to be the first to peek into an angle? And Seal's the one who spots again. Damage, not quite the kill. He's been pivotal so far this round for them all. It's Demi, he needs to just hit one more shot, and he gets Nova, of all people. Jogo gets Good Boy, and now it's all left on Demi, who's already put down to low HP by Seal. They're looking for a 4K. Direwolves, this has to be their first round here. The running, the noise, it's made, and Souffle delivers. And they finally get on the board here for map number 2, and this time around, managed to get on top of Fearx, but again, they'd still be happy. That was their third choice of the bomb side, and they could probably go back down to basement if they like here, and it looks like they will.
It was looking a little dicey there with Direwolves when Rin jumped out the server window to shoot the two players in Con. That was a very critical moment and a really good read and play there by Rin. But Direwolves, they had already opened up everything that they really needed, and then they got the kills back one by one, and they managed to pull out the first attack round this map. So I think they'll be very happy trying to get this momentum to continue rolling. Fearx, though, as you mentioned before, they're now going back to basement. So usually their comfortable site, they're not too worried about this. They have decided to switch up their operator picks, which is quite interesting because they also have a clash, which I'm not sure if the clash is hiding at the moment, making sure that direwolves don't actually know there's a clash to deal with. And they also have a maestro as well, so they'll be able to see everything on site and be able to deny the plants from the maestro cams. The clash will be annoying, and there's a smoke as well to delay things later on in the bunker for the basement. Direwolves, they've got third opportunity. They've got a Brava as well to hack any things, which they might have spotted the maestro, so that Brava might come in handy, being able to capture some of those maestro cams as well. But it looks like taking the mid ground a little bit, droning a bit of top floor, making sure that there's no lurkers that FearX have.
Now, again, direwolves, they'll get the pace a little bit more this time, just considering what happened the last time they tried to hit basement. And maybe they'll try and send someone into the downstairs outside area through those sort of channels. But again, they're going to clear at these angles, and B&K, they very happy to anchor with this one. Maybe direwolves can read into that a little bit better here, because they will sort of have the idea of where most of those players will be sitting. But again, it feels like any sort of stairs play. Hold around there. Pivotal bits. Decent little opening up the top there for Giga Chad, bro. Get some decent information. But again, 90 seconds. No one falling yet. FearX, they seem more than happy to just wait for direwolves to come into their loving arms.
Direwolves, they've taken top and middle floor, I believe, slightly more quicker than they did last time, and they're getting the vert up that they need. So I think the difference between last defense and this defense is that they're on the board a little bit earlier, and they have the Brava to deal with some things. I don't know if they were aware with the clash though, so that might have been the little pocket pick that FearX hid, which might be the collapsing point to Direwolves' attack in the next 50 seconds. Direwolves just starting to put a bit more pressure on blue side here with Oil. Able to get the pick though. Oh, and Rin with the clash does the turtle 180, able to take down Pecan, leaving it a 4v4 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's a lovely turnaround. His position is known though. Direwolves, they've at least found that opener there, but they've got to get into these sites in time. Again, it's this issue. They've got to try and get them caught off guard, and Souffle does. Mephi starts moving, and now Rinsar needs to be again hitting these kills, and he's got another, and good boy. Giga Chat Bros put out there. Jogel gets one back, 11 seconds. Seal gets him one as well. The diffuser needs to be planted. It's all left here on a Rinsar, who's got some massive kills this round, but they're trying to get this one done here. The plant, I don't even know if it's going to be able to put down. The holding, waiting, gets it through, and Rinsar, it looked like he'd almost hit that shot as well. But Direwolves, oh so very close. But they do get that round, and we're tied after 4-2 apiece. Man, what a way to end that one there.
FearX calling a timeout as well, so very unhappy they lost their defense. They're particularly on the basement defense, so one of the strongest defense sides. So, I mean, things that went wrong, things that went right that round. Direwolves, they were able to clear the map a bit quicker, and they were able to get the vert control there. And I think, ultimately, the player that lurked in Oil Pit and managed to kill the blue player, which then drew Rin on the clash over to blue to deal with that, really opened a gap up on Rota's side and the kitchen side, because they knew, hey, there's only 3 potential players watching this kitchen side rather than the potential 4 or 5 that they were originally dealing with last time. And Direwolves, I mean, it was very dicey at the end there. Rin just unable to get the last planter, just as he got off the plant as well. But Direwolves, they won the defense. They won the attack on the basement. They will be very happy right now. So I think they're starting to get into the groove of their attack on their map here.
That's exactly what they're looking for. So they'll feel confident they can put a 4-2 on the board here, and Fearex be a little bit disappointed, considering the work that, again, they had a 3v2 situation where they had player advantage, and it seemed like they'd wasted enough time, but full credit to Direwolves. Well, their players now starting to really stand up, and all of a sudden, pivotal round here, number 5, and chance for Direwolves to take the lead for the first time so far this series in either of the maps. Fearex, they just love another round back here. Just stop the momentum. And then at the very least, they'll know it's going to be a 3-3 half. But again, they'd be pretty happy with overall. So we're not sure how their clubhouse is going to look on the attacking side. But big round, pivotal chance for both teams to regain and take momentum away.
Oh, I'm not sure if that Twitch got that echo drone there, but that would be massive if they managed to do that. Fearex, they've gone for a bit more bunker. They've got the Tubarão and the Bandit again, and they've got the Echo. I think they're aware Direwolves take a little bit longer to clear things on this map compared to Consulate. So that's why they're bringing the Echo as well, to just go for that last take. Also getting a bit more intel here. Just some impact shots thrown as this fights, as we see here in Rafters. And Pecan really putting pressure on this Azami, but it's taken down.
And in the end, though, it falls into the advantage here. Yeah, 4v3. So they've actually managed to get the kills up on board there. And Fearex, Methi saved Good Boy for the time being. And then Demi was caught off guard on the other side. Seals up to 5 kills now, and a massive start for this round here. Still 90 seconds, and Direwolves, they don't have to rush in just yet, but they now know they've got some areas that they can start to exploit. And Fearex, they lost these players, and now, well, they're already bunkering down. Now they really cannot afford to go out and move too much here.
Direwolves able to get control of Garage and CC. Now they're looking into Cash and Con, which, as we see, Fearex have all gone back to site. So they're able to clear all that side of the map within a minute and a half, which is pretty good for Direwolves' attacking speed right now. I think the Mav as well really helped stop any bandits or Tubarões from being effective, and they were able to get some holes and take down the Rafters player from those Mav holes. But this is where the more difficult side comes in, but Souffle taking down Mifi as well. Really good counter holes there, but Rin able to get one. Really putting pressure back on Direwolves here.
Yeah, unfortunately, just sort of stuck in a really awkward situation here with a double. So now it's all left on Nova. They've got the first kill of this map here. Now they need to make that a triple. 24 seconds, start to move in. They've got a little bit of idea where these ones are going together, and that defuser now planted in the corner as well there. And GigaChat goes for the swing. Nova takes the kill, and now Souffle is left with it all to do, and there is a huge possibility Nova takes this. He's reading where he might be as well. It's going to come down to timings. The noise is being made. He's trying to distract Hold, checking the angle. He looks the wrong way though, and Souffle, calm and collected, will finish it off, and Direwolves have rattled 3 off in a row now as we approach the last round of this first half, and they're looking good here. Again, Fearex, they had some opportunities to bring that one back, but Direwolves, they've just started to show why they've selected Clubhouse. Some of these attacking rounds looking very solid.
Took a few to get going, but Direwolves just starting to figure out Fearex's defenses a bit more, catching the early kills, which really snowball the round as the time goes down. Fearex, they've opted to go back to the basement, and once again, I think this is their most confident side. They don't want to go back to Cash because they lost it last time as well. So I feel like they've got this similar setup as well. They've brought a bandit for basement as well, so I think they're just going to try and delay some of these main walls from getting open, which is what Direwolves did last time. But even those 2 last attacking rounds on Direwolves, they were very close and very dicey, going down to a 1v1 or a 2v1 situation in the last 10 seconds of the round. So I think Fearx, once again, they're very aware that Direwolves take the entire round to play, so they don't execute early. They try to get through. And once again, basement, it's a bunker site. It takes a long time to get in. So I think Fearx, they are aware what Direwolves might do. They just need to be able to hold the angles and execute or deny the plant just at the end of the round.
That's what they'd be hoping for here is was the opportunity for that 4-2 and an advantage 4 in a row as well to end the half. They would be licking their lips at the thought of that here. 2 minutes left on the clock in this final round of the first half, and again, Fearx, they're more than happy to keep everyone bunkered. Second away, they haven't really had too many players that have done that sort of roaming role. And it feels like Direwolves have just sort of caught on to that a bit more. And first couple of rounds where they were taking a bit more time to get in towards these sites, they feel like they can go a bit faster, still clearing out the angles. They've got some different areas and locations to get in. We see Seal, they haven't been down this way so far. With 90 seconds left on the clock, he's making some inroads here. Might be a pivotal place that could make or break this round for either side.
Direwolves got 2 people stacking the trench at the moment, but we've seen Nova with the shotgun. It's a very dangerous weapon with all these bends and the smoke to delay things as well. Which, as we see here, we've got the Clash also moving up and making it a fair fight in trench here, 2v2. This is a pivotal place though if they want to go for a kitchen plant. And see, able to take down the smoke. This is huge for Direwolves right now. 50 seconds though, they do have to keep it moving.
So one advantage they have at least there from Rinsiders again, pushing this one forward again, just playing that distraction, and it might be enough there as Demi delivers Mephi Rin. They find all the kills they need from all sides of the map, and once again, Direwolves find themselves in what seems to be an unwinnable situation. Souffle 1v4 finds the first, but that is all they'll get. And Fearx respond. The last round of the first half will be tied 3 apiece as both sides switch.
Things were looking good for Direwolves. They're getting the first pick as well in trench. But there was a lot of people in trench there and winning or losing that round there. We didn't see too much, but I do believe one of the Direwolves members dropped the kitchen hatch, and there was another one blue as well. So really going for the distraction, which we saw all 3 members of Fearx went into trench to deal with that. So Direwolves were trying to go for a little bit of a backstab on the different sides of site, but as I saw in basement, they knew their angles. Fearx really just holding what they needed, getting aggressive in trench, yep, but also holding passively in church, in Arsenal, and winning that round by the back side of the defense. Round switch though, Direwolves.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, they're going downstairs.
Oh, I mean, I was going to say, yeah, downstairs basement. They seem to be roaming a little bit more though. At least, you know, these initial setup bits, you know, I would imagine most go back downstairs for this one. But I feel like, you know, Fearx, they played that very conservative, grouped, not really doing too much here, but you can already see, I mean, Seal's got an angle. That is actually really nice. I don't know if anyone will walk into it and he will, hold for a few seconds longer. Maybe the opportunity was there, but it's one thing you can't do in C, just stand still for very long.
Yeah, Direwolves definitely got at least 2 lurkers in the middle floor. I believe there's a 3rd one near bar side. They also have that castle set up in the middle floor. So causing a bit more problems for Fearx to actually get down to actually be able to do the vert that they need for site. Fearx, they have brought a Blackbeard and a Deimos to be able to clear certain areas a bit quicker. But as we see Direwolves, they're playing in pairs on the main stairs and bar, and then like 2 in secret side as well. So Direwolves, they definitely know how to play together, when to fall off together. And Fearx really just trying to figure out how they're actually going to get into side and get through these roamers.
45 left on the clock here at Rex. Making their way downstairs and trying to get some of these angles. Oh, Souffle! The double! The C4! And Fear X, this attack now an absolute tatters at minute 20 left on the clock here, but you know, the amount of times we see those set up, put down, doesn't usually get too much going, and then sometimes it just gives you a double kill like that.
Perfectly timed there. I think they heard Good Boy on the sledge trying to make some vert, and then Mifi just unfortunately walking by at the same time. A really, really strong double kill there, and this is... Oh, as I say though, Furex dropping kitchen, all two of them dropping kitchen at the same time, able to bring it to a 2v4. But left in a 1v4 onside here. Just to end it off, GigaChad getting the final kill. I think the round was pretty much guaranteed at that double C4. It was it's very hard to recover from that, particularly on a basement attack.
Yeah, they had all the setup working, you know, you get everything together, and, you know, you had Sledge putting the final pieces, and then, well, yeah, you know what, let's just two of us die, just like that, without seeing an enemy play. I do love that. So Direwolves kind of felt like FearX's first hold in basement, where they were able to just sort of allow FearX, once they lost the initial double, it was just sort of the drops, couple of flashes, hope you can try and find some heads, and didn't work out for them. And they finally take the lead in a position where they can try and get this map picked on. Remembering they lost the first one 7-2, but this one here, some confidence. But now they're going to move on to their secondary and third for the bomb sites. So interesting to see what they've got in store for FearX as they'll look to bounce back here in round number 8.
Direwolves opting to go to bedroom and gym. So this does tend to be the secondary site that a lot of teams choose to go to. And they've also brought the Mirror and the Fenrir and the Azami, so lots of angles, lots of util, and lots of really annoying things to get through. As well as a Bandit who looks like he wants to trick external connector wall rather than like CC side or anything like that. Mifi though on the Kali, able to just cause a bit of chaos, opening up all the windows on the highway out there. And Mifi should be able to deal with any bandit batteries on the walls as well. They also have a Mav as well, just in case there was a Tubarao there causing more issues. Furex,
it's always nice to have the Mav.
Oh, absolutely. I think Mav, very, very powerful operator, particularly on Clubhouse, where it's very, you have to hold this thing and then you have to hold the next part, and it's all usually through rear goals. So Mav, very, very strong operator. Oh my goodness.
Some of the shots from Mephi. Hello, Joe Gordon, good boy as well. And just like that, FearX, they've got a couple of kills, a double of their own in response to the last round. And now Direwolves on the back foot here. Minute 40 left on the clock, and you can see that Effie will finally get off that angle, but Chad Bro's got to be oh so careful. Again, the backup, the trades, they're not there at all for Direwolves, unfortunately. And they know they're under real pressure now. Shield moving through, gaining more space, more areas, and Nova delivering a beautiful pistol shot. One bullet straight to the back of the head. And now Pika and Souffle. Souffle's been on song so far this map, but they would need something, well, basically something close to a miracle to get themselves at least even back in this round.
Furex really taking that space quickly. Oh, what a beautiful shot by Pika, not good boy. Furex, though, they have the Monty to be able to take that space and patch quickly, and as we see, Rin on the map is just starting to get rid of those bandits on Jacuzzi, and they're acing everything up, so they're getting all the angles around side open, so they should be able to collapse completely on these Direwolves members. Nova knowing where Pecan is as well in Master, free intel on the Monty, and 2 deaths back to back. Mifi being able to get down the Azami, and I'm not sure who else took down the other one, but So they had the intel, they opened everything up, and then they just sandwiched the 2 defenders stuck inside. Really, really good pacing and teamwork there by Furix.
Yeah, they just looked pretty much solid throughout that one there. A good response after the last round. Direwolves be a little bit worrisome for, because I mean that's your second choice of at least the site, and you're going down like that. Now you're onto your tertiary. This is where they go, all right, you're in a little bit of trouble. If they can't hold this, you get back to basement of 5, but then how are you getting that 6? How are you forced to OT? So the advantage just swings a little to Fear X. They probably know that as well. And maybe we see some more aggression here, some early, plays in towards. They're going to be aware it's most likely, up around these top sites, and they can, expose some Direwolves, fatalities that we saw in that previous round. But we're in a fantastic spot here, 4-4. Few rounds left, and this series, well, it's going one or two ways. We're going to map 3. Furex are continuing on in this upper bracket push.
For Direwolves, they've opted to just stick on their secondary side. I don't think if they don't want to go to their tertiary side at all, I think they're they're not comfortable at all on CC and Cash. They have changed up their lineup a lot on their defense for this side. They've become a lot more mobile with the Abruni and the Scorpus as well, compared to what they were with the Mirror before and the Fenrir before. So I think they want to try to take the fight to Fearix and make sure Fearix can't just get in the building. Fearix, so they've got all the hard breach they need. They've got the map to get rid of any of the bandits, as we see. And they're able to open up the external jacuzzi wall there. So one of the main walls that they need to open. They haven't opted to actually touch CC and Cash side, which is what they did last time. So they're looking far more direct when they want to go for a push here. We do see Mifi on the Deimos as well, so be able to get free intel on one operator and just get a bit more intel. They'll probably be mostly concerned about maybe where the Scorpus is because of the bots that they can switch between, which can also cause all sorts of issues for flanking. They are starting to put more pressure on main stairs though, and Jacuzzi side. And we see Deimos is targeting Azami, okay? The person they are aware is playing in Con.
No, these spots here again, the Feister as well, so pressure, so much pressure there, but Nova's going to get the initial kill. Good Boy's down as well, so it's technically a 4v4 at the moment. Good Boy, there's a chance they could get him back up, possibly. Couldn't quite see where he actually dropped down. They get that opener there, so Pika out of the round, and now 55 seconds. You have to start picking up a little bit more here. Got these sites, positions known, and you can just see Direwolves, they're trying to hold, but also a few movements here and there from a couple of players, just repositioning a little, but they've got to be so careful. They don't walk into a crosshair. There's Army again, still being targeted there. Fuse have been dropped on the other side. And they will be the first fall there. Joko actually does get Demi down. Good Boy was picked up in the meantime. 24 seconds. Nova with a double in the round here. Will be taken away from Souffle. 3v3, and Seal doing massive work. Got himself another kill there. Mephi gets Giga Chad back. 14 seconds left on the clock. Such a pivotal round. Numbers remaining, the defuser starts to be planted, and the slow sneak in, looking to see something there, and Souffle doing the work. Mephi takes it back. It's left in a 1v1, but the defenders, they can hold on because there is no time for the defuse plants, and Direwolves retake the lead 5-4. We've been seeing some fantastic rounds here.
Direwolves will be very happy having that one. That means they can go down to basement as well, their most confident site, their primary site selection here. They're on the ball at the moment here. I think the big thing that didn't work for Fear X there, they opened everything around site. They had all the angles. But as we saw, Direwolves had quite a few little ratters, as we saw. I think it was Jogor prone next to the bed, able to get the main stair person, and then we had a few people lurking in gym behind the Azami barriers, and I'm not sure who it was that just ran straight through Master, able to pick up the bathroom kill, but and then retake that space, stopping Fearx from getting into gym and planting there. Really good coordination and also patience as well on Direwolves' side for that defense. I think Fearx will be sweating a little bit going into a basement attack as well, seeing how Direwolves was very dominant. But they did get the double C4 last time in basement, so hopefully something like that doesn't happen again. But as we see, Souffle just going for a sneaky spawn peek. No one spawned there though, so you won't be able to get anyone there as of yet. Fearx though, they have a Blackbeard and a Bonti, so they should be able to clear a lot of space quickly and put a lot of pressure. As we see, there's a lot of people outside Secret at the moment.
Ooh.
I think they want to go for a potential Secret jump-in rush here.
So the other side, Rin is already down very low, but while that's been happening, Seal is put away. One of the better performers here for Direwolves on this map, so that is a massive kill. It means that the one here from GigaChat Pro needs to hit. He's in a bit of trouble, but he manages to fall back down and away, so done his job fantastically. 2 minutes on the clock. Some early fights in the end. 4v4. I feel overall there, Direwolves be happy.
Changing mag.
Yeah, start to make their way in a little bit further. And all Direwolves boys, they are, well, I was going to say all of them are tucked downstairs, except for Joe, who's doing some wandering.
And I think Souffle as well. It's just, they're both lurking there, your main, but Joe's headed back down to site. So they've been able to delay Fearx's attack a little bit. They've had more of a roam presence here, which as we see, even though Fearx got the initial pick on Seal, and then GigaChat was able to get a refrag off Rin, now Fearx don't really know if top floor is clear or not, so they've just had to go through a walkthrough there, make sure no one's lurking top floor with only 1 minute left. Oh, the Souffle run out.
That is
Freezer.
What a play there, just completely put away, and they might have a chance at a double here. Was looking towards where Methy was heading. Unfortunately, doesn't happen, and oh, it's happened again! The C4 below. Joe with his second. And Direwolves again delaying. They've pushed them back outside, and now 35 seconds. It's just do or die push in. You've got the shield, so you can get some decent, headway in towards this one here, but they've got to rush so much more, and all of the utility still available from the other sides there. The switch around there. Demi's had to go high up. The time is the factor now and a problem. They managed to get themselves in the other side, but Joe is having absolutely none of it there. It's left on Nova and a 1v3, time ticking away. Just the pistol in hand, and that one is done. And Direwolves, the first to 6, and a chance here to send us to map number 3 with the 2 points available.
Fearx, they had a plan at the start to clear the secret stair player with the, well, I think there was one on the rappel and then the 2 shields trying to jump into secret to clear that Azami, which they did. But I think GigaChat being able to take down the rafters player, or the garage player who was going to walk in, really was really powerful impact kill, just because they don't know if he ran upstairs or down or if there were any other roamers as well, so they didn't have an extra person to clear the top floor, clear the middle floor, which as I was mentioning, it was only 1 minute left and they were still on top floor. They were just barely clearing middle floor by 45 seconds left, which by that stage Direwolves had few man advantages and they had the Goyos to play back off in sight, so they just came back down and won on time there. So I think good early aggression by Direwolves there, and then very good patience at the end of the round. They're really biting Fearx there.
And now, well, again for Fearx as well, this is, well, it's a do or die for this map, and just feel like Direwolves have managed to sort of figure things out here, and they're starting to get aggressive more and more. Jogor has come alive these last few rounds after starting off slow and not really having much of an impact over on the first map. The newest player of this Direwolf squad, and these are the kind of plays and moments that he needs to be doing, delivering. It's now FearX again. They're just worried about these pushes now. They're worried about the aggression. They want to start getting these angles in. They maybe want to pick up the pace, but
trying to clear
much things to worry about. Oh dear, that's just when Mephi walks on in. They try and take those fights together, and Direwolves get the kill. Giga Chadbro makes it a 5v4, and now just becomes harder and harder for FearX to try and keep themselves alive in this map.
FearX going for a bar clear. As we saw, there's a castle on Nazami lurking in the middle floor, which Zufla is actually on the bottom of the main stairs. They're causing more concerns with FearX about flanks. And FearX, they've managed to start taking a bit more space, but a minute and a half left, and they're still droning Master side here, still trying to deal with Con, and they haven't got the main wall open on the other side due to the bandit and not having any EMPs at that stage. So FearX, they're not in a really good situation at the moment. They're just trying to figure out how they're going to execute through Con side here. They do have a Monty to play with though, which with Monty being able to just get free intel as they walk in and also protect any planters, they'll have to really work with that Monty to have the chance to plant this. Whoa. Seal just holding green box for his life though. That's going to be a major problem for FearX's attack.
Yeah, even if he doesn't get kills, just the delay as well is so nice. You can see Giga Chad is ready and waiting as well. C4 in hand, and it comes out beautifully. The third time in this map we've seen C4 kills come to fruition, and now FearX, 33 seconds, 3 players remain. Out of options, out of time it seems, but some decent util there with the flashes. Good Boy finds Seal, but Jogor, they just need trades. That's all they can do at this point, but Good Boy, he has been getting kills every single one of these maps so far. Up to 13, can he be the difference maker? It would have to be something special, and it won't be happening here. Direwolves bounce back on their map pick. We are going to a third, 7-4 here. And in the end, they did enough after losing the first couple on their attacking round, even out the half, and they only dropped the one on their defensive side.
That dive was really starting to show up on their map, as we saw. After they had a timeout after 2 rounds, it wasn't looking good. It might have been a repeat of Consulate, but they stuck their head in. They managed to make it even half. Their attacks were well coordinated. I would say some of them were a little close, but their defense is very dominant. They knew exactly where FearX were coming from and were able to counter FearX's attacks very well, even if it was just run away and wait for them to push into sight. That strategy worked a lot because FearX took a long time to clear some of the floors there.
That they did, but we are going to map number 3. So Direwolves, they've bounced back, and guys, we are going to go to a quick break. When we return, one of these teams is going to the upper bracket. The other is going down to lower, and we'll face elimination later this evening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, into our third and final map. Our first series has been an absolute cracker so far. Direwolves and Fearex, they are locked. They cannot be separated at the moment. And we've got one more map to decide at Spartan. We've seen some great plays from both teams, from players, and, well, now it all comes down to our last map here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's very even right now with the both attacks on both maps have been very, very dominant. But as we saw, Direwolves just able to really win those defenses on Clubhouse. They're just beating Fearex. They're, I think it was 7-4. Very strong and very aggressive plays by Direwolves, but also good patience. So whatever their call is, they're all playing together. They're all going for refrags aggression together, all patience together, and they really caught Fearex a little bit off guard with the timing with certain rounds, which is very similar to and the inverse of what happened in Consulate. So I believe we are headed to Bank, which very open map, very old map. I think it's also a bit of a mix between Con and Clubhouse. So I think both of these teams will be very even on Bank, and it'll be very exciting to see which team just comes out on top.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it as well. I mean, look, map 3, close map here, push the series all the way because, I mean, what's on the line? It's a fair bit there. It's only our first games, but the difference between winning this series and dropping down into, you know, progressing on a spot closer to going to Boston and losing this one for either team means that you've just got to go straight through the lower bracket. You'd have to play basically for your chance tonight. So there's a lot at stake here, and both teams, you know, there'd be a couple of nerves there. Maybe already played 2 maps, and maybe, you know, it starts swinging a little bit more in favor of Direwolves. Fearex were completely dominant to start off the first map, and they looked pretty solid the first couple of rounds we saw as well from the previous one there. But Direwolves, they hung around, they started to change a couple of things, and everyone as a team, they look very solid across the board. Again, I think a lot of the Fearex players, I mean, Good Boy especially, has been on fire and has just been getting massive kills. But a couple of the other players just fell off a little bit there towards the end. They weren't really fighting the attack bits. So whatever happens on Bank here, I think, again, it comes down to the opening attackers, who's going to start which side as well. It's looking forward. It's looking to be a massive map number 3 here.
Definitely. Yeah, I think it will just be whoever coordinates a little bit better on Bank. We can see both teams are very capable with their attacks, and when played together, they're both very capable on defense. Now, I'm probably going to expect, as we see multiple times, Fearex will have shields to clear space quickly. But what happened towards the end of Clubhouse is what we saw with Direwolves is they had an occasional lurker or presence upstairs or mid-floor, which then diverted the shields that direction to clear them out. And by the time they were going to hit the site, there was only 30 seconds left, and they hadn't cleared any of the util. They hadn't cleared any of the main anchor points, which then led to Direwolves winning those rounds. Now, Bank, some of the sites, particularly basement, is very similar to like Clubhouse basement, where you can anchor very heavy and use the Goyos, the smokes, the mirrors to really delay any pushes from server side and just garage and stuff like that. So I think it'll be one on time on both sides. There's a lot of space to clear, a lot of things to watch out for. There's a lot of lurky and little rat spots that people can sit as well. So yeah, I just think have to drone efficiently, clear space efficiently, and then get into site with enough time.
And time, I feel like, especially towards the end of that map, it's felt like the Direwolves it seemed to be a bit better at sort of, you know, just putting times together. Again, you can say the same thing about Fearex and their map pick, and that just comes down to you picking your maps because you know your attacks, you know your timing as well. You come to one where it's more of a, you know, 50-50, you know, both teams have played this one. They've played Bank. Bank, as you said, has been around for a while, so most people will know most of just the default positions that a lot of players and teams, the setups that are going to be there overall. But it's just more about thinking, you know, who is going to be able to use that time to their advantage, defensive-wise. I feel like FearX have definitely been a bit more bunkery. Direwolf seem a bit happier to go for some roams, go for some lurks, and honestly, that could be the difference maker there.
Yeah, definitely. And then, as I was mentioning, Bank, very large map, so you can be very flexible with how your holds work, which both types of holds, a roam hold and a bunker hold, can work really well. And it'll just be how the attackers can kind of problem solve through these issues.
That's the best way forward for it. I mean, how the defenders actually hold up in the opening rounds as well, because both maps FearX started the best. The timeout for the first map didn't work out for Direwolves. The second one they did, they called an early one, it worked well. I don't remember if FearX actually used their timeout. I think it might have been a little bit after.
They did I think it was a round or two. Yeah, 4, 5, 6 of
when they probably needed it in their attack. Yeah, because they just sort of got run over there at the end. So that's why the timeouts. It's very difficult to try and call this. It's like they're tactical for a reason. You only get that one. So the timing is absolutely everything. Especially for this one. I wonder if we'll see a really early timeout call from Direwolves this time, if they're struggling early, or maybe they want to save it for a bit further down the line because they feel like they'll be able to fix those issues, whatever they may be. But yeah, it's a difficult one to call for those ones. And especially when we get to the bans. With most of the ones so far, we've had like the couple which are basically, expect that. But Bank's a bit more interesting, like where they might target specifically for a couple there.
Yeah, you could definitely get rid of some of the anchor-heavy operators. You could get rid of like Cade to get rid of any hatch holding for basement, which would then force a bit more of a roam kind of style. Same with Tuberel. But then you could also focus on shields, focus on like a Vigil or a Velk, because there's a lot of little like hidey places, which Vigil can delay all sorts of droning. And then Velk, so much intel on such a big map as well. Very, very powerful operators. So I would not be surprised if any of those get banned coming up, particularly how we've seen FearX really going for the clear with the shields rather than the drone work, so they might not be too worried about a Vigil, but that will be free intel on them if they're going through quickly. Where I think the opposite with down Monkia, they might want to check that there's no Vigil lurking anywhere, so they might be looking more for a anti-lurk ban. But also, Cade, Mira, always strong. Fenrir's also really annoying. So is Azami. There's so many defenders that you can ban. It'll just be if they want to be more structured with their bans on the map or more direct on the other team and be a counter pick towards them.
I guess we get to find out now. You put down all the information, and the first cab off the rank is
Knock.
Oh.
Yeah, I could, like, there's a lot of little lurky areas, as I was mentioning, and Knock can walk straight through a few, and the Blitz ban. So, FearX, they really don't like Blitz, as we've seen the ban.
That's, I think, all 3 times now it's been Blitz straight out first ban, and a Valk as well.
Yep, so Valk ban, as I was mentioning, so much intel, and there's not too many good default cams in Bank that you can't shoot from outside, so having a little bit of extra intel with cams is always important. And then a Cade ban to finish it off, so making sure downstairs isn't possible to attack with hatches electrified or walls electrified on the top of the elevators upstairs. So I think it'll make getting space quickly and being able to open the things they need around the site much more easy. But then we have a Mirror on the board, we have a Azami and a Fenrir on the board, and as we see, they have gone a full bunker setup as well, FearX, which will be starting on the defense going basement, which, as you were mentioning before, FearX, they do like to bunker a little bit more, and they have the operators to bunker very efficiently. They've got a Smoke and a Goyo that would be able to delay a lot of time. They've also brought the Maestro cams as well, so just being able to see where planters might be entering, also maybe to cover garage. We'll have to wait and see where those cameras are. And then Azami, Fenrir, very annoying to deal with. So very, very heavy bunker there. Direwolves, they're definitely aware of the Maestro because they brought a Brava as well to get a few cameras. And they've got a little bit of vert to be able to clear top floor and mid floor a little bit more quickly. I'm not sure. There's a few lurkers around though with Fearx lurking middle floor and top floor as we see Rin sitting in the top of elevator, and we've got Good Boy on the Azami holding stock. So just making sure they can't walk into open and get that vert or that all the hatches open without going all the way up to top floor to contest them.
Start to make their way through the window areas, breaking the entrances in here. Starbucks looking to try and find the opener here. The first cab off the rank though, as Mevy is just waiting on this other side. So be quite careful. We're in Sam with that one, and Seal just goes charging on in, does not even think about the thought of that being a lurk there from Mephi, and that is a perfect start here for Fearx. Direwolves lose 2 immediately as they start to break in here. Minute 40 left on the clock. I'll have to reroute a couple of players in here as now, but Fearx, that is a perfect start to begin this deciding map.
Nova opting to run away from those blue stairs. They had the Goyo there to just delay a little bit of time, but as we saw, he can open the hatch up, so he can't stay there anymore without getting aggressive. Oh, Souffle just getting a bit aggressive on the garage side as well, but Fearx, they still have the smokes and the Goyos to play on site here. Peekin dropping in Vault, able to pick up Rin. He's in Vault, but Beefy on the flank above, able to drop all the way back down to side. Souffle picking up D-Mick as well, leaving it in a 3v2 with 1 minute left.
Yeah, they've just opened up a couple little gaps here, Direwolves. Got themselves back in the round a little here, Soup. And also now Giga Chad Bro look to try bring this one back at Fearx to do some major misplays to drop this one. Still, you'd feel they've got most of the angles covered. They know. You can probably hear the one person there, and you get Chad Bro stumbling upstairs, making a fair bit of noise. But 24 seconds, there's still a chance here with a couple of them. But this is where that utility that still hasn't been used, it can be put into such great effect here. The smokes, the sides, and Good Boy delivers on to the first. Nova grabs the second, and it will be the round on the board as will be Fearx. They will start us off. Take a 1-0 lead on our final map.
I like how Fearx played that. So they had all like anchor heavy in quotation mark operators with the smoke, the Goyo, and the Maestro. I mean, util heavy. Obviously, we saw Goyo lurking above, and then the Fenrir being able to activate his gates or his dreads from like away from the location. He was lurking upstairs, and I'm not sure what Direwolves was doing, but they obviously didn't drone top floor enough to find Miffy just lurking near those quad windows, which really cost them a lot of their roam clear time. And then obviously, I mean, it did go back down to a 3v2, but Fearx, they had so much time left and so much util to cover that time that Direwolves just couldn't get in. So I think very, very nice play there by Fearx, and a little bit of misdroning by Direwolves, maybe just getting back into bank and coming back into the game, but I don't think they'll make that mistake again. They'll definitely be doing a little bit of extra droning. Fearx, they have opted to go to the top floor. This time they brought a mirror and a castle, making sure no one can just easily get through. But to counter that, Direwolves has a Kali to be able to open any castle barricades on some windows, opening up all of the site from the Windows side here. I do like the Vigil pick as well. As we saw, Direwolves, they did not drone very well, but also Bank itself is a very large map, so a lot of drones are required to clear space, and that Vigil is going to cause all sorts of little problems for Direwolves on the flank and below.
Seal doing his own droning this time to make sure that some angles close by him are actually clear. They're starting to make their way in towards first side from a couple of the windows they've got in the setups above here, where they want to try and get some decent angles again, opening these things up, and feels like there's a bit more coordination going on this time, and Jogor shows that off with a kill onto Good Boy. They're taken out of the round pretty early on here. Bit of 40 now. No chance of that refrag, and losing their best player so far throughout this series. It's a bit of a blow here for Fearx as Direwolves continue to make their way in towards the sites.
Just opening up different angles into sight as we see Pekins lurking ATM repel here. Seal definitely aware there's someone lurking in Janitor as we see Mipi just putting down another mirror. But Direwolves, they're just taking their time. Able to pick down Demic as well. But Mipi getting very aggressive on the windows, but traded out, leaving it to 3v2. Direwolves have opened up the main walls and are on the repels. I'm not sure if they're aware Nova is in this corner or not though. This could be very impactful.
40 seconds. Trying to hold this one together. Well, it seems like they've managed to get the read on this round so far. Oh, that smoke the moment it dissipates there. The timing could be massive, but they don't want to wait around, and so they want to try and get in. That doesn't work out. And Pika picks up a double to finish things off. Big kills. And a nice response there from Direwolves. They tie it up 1-1. And Fearx, they lost that opener and then it just didn't really recover from there. Direwolves, they read that one very nicely as they will head to their tertiary third site with some questions over their head.
Direwolves, just the end of the round, once again, they're playing well and coordinated together. They didn't necessarily know where the Fearx players were, but all of them were together, holding those angles and being able to refrag the two Fearx members when they aggress together. Really just holding those crosses there. So good patience and good coordination from both teams as well. I mean, both the Fearx members got aggressive at the same time as well, trying to make sure Direwolves couldn't plant there. But Direwolves getting those early picks on Good Boy, just making sure they didn't have any flank issues, I think really opened up the round for Direwolves to get what they needed open and then get the positions they needed to go for a execute. Fearx, they have, once again, you mentioned they've gone to the tertiary site, so not very happy with their middle floor, their top floor hold, so they're opting to go to the middle floor, which Direwolves looks like Joe wants to potentially do a printer rush jump in straight into site. Just opening some stuff up. Getting a bit more intel on site. This is what Direwolves and Fearx are really good at, is just droning and getting that intel on site and knowing the complete setup and how they're going to execute through it. Ooh. Shots out though from Nova, but nothing to confirm just yet.
Just a bit, scaring some shots, doing some damage, and Pika and Jogor are doing massive damage. The doubles in from that side there. Good Boy, though, responding, and so will Rinsan for a second before he falls at now 2v3. It's a very, very quick round, this one, and it's going to be Methy's now got the double kill. We've gone just a minute into this round. Plenty of time left on the clock. Direwolves gotten some decent areas here, but the problem is Jogor's going to be put away, so it's all left on Souffle here in a 1v2. Knows the positioning of maybe at least one. Gathered some intel from his teammates. Now needs to find the shots, needs to be presented with something. Almost gets the spam through perfectly, and Methy, the numbers are there to just hold out. Quick, fast, and with lots of action that round. Direwolves, they can't quite fight it, and Fearx retake the lead once again.
very aggressive play there by Direwolves, taking above quickly and then going straight through the kitchen and then the printer window, as we saw Joe on the Ash, full sprinting, able to pick up a kill straight in open. But Fearx, they were able to rebound really quickly, respond to that quick rush and get back onto site, as we saw. It was looking a little, just like, it was very close. Di was just missing a few shots, not picking up both Fearx players. But very good response by Fearx there on that hold. They have opted now to go back down to basement, and they have switched up their operators a little bit. They've got a 2 morale now, so that will always be more painful to get through any of the hard reinforced hatches or the reinforced walls. And they've also got, once again, the Goyo and the smoke, 2 core things that will really delay any push directly into site. Divals, they have got a Blackbit now to potentially clear things a little faster, and the Jakebi to make sure they can drain things and clear things out a little faster. I think they're definitely checking upstairs cams though, making sure that Mifi's not lurking anywhere top floor. And Souffle just lurking in garage as well, just being able to pick up a few util things. But Fearx, they are aware of the Bravo cam lurking there.
Some decent inroads as well here. Again, this round a little bit calmer compared to what we saw just before, but starts again to get some decent sort of inroads from outside and droning. I want to make sure this time 5. I was going to say Davos, the person that didn't actually both rounds they didn't really drone properly. The last round, you know what, fair enough. You go fast, quick. Sometimes you don't need the drones. You just take the kills that come with it. First round, it worked against them. The 2 rounds they have, which is this one as well. First one in round 2, they looked incredibly solid off it. And now, so far here, they're taking their time, down to 90 seconds. They've got some good info about where most of these Fearx players are going to be hanging around. Can they convert any of that info, especially when Fearx, they've got the positions and they've got some decent util left around as well.
Just droning out the middle of site as well, so seeing what util they will have to get through towards the end of the round for their plant. But Mifi on the Warden, deciding to stay on blue stairs, really trying to delay as much as possible on Direwolf's side. There's also a player in server, as we see GigaChat just flashing the Goyo, making sure the Goyo can't help out with the Warden as well. But Mifi on the Warden with the shotgun, take down Blackbeard, but then Seal getting another, and Mifi getting a second. Really going.
Oh, Mifi! Hello!
Oh,
big kills, the triple there. Absolutely fantastic stuff, but they're still alive here, Direwolf. Seal's got a double, 23 seconds. They need to get moving though. Fuser, the jump in, try and find something here, but time is the greatest enemy, and there's just none of the chances to really clear angles. They just got to hope that they can maybe hit ahead, get in a corner, try and plan around these smokes. The diffuser is being put down and the defense is coming through, but it's a little bit late there from Souffle. They get one, but then there's no time left. And the charge through, it's enough to secure the round there for Fearx. They are now up to 3. And they are able to get the first real break in this deciding map. And Direwolves, unfortunately, they find themselves in a really awkward position. Again, there'll be secondary and tertiary sites for these last couple of rounds. But, again, you just can't be looking at a 5-1 here. Take 2. They need to hit one of these rounds here.
Direwolves did win this round last time, which they did. They cleared the things that they needed to quickly. They got rid of the flank quickly, and as we see here, Direwolves has gone a little bit more. Fearx has gone a little bit more anchor. So they instead of going for the Vigil on Good Boy's going for the Azami. So just helping out a little bit more on site and making it a little bit more difficult for Direwolves to get through. Direwolves, though, they do have the Kali again, just to be able to deal with any castle barricades and should be able to shoot out any keeper barricades as well. They've also switched to an Osa, so she's going to be a bit more of a handful to deal with if she's on Repel, or just being able to set up a safe shield on top square side if they do go for that take. Fearx just setting up some Windows plays here. And it does look like most of them have headed over square side just to start off with things. Well, they also have a Flores, I didn't mention. Yeah, Flores should be able to deal with any of the Cuba barriers as well, and castle barricades, so they have a good selection of utility.
Decent setups on all sides, and that's the one they're looking for. And once again, it's Good Boy who's put out of this round. Pivotal player for Fearx, but they still have Mephi. And Mephi's on 10 kills after 4 rounds, so that's the one Direwolves would love to eliminate. But they've got an opener, a chance. Try and break in here. So close on that side again, and you're getting some setups. You could just see that they think he wants to maybe take a fight there, but the trade's not really going to work in that instance. And now with 90 seconds, they're getting some good entries. They're getting some good information, and damage dropped down incredibly low. And Direwolves are starting to close around here on Fearx.
Really just causing a bit of issue here on top square. We do see Rin just trying to see if they can get a pick from stock, but Dai was very aware that there might be still a player in stock, not exposing themselves. Just starting to crouch towards site as well as they've opened up some walls. But Mephi with the C4 on Pecan, making it a 4v4 situation. Very, very close here. They're just trying to get a few picks here, both teams. Just holding their positions, seeing if they can get any openings to open the rest of the round.
Oh, and Mephi again! He's up to a double. The swing on out is absolutely perfect. The difference maker so far between these teams here. The nades all ringing out, but they're holding down Fearx. Nova gets that one to Giga Chat. Bro, and it's a team kill! No, no, no! Direwolves, it's all fallen to pieces around them. Oh, that just rubs salt in the wound. And Fearx have opened up the 3-round buffer. Round number 6, the last of the first half. And I said about the 5-1, that was the worst case scenario here for Direwolves, and now that could be realised. And again, this time around, though, they looked like they'd actually done quite well. They dominated the early fights. They may have, it was only the 4v4, but it seemed like they had everything set for it. It was just one problem. There is an individual on the opposite side called Mephi who has 12 kills.
Yeah, he is dominating right now. It is bank defense, but 12-2, very, very impressive scoreboard at the moment. And they still have one more defense. They have opted to go to their tertiary site now, which is open and staff, which last time Direwolves went for a rush, I don't think they'll be doing another rush unless they see an opportunity. Ooh, they are hiding the pulse. So just a little bit of extra intel on any vert plays, which Direwolves looks like they're not too... I mean, they have a lot of breaching charges, and for this site, it's very strong to get above as well, which I think that's why Fearx has brought the pulse as well. But they also have a lot of roamers, as we see Rin on the Oryx, able to jump up hatches, maybe catch Direwolves off on the flanks with things. And they have a smoke as well, making sure no one can just go for a late plant here. So they're going to force Direwolves to get into sight a little bit quicker with that smoke on board.
I mean, it almost worked the last time they tried it.
Mm-hmm.
The key word is almost, because
Yes.
that's just been a couple of these rounds. Almost there's opportunities for Direwolves. It just has not quite connected the C4. Not going to be hitting this time. That was, I think we missed or we used up most of our C4 kills from the last map.
Oh, there's another C4 getting ready for prep. This is the power of Pulse, but Joe is already in top square, and I believe with that C4 going off, they're very aware there's someone playing in Archives Teller's area. Rin, though, on the blue stairs flank, making sure no one can just push square. But the rest, or all of Direwolves at the moment, are top floor. Just opening hatches, starting to get a bit of vert control, and making sure Fearix can't just rat above and cause issues there.
20 seconds and counting. Start to clear inside a couple of these sides. Stemi tucked in the corner, still yet to register a kill in this map so far. It hasn't mattered too much because he's, well, especially one of his teammates has been doing a fair bit of the lifting, so he can worry about Util and setting the others up if so intended. But 60 seconds, they want to start pushing this one in here, and just as I say, Demi's managed to grab one. There's kills all falling around, and once again it's Fearx who come out on top. 4v2 situation. And Joe Gore and Souffle, I mean, there's nothing they can really do here. They need to try and take some of these fights, maybe hope that a head is presented. It's just not happening. And Joe Gore, 40 seconds, getting hit through as he starts to run away, spams back. There is just no time and no real chance here. And Direwolves, they're going to head into their attacking half, the defensive side, when we do the switch after this round, with a lot of work to do. He's still alive for the time being, but that should not be for too much longer. Oh, the one that was close there can't even find the finishing blow, and Rinsam punishes the missed shots. And it is an almost flawless half there from Fearx, and they are just 2 rounds away from moving on in the upper bracket.
Dial's attack just falling apart a little bit there with Fearx's either anchor positions and getting aggressive as well on those angles, which I think caught Diabol's off guard a little bit. But really, really good play and coordination by Fearx. But also, I think Direwolves just need to be a bit more aware of what Fearx... I mean, we've seen Fearx be quite on this map, and I don't think Direwolves really picked up on how aggressive they were to try and keep space or delay any pushes, which we saw Fearx at the end, able to delay Direwolves all the way till the end of the round, getting those few picks, leaving it in a 4v2, which Direwolves did not have a chance of winning that round. So Fearx, very good on their defense side, but we are switching across. This is Bank as well, so things can always switch up. This is where Direwolves need to switch on. Otherwise, Fearx is going to run away with it. They have gone down to the basement as well, and Direwolves are lurking and being aggressive, which you mentioned before, has that they've been a bit more aggressive on each of the maps compared to Fearx.
Yeah, and this time they've got to make sure that aggression does plan out the way they're hoping to. But this is the round. They need to get this one at the very least. You lose the basement play here, it's going to be incredibly difficult. And again, they are just 1 round away from the map and match points being in front of them. And Fearx, they know that they can start pushing these players. They've got, I would say, enough that's happened here that not everyone's exactly done massive amounts, but, you know, you say Mephi go kill, it works on that side. Direwolves and, you know, Souffle, Pika, they've got, you know, 5-5. They just haven't really had that one big standout on really any of the maps. And, you know, that's fine as it is. But you still need to find the kills early on. And Giga Chad, bro, the C4s are returning. And that's the one they're looking for. A nice kill, an opener, something that they can take into the rest of this round. 90 seconds left on the clock, so Fearx. And it is Mephi who's gone. So they've got to have the others stand up, and just where they need to, the double in response. And now Direwolves on the back foot.
Really good clear there by Open. We saw they were pushing from Teller's electrical side and in Printer with the shield as well. So Dire was kind of getting collapsed on there on the middle floor. But there's a minute left and they still have a Goyo with the goal canisters to play with a little bit, which, as we see Good Boy there, chucking a nade to try get rid of those Goyo canisters early. So really clearing the util on site with a minute left. So this is really good pacing by FearX here.
Let's see a few of the Direwolves members re-rotating, moving slightly. They know what's on the line here. Lower bracket game tonight, which is an elimination game. One of these teams is heading there. And we might be getting a clearer picture after this round if FearX can convert this 4v3. 30 seconds time to start dropping in, and you can see Jogor trying something a bit different. He's gone upstairs, trying to get a kill, trying to stop this one from coming through. But Demi is finding the kills. He's been pretty quiet this game so far. A nice C4, and it has stopped the defuser going down. So it's a chance for Joe Gore. The side was there. Lines it up. They might have pulled this back one. Direwolves, they don't have done it. Rinsan, he's got no time, and they will get it done. A second earlier, maybe could have had the chance, but the C4 clutch as it stops the diffuser coming down. And in the end, FearX, they do it to themselves a bit. They waited. They wanted to make sure everything was clear. But when you do that, you need to make sure you have that time to put that diffuser into action. Doesn't happen. And Dire will breathe a sigh of relief. Those are the rounds that you will take. So they grab one back, 5-2. FearX, they miss an opportunity there.
That was... I don't know how long was left on putting that diffuser down, but the C4 just clutched up that round. FearX had prepared themselves really well, that they cleared all the util out, what they needed. They got all the vert, made sure no roamers were left. They had a man advantage 4v2 as well. But Dire was just able to pull out a miracle almost at that last bit of the round. I think FearX will be kicking themselves. That definitely should have been FearX as well round.
It's just, again, those little things that,
yep.
You know, for FearX, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they get the next 2 rounds, they go into the upper bracket, we forget about this entirely, or all of a sudden, Direwolves, they just get that confidence, that team booster. Everyone just gets a bit up and start to feel that momentum. And FearX, you know, they start to get a bit nervous. You're closing in, you miss opportunities. All of a sudden, you're the ones that start making mistakes. Direwolves, I mean, the fact they were pushed, though, on what was the basement is a little concerning, maybe. But they've got to do it. They've just got to hope they can hold out another round here. Just keep this ball rolling. And it starts with the openers.
Direwolves holding top floor. They've got the castle set up again. FearX, though, they've brought a Kali and a Glaz as well. So a lot of long angles they can hold and really punish Direwolves for peeking anything out. Tuflay taking a few shots here as the Glaz gets very aggressive in Spiral here. But GigaChad taking down Rin. And good boy refragging of GigaChad, but Demic, he's taken all the space up to top elevators here, and Nova's taken all of stock as well, pushing in aggressively. The trade there with the C4 and the gunshots, but FearX just keeping that pressure going, left in a 3v1 situation with a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, they've done this perfectly here, FearX, and now Seal needs to pull off a 1v3 as they start to make their way in. Position now known as well. Spotted the ones outside. Gets tapped down a little bit lower as the defuser starts to be planted. And all Seal can do is hope that he can find some heads, and it's not happening here. Good Boy delivers the final blow, and FearX are the first to 6. 4 map and series points here. And Direwolves, well, there was a 6-2, it was a 6-love situation. They managed to get to 6-2 last time around. This time they're starting at least with 2 already on the board, but they need 4 in a row just to force OT. And FearX, well, They make up for what happened last round. Clean, calm, and collected. They dissected Direwolves there.
I think that change of pace really took Direwolves by surprise there, with Glaz just full sprinting through lobby and able to get up onto the spiral staircase, as well as Monty just able to jump in to stock and really put pressure and clear those players out. Once again, FearX working and coordinating very well together, getting aggressive at the same time, which just caught Direwolves off guard with all the different crosses and angles that FearX had taken, all in a minute as well. So I think very good pace changing there by FearX. Direwolves definitely a little bit concerned, so they've changed sites to staff and open, their tertiary side. Not happy with their upstairs hold, which is actually what happened with FearX on their defense as well. But Direwolves looks like they want to hold upstairs a little bit. They've got a Warden clicking upstairs and a Zami holding stock, and there's a Castle also setting up there. They've also got extra intel on site with the Maestro and the Mira, which that might cause issues for FearX later on, as they don't have too many things to clear those Maestro chems. FearX, though, they have the Ram, and it does look like they're starting to focus on clearing top floor out first.
Starting to make their way in, and good Chad. Decent angle. Information. Waiting for it there as well. See Nova. Very careful with how he puts around there. And Good Boy's just wandered on in. Jogor is just caught completely off guard. And Direwolves, they're down 4, and things like that just cannot be happening. A freebie with no chance of a trade. And FearX, the perfect start to this round. And another as well as Rinsan gets sealed. This is becoming a problem. This is becoming more than a problem. It's a disaster. 4v2 now. It's left on Pika and also Giga Chad. And just as I say that, Pika is all that remains. And this one seemingly looking like it is going the way of Ferex. Getting one back at the very least. Oversight with so many angles here. They tuck away. The kill leader here for Direwolves need to do something special. Flash is absolutely perfect, and it's all they need to finish it off. Good Boy with a killing blow. And FearX, we go all the way 3 maps, but it's another 7-2. It was 7-2 on their opener, and it's 7-2 to finish it here on Bank.
What a dominant performance there by FearX. Really, like on defense, they knew how to play with what the util they had, but also they were ratting and really capitalizing. The attack side, once again, that pace changing, the aggression together. Also, just playing with the util they had again, with the Monty just being able to clear space really quickly. Very, very dominant performance by FearX, winning the series 2-1.
Yeah, it was fantastic stuff all around, and I guess we'll get some more insight as well from the man who's been sitting in the background and enjoying the games. It's pretty...
Yeah, firstly, this role is very comfortable. Thank you very much, Robert J. Monday, for letting me fill in his big shoes. But yeah, I've got to say, a little bit disappointed with today's proceedings so far from the APAC South bias that I bring to the table. You know, obviously, as we know on the other stream, the Chiefs lost 2-0. Now we see Direwolves lose, and unfortunately, it does mean, guys, we are actually going to have to send one of the quote-unquote APAC South representatives home today because they were playing off in the elimination game. In terms of this series, though, it's one of those classic ones where it goes 3 maps, but Spartan, ultimately, each map was actually quite one-sided.
DW, and just their holds, their aggression, and they really read into FearX on that side. But FearX on the opposite side with Con and in Bank, they really utilized the util, the shields, and they read Direwolves' plays really well. And I think they figured Direwolves, they like playing aggressive on defense, but then take their time a lot on the attack. And I think FearX really read them quite well and adapted to their plays and really punished Direwolves when they weren't doing what they should have been doing.
You saw on the replays here now as they're up 5-2 at the beginning, ended up being a 7-2 win for FearX to kickstart the series has, and it really set the tone. But I mean, credit to Direwolves, of course, from Club. They brought it back 7-4. It was still competitive though, like Spartan just said, and probably in the end now, now that we've got the entire tale of the tape, it kind of makes sense really all in all. When you look at the Consulate domination, you look at the Bank domination, the openness that we get from those two maps, FearX just completely exploiting Direwolves, who, yeah, maybe found a little bit of comfort on Club, a bit more of a constricted map. Ultimately though, it really to me says this is a very, very good result for FearX heading into, you know, that upper portion of the bracket. Now they move on to CAG. What are your thoughts going into that matchup for them after what you've seen from their gameplay today?
Yeah, no, I like it overall. They definitely, it was sort of called upon each player to do their own role when it was needed. That was probably the difference maker, I think, was team play from both sides, I think, was pretty good, but it was just that one player each time from FearX, whether it be Mephi, whether it be Good Boy, that was just absolutely destroying on one of the maps. So they'd have 12 kills, 15, 16. They just did all the performance bit there, and that was just the difference maker in the end. Direwolves, again, they had solid team chemistry, and they looked decent in parts, but when they needed someone to do a really big play, or they needed that double, the triple, it just wasn't really showing up for them. And FearX, each time it happened, they were just, you know, you go back and you look at the highlight stuff, the 3Ks, the 4Ks that came through. They'd be pretty happy with it. And, you know, they're going up against the Osaka squad now, who had their own quite, I would say, dominant performance over Chiefs. So I think they're feeling confident. I think both these teams running into each other, it should be another close series.
Yeah, interestingly enough, in that match, CAG playing a Bank as well, won that one 7-4 against Chiefs. Do wonder, kind of speaking hypothetically here, if that's going to be the kind of maps we see. If so, could potentially favor FearX. For those at home, maybe a little bit unaware in terms of the way things are running, of course, for today and tomorrow. Now, while we've done the upper bracket semifinals and CAG, FearX, they move forward, it's not a qualifying match for either of those two just yet. They move to the upper bracket final. The winner of that, of course, then goes to, I guess you can call it the grand final, right? So there's still a lot more to play in terms of Siege overall, and fear not as well if you're a Direwolves fan. They go down to the lower bracket, but maybe that fear could be short-sighted considering the loser of this next match, Chiefs and Direwolves, will be out of 6 invitational contention, and that puts all of the pressure now on that particular match. It's fair to say for CAG and FearX, less pressure in their game. They will be playing, of course, again later tonight, but also guaranteed to play tomorrow. So Spartan, it puts all the pressure now on Chiefs and Direwolves. You've got to win or you go home.
Oh, definitely. I think they'll be both feeling the pressure, and I don't think they'll be very happy with how their first matches went. So I think both of them will be in a very similar mental state going into the next match. But with what I've seen in this match, and then looking at the results of what happens with CAG and Chiefs, I think Direwolves, I mean, it was 2-1, and we haven't seen them verse each other yet, obviously. But they were able to get a win on Clubhouse, which, unlike Chiefs, who haven't got a win yet on their maps, I think that will be a little confidence booster in their pocket that, hey, we were able to at least take a map. So I think they'll be feeling a little bit more confident than Chiefs going into the lower bracket elimination game.
Yeah, I mean, intriguingly enough, though, you know, Clubhouse is the kind of map we've seen Chiefs have success on in the past. It wasn't actually picked, though, by Direwolves for this series, yet they go and win it. I do wonder in terms of that map veto process, how that's going to play out. Of course, we will be covering that matchup on this stream to come after the break, but I mean, it's definitely going to be what I would consider, you know, a hotly contested series. It's win or go home. I think for Chiefs as well, there's a little bit of added pressure surrounding them. They came into this particular tournament as one of the favorites after what we saw from them being able to get to Montreal, their performance there, etc. Coupled with the fact a lot of these other teams as well have always struggled at times to be able to perform well internationally. They've all had to fly over and adjust in a pretty short span of time. So, I mean, full credit to CAG for what they're able to do in their matchup 2-0, and also too for FearX. I think two teams from two respective regions that sometimes don't quite get the plaudits, and maybe for good reason, but this could be a bit of a wake-up call for the likes of Direwolves, Chiefs, that the competition certainly is improving. Before we do go to a break, though, I mean, we're going to touch on, of course, Chiefs and Direwolves quite extensively when we come back, guys, but I do kind of want quick thoughts on CAG and Fear X, because we're not going to get to cover it. Haz, I'll quickly get your thoughts on that, who you think maybe is going to progress.
Yeah, it's a tight one there. I'd probably have that slightly towards the CAG Osaka team. I genuinely think that one's probably going the best of 3 series there. The fact that they got through Chiefs 2-0 completely, like the Chiefs really didn't have a look at it all, is a really good sign for them that they're switched on. Fear X, they stumbled a little against Direwolves there when they lost the second map. There's opportunities overall, but the other 2 maps as well, that dominant. I would hope to see the best of 3 there, but I'd be leaning towards the CAG Osaka squad.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty fair assumption. Spartan, any thoughts on the matchup from yourself?
I mean, they both went straight into close calls, and then they both won out through their last chance close calls to get here. So I think they'll be quite even, at least in their regions. Comparing the different regions, though, I mean, Fear X looked quite strong, at least in these matches that I've seen, with their shield plays and coordination. I'm sure I didn't get to see Keg match, obviously, but being very dominant against Chiefs as well, it sounds like they're on the ball as well. But I think comparing the regions, we have seen Japan be a little bit stronger than South Korea, so I think I would be slightly towards KAG, but I think it will at least go to 3 maps. I think it'll be a very close series.
It's definitely going to be a fascinating one. Of course, that one will be on the Bravo stream. For us, though, short break. When we come back, though, it is the lower bracket elimination game between Chiefs and Direwolves. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back to the 6th Invitational APAC Last Chance Qualifiers. We are heading into the busy business now as we've got an elimination match coming your way. Chiefs and Direwolves. Winner will move forward, loser will go home. They're always going to be the most exhilarating matches. You would at least hope. At the very least, even if the matches aren't good, the result certainly will be. Welcome back to, of course, our lovely casters, Hasdaddy, Slim, and Spartan. Guys, big game, of course. I know we didn't get to watch Chiefs as they were on the other stream. They lost 2-0, though, to CAG. It has to be a statement response immediately from Chiefs, almost like first map territory. If Chiefs don't come out swinging in the opening map, I'm starting to feel as if that could put the pressure right on them.
Yeah, I mean, and as we've discussed as well, this team being the, quote unquote favorites heading into this one, and they'd had some wins over Osaka as well in previous matchups. The fact they didn't even get a map is concerning for them, and then unfortunately just couldn't really put together what they wanted to in either of those. They get a reset at least, they get that break. You're coming against Direwolves now, who in their own right looked, I would say, more solid, at least for one of the maps they played against the Fear Squad. So yeah, there's a lot on the line here. You're representing the country. You're at home as well, so you less excuses there. There's no ping issues. Maybe if you don't have an aircon in the room, which I know a few of the boys are struggling with at the moment, and it is a toasty, I think almost. It's still mid-20s outside, so it isn't pleasant. But yeah, if first map will be interesting to see. They've got, as you said, they've got to come out swinging, and they've got to put the ball in Direwolves Park and say, we're going to do this, and we're going to lay down the law and start this lower bracket run.
I mean, it's cooling down a little bit, really, I guess, as we head into the night now, Spartan. So no issues, I would hope, in terms of that. But for Direwolves, I guess a similar factor, right? Because they came out very slow against FearX, got absolutely demolished on Consulate. So they too can't afford that slow start. Otherwise, then the alarm bells will start to ring and think, geez, we're in this position again where we've just come out slow. Gives the Chiefs probably the confidence that they can turn things around. How much emphasis do you put on the opening map? I mean, it's a best of 3, but it feels like the opening map can always set the tone. It's true.
So I'm hoping that Direwolves, they can at least use the tactical timeouts to get momentum going. I'm not sure how Chiefs were going, but obviously they struggled in the first 2 games against KEG. And I would recommend, if they are starting to lose a little bit of their momentum, they need to use that tactical timeout and get going again. Otherwise, it might be a very quick 2-0.
We haven't got the maps yet, but I mean, we've kind of had a little bit of discussion regarding things like Clubhouse and the differentiating factors on that map compared to the more open maps like Consulate, Bank, for example. If you're a Chiefs, do you kind of look at the fact that Direwolves just played on Clubhouse? Perfect timing, by the way, as we actually go into the map video process. Despite the fact, though, it's a map that they've played quite a lot in the past. Cafe will be the opening map picked by Direwolves. Then we will head over to Skyscraper to follow. And already a pretty clear theme outside of probably Bank being the decider. The opening 2 maps are going to be pretty closed in comparison to some of the more open maps that we got in the match that we had earlier with FearX and Direwolves. What are your thoughts on this, Has?
I think it suits both teams. Again, we had the Direwolves game before. They tended to look a lot stronger when it was in that closed spaces, especially when they got on the defensive side. They seemed to thrive a lot more as well when they were attacking in that instance. And then we saw them when they went to Bank, and they really struggled with open areas. So I think the burst 2 maps suits both teams. And then if we go to the decider, that's sort of a bit of a toss-up because, who is going to be able to lock down in that more? Direwolves really struggled in that department there, but on the other side of things, Chiefs as well, like those closed-in areas, like, to be able to just constrict opposition players into those, 1v1 fights and not allow for retrades. But again, I think that both sides are happy with their map picks there. Bank could go either way. Again, it comes down to that opening map and how Direwolves go through. And they're with the first map pick as well. So they're on their attacking side. They have got to make sure that they hit the ground running. Because if they come out slow, Chiefs, they'll be looking to punish. They don't. Last map, the last series they had, didn't go to plan. They would have put themselves right into the action straight away.
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw this straight over to you, Spartan, though. Now that we've got the maps, we'll kind of talk about opening map, who has the map pick, etc. We know it's Direwolves. We know we're going to Cafe. That being also a map in which Chiefs just lost to CAG. Now, sometimes I guess there's the added benefit that for Chiefs, they just played the map. It's very easy to kind of then quick review it and be like, okay, here's the things we did wrong, and now we've got a chance to rectify. Going into the opening map, though, the confidence for Direwolves has to be take your opening map. Otherwise, if Chiefs take that map and then head over to Skyscraper, which they can be very good on, that could really unlock the series for Chiefs. So again, it puts a lot of emphasis on this opening map.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as you were mentioning, Chiefs have already had a warm-up on Cafe, so I think obviously any mistakes they made against KEG, they'll be like, okay, how are we going to adjust to it? But we also know KEG and Direwolves play things very differently. So my concern is that Chiefs might be preparing for something that KEG might do, but not what Direwolves will do. I mean, it's still a warm-up game for them per se, for Cafe, which they versed KEG on. But Direwolves, they get to go in something fresh, something new. They don't have to worry about what happened with FearX before, and they'll just be able to play their own game and try be as dominant and as precise as possible on their own map to get the rest of the series. So yeah, I think it'll be quite close because, yeah, Chiefs, they've got the practice already, but this is Direwolves' pick. They're obviously very confident in it. Yeah,
it feels like almost a clash of the styles there, where you've got one team that's just played it, another team that's prepped it and ready to go on it and see what they can bring, and it could be something very different to what CAG bring. Not too far away from the game starting though, so very quickly, I want your predictions, and then you guys can, I guess, take it from here. I'll just go straight over to you, Haz, and you guys can get into the game, but best of luck with this one, because it's going to be hopefully a barn burner.
We can only hope. Thank you, Xenox, our host, who is now going to pop out and, well, he can sit back, enjoy the game, write some notes as we get ready for this one. Bans are starting, and Spartan, as Xenox said, I guess predictions. I personally feel like this one could be, I'm going to say 2-1 Chiefs. I think we're going all 3 maps. What about yourself?
I think it will definitely go 3 maps. I think Direwolves might just pick out Chiefs, but I think it really depends what happens in this first game. I think if Direwolves lose this first game, I think Chiefs will most likely win. But if Chiefs don't lose this, I think it might be a bit more on the 50-50, because obviously this is Direwolves' map. Got some
yeah, these are the sides. Yeah, the text chat coming through there.
Okay, let's focus on the bans. We've got a Twitch and a Kebi ban on the attacking side. So obviously, Cafe, there's a lot of util, a lot of anchor points to get through, similar to kind of like the Clubhouse vibe, where you have to get through these anchor points. So Twitch will be able to get rid of any of those extra details. Kebi will also mean there'll be a bit more of a roam game possibility. Velk, because it's such a tall map and you can see multiple floors with one Velk camera, and there's a lot of vert on these things, I think that's a very smart ban. And then Mirror, very annoying top floor, very annoying middle floor. You can get all very creative in base ban or middle floor as well. So very solid bans from both sides here. Chiefs, they'll be starting on the defense, and they've opted to go top floor here, and they've got a castle to kind of anchor down, make sure no one goes through windows and whatnot. But they've also got a Solace and a Vigil, so I think they'll be lurking middle floor, making sure no one can get in below. And with the Solace, if the round drags on, can become very, very powerful to deny plant just in the last 10-15 seconds of the round.
10 seconds to insertion.
And those are always the big toe. Well, the last 10-15 seconds, I guess it'll be dependent what we'll see, what we'll hear in some of these turns. We saw Direwolves, they like some fast-paced plays. And whoa! Thinking of fast-paced. Hello, Jigsaw wanders on out. First 8 seconds. Says, thank you, mother, for the chickens. And Joe doesn't even know what hit him.
What a very quick first one. And that's their Lion, so they won't be able to track will stop people moving in. And I think that line had nades as well, so that's a bit of their util clear gone as well, instantly at the start of the round. That's going to be really good for Chiefs right now. Divals though, they've made their way to the roof with obviously one casualty, and Cafe being such a util heavy, somewhat bunkery, that's going to have a really big impact later in this round. They've brought a Kali as well to deny things. Jigsaw taken down by Souffle. No more Azamis or keeper barriers up. So a really good early pick as well from Dival's side. Jigsaw won't be able to keep those keeper barriers popping up throughout the round.
Yeah, so that at least trade backs a nice look in there for Direwolves. They make it into the 4v4 situation, and they're aware of at least where a couple of these players might be sitting around here for Chiefs, as Quiz holding the stairs, has to be worried about what's coming from outside as well. Checking these angles, they're just above him on both sides. Waiting to see what might come through, and it's Seal who delivers that kill onto Tex. And just like that, the early work, the early pick came through from Jigsaw. No longer a factor. 4v3, Direwolves take control of this round a little.
There's a lot of people on drone at the moment, trying to get a bit more intel of where those last players are. As we see Kali just jumped into piano, and they're in shop already. So they're just starting to put a bit more pressure on that side and going into the actual side, opening up those angles, those walls to go for a plant. As we see, they're already in plant position. Seal with the Habana. I'm not sure if Chiefs are aware though that the plant has just gone straight down, even though they had the Solus who decided to walk up the staircase at the wrong time. Left in 4v3 to post plant.
Yeah, those are the kind of things you really can't be allowing to happen. Unfortunately, it's going to come back to cost them in this round, it seems. 4v2, 25 seconds, and Giga Chad just landing the next shots as well. Beautiful stuff there. It's all left on Quiz. And time, if that doesn't get him, it'll be one of these four players as they all start to come in all around. And Direwolves, they lost an opening play within 8 seconds, but then they were absolutely fantastic from there. Almost close to that flawless as they get the first round on the board. Their map pick on the attacking side. Exactly how they want to start things off.
Chiefs with the early pick there too, with Jigsaw at the very start, and was still being able to capitalize and get a win out of that round, particularly upstairs as well, which tends to be the more or the stronger defense site. And that was Chiefs' primary pick as well. Divals will be very, very happy right now just to start things off, particularly on their own map. And we've seen at the start of some of the other matches against Fearx, we saw they struggled a little bit. But Direwolves, they're getting straight into it at the very start. So this is what Direwolves really likes to see. Chiefs, though, unhappy with their top floor, going down to the kitchen site. And they've decided to bring a few site denial operators. So we've got a Goyo and a Smoke to delay time. Once again, we've got the Azami as well. A lot of little angles you can hold on this side. But they've also got the Maestro, so unless Direwolves really clear out those Maestro chems, which they have a Brava to potentially do so, that could be detrimental later in the round. They've also got a Buck and a Ram, so I think they'll be doing a little bit of Vert unless they decide to go for a good play here, as we see two of the Direwolves players rappelling up to the roof.
Jigsaw downstairs does have a pretty decent angle for it, but no one walking his direction as Direwolves, as you said, start to go from the aerial side of the roof, work their way in, droning out as well, trying to find any of these chief lurkers. There's a couple who are hanging around on some of these upper floors, and that needs to be a difference maker for them this round. They found an opener, but when they got into the gunfights in the mid rounds is where they struggled, unfortunately, their Chiefs. So find one, convert, move on to the next as Direwolves start to clear out these top floors.
Dive's now starting to get vert control, and there's still 2 minutes left of the round, so really good pacing. But Chiefs wasn't too concerned about holding upstairs. There were no roamers top floor. I think there were maybe 1 or 2 people lurking on staircases, but they've gone all the way back down and just holding hard on the ground floor here. Direwolves, though, I think they're very aware of all the util. Jigsaw, though, taking down Joe straight away. There goes the Deimos, so won't be able to see any extra intels of where these operators on the defense are holding. But Direwolves, they're still just getting the vert at the moment, seeing what info they can. Which, as we saw, Chiefs, they're not backing down with any fights. They're making sure Direwolves can't get intel for free here.
Yeah, he's not had a great start to this one, Joe. Popped dead in 8 seconds flat at the start of the game, and then hasn't had a chance to really impact too much into this round as he's caught off. That's a really nice angle for Jigsaw. Unfortunately, can't find the next one. And again, these mid-round kills, they fall in the favour here of Direwolves, and it's going to be Jigsaw is left all by his lonesome there. Giga Chad will find himself the double. And 44 seconds left on the clock. Once again, they find themselves in a 4v2 situation. Cairo and Oda need to find something right now. Has not been the start that Chiefs were hoping for here. He might be able to the first here as a barrel around the corner, but he can't connect, and that might force him to fall away. Here it is. Pika gets themselves their double, and now Oda is left with it all to do, and it's just not happening. 2 very solid rounds here to start off for Direwolves. 2-0 lead. They are liking this, and, well, considering this team, they last map, they were slow starters. They've definitely come out of the blocks all fist raging. Looking very nice here.
Very, very strong in the mid game. As we, like the start, they're a little slow just trying to get in, but this is also cafe, so it takes a while just to get in the building and start droning because of how it's designed. But Direwolves, they're really good at, once they get into the mid game and they start opening up things, they use those drones to get the info they need to take on those picks. And as we saw, I think it was Jigsaw playing the whiskey bar downstairs. We had 3 Direwolves members pinching him to make sure that he got caught and died at the end of the round there. So I think Direwolves, once again, I kind of mentioned this before, when they go for attacks, they play really well together. They communicate together, they get aggressive at the same time and use that util very well. Chiefs there, they got a few early picks as we've seen before. Jigsaw taking down Joe twice at the start of the round, but not able to capitalize on that man advantage. They have decided now to go to the third site, the tertiary site that they've chosen, reading and dining, hoping to just catch Direwolves out. Oh, and Super able to take down an Echo drone already. That's a very decent pick there. But as we see, Chiefs, they've got Echo, they've got a Pulse as well. So unless Direwolves move quickly, which we have seen them before, Chiefs will have the advantage, particularly in the last parts of the round here.
The advantage is what they've been using very nicely so far, Direwolves. Early. It's not been in their favour, but the mid-round fights, 2 times we've seen so far, 4v4 or 5v4 has turned to a 4v2 very, very quickly. Chiefs losing those initial 2 sites as well. You're on your 3rd one here, and they know if this doesn't connect, this is just problems all around for them. 3-0 start here for Direwolves is what they're hoping for, and already got some decent momentum forward into the house here. On Chiefs can stop them, and it's not going to be Cairo. Seals delivers the opening kill there. Jigsaw will at least get that trade back. Again, we're in the 4v4. Someone needs to come through this time for Chiefs.
Tech selecting to bail from the bathroom upstairs and head towards cocktail site and dropping all the way down in white. Jigsaw, though, with the 2nd kill of the round, opening it up a little bit more for Chiefs here. Direwolves, though, just taking control of top 4, making sure no one's here anymore. A minute remaining, though, and they've just got top 4. They don't have too much vert potential with the sledge who's gone at the moment, but they've still got breaching charges and they're still taking their time making sure that they can get into sight. There is a lurker though in pillar. I'm not sure if they're aware that Jigsaw is lurking here. Oh, and they're going straight for plant.
They are, and they're walking straight into the arms of Jigsaw, has got themselves all the kills they can hope for. Pika will get one back. 30 seconds left now, but numbers, the trades, the angles, it should be good enough here as Quiz with a nice double to finish. And the Chiefs respond. They're on the board here for our lower bracket final. Remember, I guess it's the lower bracket, technically round one of that. And for anyone who's tuning in, the loser of this series is out. So the last chance qualifier for them, the journey is over on day one. So plenty to play for. And Chiefs, they needed that one, and they delivered to make it 2-1 after 3.
Very good patience there by Chief. They did a little bit of aggression at the start, trying to scare Direwolves off, but then Direwolves was forced to push into those crosses, which we saw Jigsaw able to get a few at the very start. And then once they had the man advantage, they all stayed still. They all hid, forcing Direwolves to use their entire time up and trying to go for an execute, which obviously got shut down by Chiefs. So I think that's a great first round for Chiefs to start getting their things and their rounds going. That was their tertiary side as well. So hopefully with that win, they can get more confident with playing their main side, the secondary side, and get a few rounds back up. Direwolves.
We're hoping for there. Again, the fact that they lost the initial sides that they'd probably feel a little more confident in, but then deliver on the tertiary, give them that confidence that the first couple, just a couple of missed plays, missed shots, you know, you warm back up into the series after a bit of a break. You need to make sure that you're on and ready to go. That last round, hopefully has done that just for them as outdoors bits, windows opened up, and Chiefs are more than happy to have a little peek around. As the Direwolves waiting on the other side, and Jigsaw already into a fantastic start for this series. 5 kills the first 3 rounds, and they're really active. Well, the Chiefs players, a lot of movement going on around on the floors.
Yeah, definitely. Direwolves, they're just once again taking their time and being very methodical with their take of piano here. You get people on the rappel, cast barricades off, looking at where that utility, as we see, they've just naded the shield off of Pixel and piano as well. So not too worried about things just yet. They're still trying to just get the info where everyone is. But this is where it might be really good for Chiefs. As we saw last round when Chiefs won, they just delayed and then hid. Where Direwolves, they once they want to go, they go really fast. But that delay could be really bad for Direwolves.
Start to make their way closer in towards the downstairs areas, but again, time seemed like an issue in the first couple of rounds, but it didn't actually worry them much in the end. But these first fights and kills might, as Tex delivers onto GigaChad, that opening kill there. The second might have been there for Quiz, misses a few shots, and Jogor makes him pay. Jigsaw the immediate trade, Seal, Souffle, 3v2, just like that. Once again, Direwolves, when they're called upon in the mid-round, they are doing what needs to be done. 3v2, 43 seconds, and Tex is deleted. And now Cairo gets a register of kills so far this map, and it's not going to happen in round number 4. Direwolves once again out to that 2-round advantage, 3-1, and another solid round.
Yeah, very, very coordinated by Direwolves. They know how to coordinate that attack. I'm very surprised 2 people jumped in that Whitehall window, and then Quiz unable to shut down one of them, let alone 2. But Direwolves, they're always with pairs, they're always pushing together at the same time, which obviously Chiefs very unhappy. So now they're going to a timeout. They've lost 3 defenses, which on Cafe it does tend to be more defender sided a lot. But yeah, no, Chiefs, they would be sweating right now. We see Oda and Cairo haven't got a kill on the board yet. Tex got 1. It's really Jigsaw's game at the moment, which he did win them that round as well. I think the rest of Chiefs need to wake up to be able to win this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at how that's all basically set down for us here, not being able to take at least your defensive side with the maps is going to make it struggle. Again, it's sort of the mid bits where Chiefs, I think they're going out for the aggression. They got that early kill in the first round. And I think Direwolves are just starting to, they've learned a bit. They feel like, I mean, going off what we've seen now from 4 rounds, to them, they'd just be like, well, you know, we'll let them do their aggression, walk around, try and bait some utility out of them. And then they're more than happy to actually take the fights after that. Because so far, as you said, like some of the players here for Chiefs just haven't quite woken up here. And that's just the Angels. Direwolves are just taking those. They're playing together really well when they come in the attacks. The trades are there. And Seal and Pika have been the factor so far. 6 kills for Pika, 5 for Seal. And this is what they need as well with that last series where they were good in patches and they played well as a team, but they didn't have that one player who stood out entirely, who was that sort of game changer. But here, Pika and Seal doing exactly that at the moment.
Chiefs opting to go upstairs for the 3rd time, in which they've really decided to have as much utility as possible on the piano side with the Kiva barriers, the Aruni gates, the castle barricades, and they have Womaitis, I believe, lurking around in piano as well, as we see Womaitis actually playing in the bathroom. So they really don't want to give up piano, which, as we've seen, Direwolves, they've gone for a piano take the last 2 rounds, and they have won the last 2 rounds. So Chiefs trying to adapt to Direwolves' take here. Direwolves, though, they tend to have an answer for what Chiefs are doing, though.
Again, they're just hoping. Find something early, get that information. Quiz and Jigsaw playing closer together there with Cairo as well, who's on that stairs, and Cairo is completely unaware. Pika just walks on up, takes that kill, and can just duck back down as well. Nothing that Chiefs can do, no chance of the trade, and another perfect start for Direwolves.
5v4 start, opening up the windows again, causing that pressure, but getting that opening pick is huge for Direwolves. Because every other round, I think Chiefs have had that opening pick, and Direwolves are still capitalized, so now they're in the advantage, and they're still doing the same methodical approach, just getting rid of the util that's needed, making sure they're taking the space, and then, as we see now, they're about to execute all together. Oh no! Well, that's one way to execute together.
Well, that's not really a team kill. That's just self-sabotage as Tex and Pika trades across the board. And, oh, Joe, that might be something you come to regret, as now Chiefs 3v2. They've got themselves the lead in this round, and Oda deletes Pika. Jigsaw gets Seal. And, well, a bizarre self-kill. A suicide with a nade, and Chiefs will take that every day of the week. Misplay from Direwolves and Joe, and Chiefs punish them for it.
Yeah, that's never a good thing to see.
I mean, we didn't see it as well, so we're not entirely sure what's happened there. Like, if it's a missed throw, if he's been like shot and then just panicked, and who knows?
But
doesn't
Chiefs,
look good on the
pick
kill
up their
feed.
second round. I mean, Direwolves, once again, they were setting up for a really good execute. Chiefs, I think, were a little bit more prepared, despite the self-nade as well. I think they were prepared for the walk-ups and stuff, which Direwolves decided to do. Although the knock, I think, caught Chiefs off guard a bit, being able to crouch walk up White and take down Cairo. Chiefs, though, they finally won the top floor. Now they're going to their second site that they chose, which is kitchen site. And they've changed up their operators a little bit. They've got a Mozzie for anti-drone, a bit more flexible as well. I see Jigsaw's also upstairs roaming around a bit. And they have the Goyo to delay things as long as possible. Direwolves, looks like they've got a very similar setup to what they used last time when they went for this site here. They are opening at bakery side here. And they're all focused bakery side at this point. Though we do start seeing them go to the roof now. So just causing a bit of invisible pressure.
It's sort of bizarre to think as we start to enter this round. I mean, 3-2, it feels like Direwolves have completely dominated this half overall in most aspects yet. Chiefs have a chance here to have this equal at 3 apiece, which they will take considering some of the rounds that have been against them in favour of the others, as Cairo hunting, looking for his first kill at the moment. He is deleting a few of the drones that are on the ground there. Nade goes out towards the far window. Just delay for a little bit longer. His position is relatively known, but they have to worry about the other two that are doing damage. Jigsaw and Odoitsu doing work. And this round is, well, basically done with still 1:40 left on the clock. Souffle and GigaChad still trying to get some openings, still trying to actually make their way into these buildings, and it has all fallen apart here for Direwolves. Souffle now spotted out. He's getting fired upon. He does swing beautifully down towards stairs. An opportunity presented, and he will delete Oda. The Chiefs, they don't need to do any massive misplays here. Hold their angles and just trade out. But as I say that, GigaChad gets Tex. A minute left on the clock. It's just a little opening. And Direwolves, they don't need much to punish teams.
2v3, 1 minute remaining. Direwolves just taking their time a little bit to get a little bit more vert, see if they can get anything. And Souffle gets Jigsaw on the flank as well, bringing it back to a 2v2. This was a 4v2 to start off with. 40 seconds left though, and it does look like they're going for a second flank quiz. But did get spotted out by Souffle.
Yeah, now the pressure on these two players. I mean, Cairo didn't look like he had to do anything this round. All of a sudden, still on 0 kills. It's going to be called upon here as Direwolves. This was a 4v2, 5v2 situation, but Quiz gets that one back. And now GigaChad, low HP, just needs to tap some heads. Hope there's some angles presented. 12 seconds, also needs to plant diffuser. Too many angles to look to clear. And Chiefs breathe a sigh of relief. They will lock away the round. And in the end, we are tied at the half as we switch.
I think Chiefs would be very happy about that, seeing how Direwolves did seem very dominant at the mid rounds. Not necessarily that round though. Chiefs played it very well, doing those extra flanks, and then also the vert play from Piano outside onto the bakery, outside the bakery. Chiefs played that very well, but they did, I think, get a little bit greedy towards the end of that round, just swinging a few bodies where they shouldn't have. But Chiefs able to close that and really making Direwolves play that time all the way. Really worked out for Chiefs. They have switched sides though, so things can switch very quickly, as we know. And Direwolves have decided to start upstairs again. So upstairs does tend to be the favorite site for every team at this point. They have a Clash who is hiding currently in the deep freezer section, if he can. So once again, I think hiding the pick. They also have the castle to help out with any window controls and whatnot, as we see him just shooting some glass off. So usually you shoot some glass off so you can hear better through the windows, just for those who don't know why people shoot glass off windows.
Oh, yeah, just shoot it. It's just annoying. Get it out of the way. Also, the shattered glass on the ground. For the attackers as they try to come in, you know, you've got to remove that few feet. It's quite annoying.
Yeah. Jigsaw with the first pick though. Immediately traded out though. 4v4. I'm not sure where that fight was, but I think it was below, I'd imagine.
I don't think it was around the glass area, but the chance they were fighting over something from there. But early fight, in the end, it leaves it in the 4v4. So nothing earned, nothing gained. At least when it comes to player advantage, at least for Chiefs, they get rid of one of the defenders. Well, they do lose Jigsaw, who has been their star so far. He's up to double digits on 10. Becker's not far behind on 8. Still a minute 40 left there. People still upstairs and trying to clear out these angles, and Oda goes swinging on in, sees some bodies, but all he cops is a bullet straight to the back of the head. Souffle puts him down. Direwolves take the advantage.
Seal again with another kill. Double kill this round. Quiz. Really stopping anyone from causing issues to, I think it's Joe on the mute. There is a player below who almost wallbangs Tex as well. Direwolves just running around Chiefs at the moment. Really forcing them to get aggressive.
Trying to make their way back in towards the site here. A minute left on the clock. I mean, the time's there. The problem really is they just don't have any opportunities to really break in, it seems. Direwolves have their spots locked away on the angles. Again, the only way it feels like any of this is changing if is that massive misplay or someone just goes peeking when they don't have a trade of over extra day. So they're 37 seconds and counting. Again, Direwolves hold, wait. It's all left on Kara and Tex. And the moment they go peeking around the corner, they're done.
Wow, that was a really good but aggressive hold by Direwolves there. As we see, Chiefs was doing everything right. They're getting on the windows, trying to clear these players out. But Direwolves, they obviously know how these positions are cleared. So Souffle just getting very aggressive on any of those Windows players, taking them off before they're able to get a kill. And I think Jigsaw going down early was obviously not a great sign for Chiefs, seeing as he's currently the highest fragger at the moment. Things can change, obviously. But, you know, really good hold, really good aggression and teamwork there by Direwolves. They have gone to now their second site, which is Kitchen. Once again, which is similar to what Chiefs was going. They have gone a little bit more on the flexibility route. They've got a vigil now to delay any drone work from maybe upstairs or middle floor. They also have a tuber route to delay any walls from getting open, which might be quite dangerous with the smoke and the Goyo in hand. So if Chiefs are going to try go straight through a wall, it might be more difficult than trying to go for third. I do see though Chiefs, they've got a black bit and the finger, stuff like that. And they're all outside of bakery at the moment, so it could be a bakery direct here. We'll just have to be careful about the smoke and the Goyo. And as we know, Seal is lurking with the boss, with the vigil upstairs, causing all sorts of issues or concerns.
Yeah, he's been quite useful with that so far. Taker's going to about to get a couple of people around him, but in the meantime though, Kairo's gone down. Jogor, nice opening kill there. Utility will start to make its way in, and if they are going to all push him for the same one here, things can get a little bit problematic for Chiefs if they don't clear out these angles properly, because there's a fair amount of the Direwolves players that are around these areas ready to take these fights. Again, their problem is they're locked away. You can see Jogor is going to be put down there, but just as they think it's fine to go in, Pika knocks down Quiz, and they can't even make their way into the building at the moment, being held out from all angles. And this is not what we're looking for, Chiefs, in the first two attacking rounds. Time to reset, but I'm just committed to this at this point. Joe, they're trying to flush him out as much as possible, but he is still just hanging around.
Survived 4 nades there as well, and because of the Goyo and the smoke, they haven't been able to capitalize on any of the nades. They've used all their grooms up as well, and Joe doesn't even have any ADSs or, well, my ADS. He's just bouncing and running around from those nades. So Direwolves in a really, really strong position right now, and time is ticking. As we see Tex get very aggressive, taking down Beacon and Jigsaw, and then Souffle bring it back to a 3v2.
Oh, good kills from Tex as they walk in through there. So just sort of say, bugger it. push in, see what we can get. In the end, they've given themselves a little bit of a chance here. 3v2, Diffuser's picked back up as well. Bomb sites right in front of them. Problem is they've got the upstairs to worry about. Jigsaw making their way in, and they are on fire at the moment. 12 kills now, almost a span through the wall as well. And now he's got to do it all. Giga Chad finds Tex, and almost a finishing blow there as well. 15 seconds. Probably needed that kill to come through because of Diffuser. It's left out in the open. 10 seconds now. The hallway's being covered for it. I just don't think there's time at this point, even if he gets back towards it. And it's just not happening. They won't give him the fights, and Giga Chad will come through and finish it off. And one-man army's not going to beat a team of 5. And it will be another round on the board. Direwolves have switched to the defensive. Very solid start here. 5-3 now. And Chiefs, they need one of these attacking rounds to hit. And maybe on the tertiary site, they've got a chance.
I think Chiefs walked straight into Direwolf's plan of defense. As you saw, Direwolves, I was mentioning, they have the smoke, they have the Goyo, and the Tuberel, so all delaying horizontal push here. And then Chiefs decided to try go for a horizontal take there, which, unless they were super aggressive to try sneak past the smoke and the Goyo at the start, we saw there was such a delay of them just standing outside Bakery, not doing anything for almost a minute and a half of just that delay. And they weren't able to get Joe out until that very last push, which by then they lost too many bodies to really capitalize on just taking that Bakery.
10 seconds remaining.
But as you mentioned, tertiary site, Chiefs has a really good opportunity of getting this round, as usually tertiary site tends to be the weakest site for multiple reasons. Maybe team's not confident on it, but also usually there's structural reasons why it's considered the weaker site. Divals, though, as we've seen, they've been flawless already with their 2 defenses. Maybe they get another round on this defense to keep it flawless. Chiefs, looks like they're... Well, we've got Jigsaw and a few people on the roofs now, just causing all sorts of problems in the windows. Trying to make sure that they can clear as quickly as possible.
And they want to try and get in. Pace has been relatively quick. It just hasn't worked out for them so far. And it really just is the team side of things. It's not happening, but going well. The man who's been dragging them along so far in this map, Jigsaw, he's already out of the round, done. So, what's the rest of the Chiefs squad got for them here? 2 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time. For Direwolves, they won't care there. Already another opener. They seem absolutely locked in here on the defensive, but then Quiz just pops around the corner. Gets it straight back into the 4v4, and he's getting aggressive again. Some spots almost hit there. Needs that kill, but it's not happening. Giga and Seal with a double as well. Oh, and this hit's falling to pieces. Chiefs attacking side here is just not looking like it's going to be able to do the job. It's all left on Oda in a 1v4. He finds one, knows the seconds behind the wall there, but there's so many other angles. Has to keep in mind. Time is available. He's just slowly walking into this one. It's being watched pretty closely. Doesn't matter if it is, though. Diffuser's picked back up. 60 seconds. There is still a chance for this to happen here.
It's definitely got plenty of time to work with. I don't think the drone directly into a meat jammer and then but he's picked up 2 kills already, and he's got the LMG, which obviously unlimited bullets means he can probably shoot both of them in the same round. But Pika and Souffle, knowing where he is, as we see, I believe one of them has also retaken upstairs, just causing issues if he goes for any plants. Oda's inside though, and he's going for a... Oh, it's a fake!
It's a fake, and almost a hit as well there. He's moved on to the B-side one here, and he's getting aggressive. He knows there's one tucked in the corner. They're just trying to delay as much as possible. And Souffle delivers. Got a little hairy towards the end there, but Direwolves, they will make it 3 on the trot now. And they will have map points available to them. take a 1-0 series lead in this elimination match. Remembering, losing team goes home. If it's Chiefs, well, they're already home, so they don't have to worry about that. But I would imagine Direwolves don't want to get back on the plane too early. Try and stick around for day 2. And they've got a great chance here. Match points, 3 opportunities to try take their map pick. And I just feel like it's going to happen here. The Chiefs just don't seem to have an answer on this attacking side at the moment.
Yeah, they've definitely been struggling a little bit with their team plays, but they've now seen how Direwolves plays their defense. They've gotten a bit of experience on each of the maps, which obviously, or each of the sites, which Direwolves has won. But it does look like Direwolves is playing a very similar setup to what they did last time they were top floor. So Chiefs hopefully are reading into this and figuring out a strategy to work around what they've seen before, and then how Direwolves have slightly adapted to this round. Ooh. We have a Ying on the board from Tex, so maybe looking for a little bit more aggression, or at least being able to clear positions out a little bit easier, because obviously if a Ying Candela gets anywhere, the player will most definitely be blind, unless it's a Warden, which Direwolves don't have a Warden on the board. So this might be a game changer if Tex can get those Candelas in the right positions and the team can utilize off those Candelas.
If being the greatest word we could ever use for basically anything when it comes to esports, sports, just life in general. If is always that big one off to the side, but they need something to happen here, Chiefs, because, well, pretty simple outcome. You lose this round, map 1's done. After they looked shaky, but they still managed to 3-3 on the defensive hole, but Direwolves have looked fantastic here, and this will be a little bit quicker. Jigsaw once again, the leading man. He's been finding the kills. It almost feels like if he's out of the round, Chiefs are going to struggle to find anything else. Direwolves holding their positions, 140 left to go in this round. They're more than happy to have these sites available to them. Angles stick there. Don't need to be overly aggressive with it either. Chiefs, are they starting to make their way in towards these sites?
A lot of pressure in piano, and they've managed to clear out anyone actually playing in piano, as we see Cairo starting to get aggressive shop, and we see Jigsaw bottom red at the moment. But they're still on the roof, and there's still people on the rappels. I'm not sure how... And we also have the Clash just lurking there, as we see Ying's going out, but Giga able to take down one, and the plant was attempted but taken off as well. Oh, but it goes down to a 3v3.
Cairo coming alive there, a double. They haven't found many kills in this map, but they need them more than ever now. And Joe, he's found himself a double as well. Oda put away. And again, they're in this awkward position. They managed to get the diffuser up, and oh, the tangle, the timing. Joe doing the work. And it's left on Cairo. Triple is converted. He needs an ace if he wants to keep this map alive. The head's presented a quad for Cairo. This could be happening here. Our first ace of the weekend. Souffle holding 17 seconds. He knows this has got to come from Cairo. He's the one who's going to put this together. We'll start the plant of the diffuser. They're reading this perfectly. Whoa. They get the job done. Cairo, oh, so close, but it's not enough. And Direwolves convert their map pick. A flawless defensive hold, 7-3. And they put Chiefs just one map away from being eliminated from this APAC last chance qualifiers.
That was a very close round, almost a clutch from Cairo there, but as we saw, Dire was very, very dominant on their defense. They did not lose any defenses on Cafe, but that was their map pick. So I feel like that's going to be a good boost for Direwolves moving in. Chiefs, obviously, they played it before and lost to KAG, and now they've lost to Direwolves as well. But it's not their map. They still have their map coming up, and then obviously the decider if we make it there. So I think they won't be obviously too happy for losing that one, but it's not the end of the game for them.
No, it isn't. They're yet to win a map so far today, Chiefs, and if they want to continue on this last chance qualifier journey, then they'll have to make it 2 in a row. We'll be back with map number 2 after this short break.
Well, I'm not sure Haz is live or aware, but welcome back.
Sorry. Off of my own world, thinking about the last map as you do. But yes, welcome back, everyone. It's the second map about to get underway soon for Chiefs and Direwolves. And well, for Chiefs, the equation is pretty simple: win or go home, as they are already all home. Well, we've made that joke already, but they have yet to win a map today, and they didn't look like they were going to get anywhere near it on Direwolves' map pick. They managed to even things at 3-3 on their defensive side, but just never had a look on their attack. And Direwolves were systematic in shutting them down.
The Direwolves definitely knew exactly what they wanted to do and executed everything to their plan. All their executes were at the same time. That was an unfortunate self-nade, which got Chiefs around as well. But Direwolves just extremely dominant and punishing Chiefs when Chiefs made those mistakes. But hey, that was map 1. We're up to map 2, which is Chiefs' pick. So it's all on Chiefs right now to see how they go. They haven't won a map yet, but if they're going to win one, it has to be now. Otherwise, yep, they're going to bed.
Yes, no, they've got just have not been themselves today. Just looking through the map from before. I mean, just the one there. It's the individuals that are making plays, and there's a couple of bits and pieces that you can see. You know, this was the team that did so well at the last major, but at the moment it's just not happening. As we have a look at some of those like KD kills, and you just look at Direwolves, it was again their classical team performance we saw in our first series of the day. Two-Flay, Seal, Pika, Phil. I mean, they're all around like 10-9 kills. Joker was the only one who didn't, you know, go positive. And then you look to the other side there, Jigsaw 12 and 8. Just didn't have anyone else going with him though.
Yeah, and Jigsaw with a 4-2 opening kill as well, really trying to carry the team, but unfortunately just, they didn't mesh today. Well, they didn't mesh this game, but hopefully they pull themselves together for their map, which is going to be Skyscraper, as I believe. Yes. Which I don't think we've seen Skyscraper today out of all the matches, so this will be a good refreshing map for both teams as well. So obviously if Chiefs has picked it, they're very confident with Skyscraper, so hopefully they can pull something out that they haven't done so today.
Yeah, again, it's going to be the close quarters, which I think Direwolves will still be pretty happy to play anyway. Remembering that Bank is that map number 3, and whether or not we do get there, that's going to be an interesting discussion point. But just looking at this one, you know, Skyscraper for Chiefs, what do they have in store for us? And again, it will come down to the first half, their attacking side. They're the ones that have to come through momentum. And for Direwolves, they just have to replicate what they did in the first game, where, you know, last series, they were a bit slow out of the blocks, and it did cost them until the maps, but map pick there, they were solid. They were the ones who were putting, you know, the rounds together solid. Didn't really look like they were going to get fast or like turned around at all, especially when they got to the defensive side there. So Chiefs basically just have to replicate that. They're looking for that 3-4, if not an advantage, at least a half, where they can feel like, you know, we've done enough momentum here and we know what we can do and what we need to hold when it comes to the defensive side of Skyscraper. But yeah, it's kind of, I feel like it's kind of bizarre for a lot of people thinking that, you know, Chiefs, they're one map away from getting eliminated.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously there's a lot of Chief fans around, particularly in Oz, which all the players are here. And we've seen time again, they made it to the major last time. But yeah, it's a very big surprise that they're only one map away from being the first one eliminated out of this last chance quals.
Yeah, well, if they are going to do it, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep. And for Direwolves, this is the opportunity. I mean, it's in front of them now. They've got 2 chances, and they're the first one presented with it to progress through the lower bracket. Of course, the other game that's happening on Rainbow Six Bravo, that is between Fear and CAG Ahsoka. That is a character from Star Wars, not the name of the town in Japan. Close. I mean, it's right there. Hey, it mix it around. But if you want to catch up with that one, the winner of that, of course, is going through to the grand final tomorrow. The loser
will play the winner of this series tomorrow as well. So plenty to watch through there. Plenty to still see what's happening on this side. But Jigsaw achieves. He needs someone else to run with him. Who's that going to be?
We'll have to see what happens. I mean, Cairo, he spent a lot of that game on 1-0 kills, so that last round he got 4, so maybe it's his time to start warming up and getting into the action with this guy.
Yeah, it's probably someone that runs along with it, and I guess in this form for Direwolves, again, team players what work for them best. They don't need someone who's playing massive, 10 or so like a 15, 16 kills sort of map for one of them. Everyone just sits in the 10 and 9. Our boy Joe, as long as he doesn't nade himself, they should be looking pretty to try and get this one done in a 2-0.
I think Jigsaw hunting down Joe one of those rounds. I think that early shutdown from T3 really obviously had an impact there. They'll have to try and replicate it on Skyscraper. Now Skyscraper, it's very defender-sided. Chiefs starting on attack because of their map pick, and Diamonds chosen to their defense to start off with. But it's kind of similar, as you were mentioning. It's very close quarters. It's a lot of hallways, somewhat like Cafe. But there's a lot of balconies, a lot of window cutoffs to jump in, and then just you could even be on the rappel and just cutting off a complete floor rotate. So there's a lot of opportunities on the attack to make sure defenders can't run around, but sometimes defenders don't need to run around. There's a lot of good anchor spots to be seen. As we have a look at the band, so Dekebi band, you probably could hear a Dekebi call halfway across the map because it's a very small map, so will allow the defense to roam a little bit more. It's banned Maverick. Now there's a lot of little walls and pixel angles and other things you can do with Maverick, particularly if the defense want to be very anchor heavy, but obviously they've opted to get rid of the map, so they might play the Tuber Rail and Bandit. They've also got rid of the Clash, which they played Clash before, but not on this map. There's a lot of doorways. And Chiefs, getting rid of Bandit. So obviously Mav is banned, so that would make getting through walls really hard. But they have decided to ban Bandit so they can at least get through some walls without worrying about a Tuber Bandit, a Kate, and a Mute on the same wall. As we are seeing, there's a tech pause. Yes.
Yes, I saw old Maniac Monday pop up in the chat there for a tech pause. She's supposed to be hosting this thing, but other duties, of course, calling him to try and make sure this all runs incredibly smoothly. We'll just have a little bit of a pause here, and I guess we have been presented with all the picks for each player here going into the first round. Any surprises there at all, do you, Spartan?
Okay, let's start defense side. Nothing too surprising. They want to bring the Cade, so getting through walls might be a little more difficult, particularly on Karaoke T. They might want to hold across the map as well, so there's a lot of walls to get through. On the attack, they've brought the Deimos. I really like the Deimos pick because you can pretty much vert almost everything on this map from below or above as well, and just having that free intel in such a close quarter map, very powerful. And as we see, Divers don't have a Mute in their lineup, so Deimos should be able to get a lot of intel off that. Oh, we've lost Seal.
That's, I think, why we had the tech pause. Seal has disappeared from our view. Hopefully won't be too far away from rejoining. Just probably some connection issues there. Or something to do with the PCs. Oh, because I'm not entirely sure. With the, okay, they're all falling off now. The Direwolves 2 down, 3 to go. You got Chad, Jogor, and Pika. They're all that remain at the present time, and we're going to cut back to ourselves because,
I mean,
not much use staring at a screen where there's not much going on. I guess you get to stare at a screen where we've got our lovely faces back on the side here, but hopefully that'll be fixed up in a very short time, and we'll be right back into map number 2. But yeah,
Well, I guess what else we've got to discuss at this point. We went through all the opening stuff. We've gone through and analysed what each player had picked as an agent, and now we're back here. I guess that's a good way to do it. Production just gives us what has happened so far. If you are joining us for the first time, of course, the upper bracket games were streamed here and also the Rainbow Six Bravo channel. Osaka knocking Chiefs down in 2-0 fashion. We had the Direwolves and Fear game. Fear coming out for that one 2-1. And as we can see now, Fear have actually taken the lead against Osaka. They're up 1-0 after the first map. And of course, our game here, Direwolves up 1-0 against Chiefs. So Fear are 1 spot away from a grand final and a chance at qualification tomorrow. And of course, Direwolves 1 spot away from eliminating Chiefs and continuing a lower bracket run.
Yeah, definitely. It's all the pressure on Chiefs at the moment. Obviously, Direwolves, they still want to get through the game and win 2-0. That would be very nice for Direwolves, not having to worry about going to bank, because both teams lost bank previously. So, I mean, hopefully, if we do go to bank, there'll obviously be someone who wins bank. But they both had a warm-up on bank. They've both seen how the other teams have dismantled their strategies. So I think if we do go to the third map, it will be very close because they've both got that practice already today.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, where we were discussing how these teams, they're close call. They prefer the tighter maps where, you know, you're in the hallways, it's not as open, and Banker's unfortunately not that. It is everything off to the side. So I guess that's just the question for it, is which team is that going to prefer, you know, playing into that situation. I guess if you want to do off the rounds, Chiefs did get more there on bank than Direwolves did against Fear. In fact, they were really just run down for a fair bit of it as well, because they just never really got going on the attacking side, which bank, you usually tend to feel like it's going to be an attacking side of map, because there's just more chances for defenders to walk into attackers' crosshairs.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we didn't get to see CAG versus Chiefs and see how they played their bank. But at least with Direwolves, yeah, Fearix kind of walked all over them with how their aggression worked, which, as we've seen with Chiefs so far, I don't think they have this, like, the same style of aggression as they did with Fearix. So it would be, I think, quite a refreshing game for both of them to go against these different styles on bank. Because once again, bank, very old map, so every team be quite flexible with their styles on bank, just to see. I mean, you could come up with everything. As we saw, there's bunker strategies, there's roam strategies, and because it's so large, teams can get away with some sneaky things too. Maybe like a knock walking up, which is why we saw a knock ban last time on the bank game against Fear X with Demon. With Direwolves, I keep saying.
One of the 4 teams there.
Yeah.
The closest ones.
I guess other things to talk about are really powerful operators on Skyscraper that we might get to see a lot of the rounds. So Azami, very strong on Sky, just because the cross sections of Drum and Shrine upstairs, they're very hard to get into, as there's usually only one direct doorway to push into that angle. So I think we'll see a lot of Azamis just blocking off half the map, making sure the attackers can't just walk in doorways. On the attacking side, I think we might see a few shields, just because of those doorways. You need something that is indestructible to walk through those doorways, so they can't get shot by, say, an Azami holding some angles and whatnot. But otherwise, yeah, you can get quite flexible, quite aggressive on Skyscraper as well. For example, a black push up of Karaoke T, that tends to be a very, very fast take, which might catch a few teams off guard there.
Yeah, and I mean, pace might be something that Chiefs go for a bit more. Direwolves, I mean, they got caught off guard a couple of times through Chiefs' aggression and pace. Hasn't panned out as well as they probably would have hoped for a few more of the rounds, and
that's, will maybe it has scared them off a little more after, playing that more aggressive style and sort of falling back into defensive side of things. And I think if that is the case, you would probably favor Direwolves overall in that situation, because they seem just more like the average sort of team play where you just, you have your role players who are going to always just anchor. Maybe you have one or two that lurk. Chiefs, we saw they were very aggressive with a lot of lurk plays, especially early on in rounds. Didn't really lead to many rounds being converted off that. But at least having those opportunities, that's what presents there. If they can finally click, that's sort of what we're just waiting for. Something clicks, a few rounds in a row, players all coming together just to get everyone's, spirits up. Because, all things considered, you're looking on the face of elimination first day. I don't think everyone's, up and about right now.
Yeah, definitely. Not they'll. I mean, they have to get working together. The team has to come together with some strategies, with some aggression. Even in Cafe, like we've seen a few of their attack aggressions, and they weren't super coordinated, unlike compared to Direwolves, that is. But that was also Cafe as well. Maybe things will be different on Sky. Maybe they've practiced a few fast strategies or things to clear those key anchor points out in Sky. But they definitely need to pull something out. Otherwise, Direwolves will walk over them again.
Yeah, they can't allow that. If you're going to go home, at least go home in a competitive sense. Send it to OT at the very least. But yeah, just the idea of these attacking rounds that we're going to be seeing hopefully very shortly. They just need those openers. Just something that, gives a sign that, again, they're, the ones to be here. Because overall, if you're putting at least the power rankings, and I think all four teams have decent, strengths and weaknesses in all departments. But I think we came in and was thinking, Chiefs are sort of a one. Maybe you have a sort of a mix between the Osaka squad and Fear. You can swap them between 2 or 3, and then Direwolves are sitting at that 4th, power ranking spot. Not by a massive margin, by any means, but it just felt like out of how everyone got here, 2 coming through from invited, Chiefs, second closest, next to Gaming Gladiators, who of course had a pretty shocking run in the closed qualies, and then Direwolf, who scraped in from the open qualified 2, and then just proceeded not to lose a single map and dominated, teams like Elevate and Fury, who most people would have in front of them, but they just showed that they've got this. And especially with changes to them. I mean, we talked about Joe. He's only been in the team now for maybe a month, if close. So I think it was around the start of December he came in. So I mean, that's a pretty hard thing to do. Put this all together, go to a closed qualifier, and then you suddenly through. It's like, you're still going to be learning the strats. You're still figuring out what your role is on the team. It's not an easy job.
Definitely not. But he's showing up for what new team coming in. He's got to get used to the style that they play, and he's doing really well at the moment. I think looking back through their last chance quals, I thought it was quite ironic that they lost to Fury in the first last chance quals open qualifiers, and then they qualified through the second one, and then they managed to beat Fury to get into the final against Elevate. So, I mean, the kind of story revenge, but maybe it's also just the experience with the team. Obviously, Joe coming in. It's always a bit of a change when a new player comes in with their style, how they like to play different things, and kind of working together as a team. But I think it's really smoothed out. Divers are really working well together.
Yeah, they seem like team players, the one thing there for them, and they're putting it to good use. And, we talk about all the other teams that might have missed, might have come through. Again, very deserving of their spot to be here, and they know that, they can match it with the best ones. I mean, you take a map of Fear X, who, at the moment are currently up 1-0 in their, upper bracket final for the a spot in the grand final for tomorrow against the Osaka squad. So they're not going to be fussed by the teams in front of them, because they would feel they match them in enough with close to firepower. Again, they're also with team play, and they've got the strat book, and they've got the map pool that they can continue on. And then on the other side,
Well, we definitely thought that of Chiefs. I mean, for a squad that has basically just sort of come alive in the last sort of year. I mean, you take Oceanic Stage League 2, you go to the major in Montreal, you finish 9th, 11th. You go through the close qualifiers, you're beating the Gaming Gladiators, who most people would have had as that #1 Oz team coming into the last stage, coming into qualifications for this 6th Invitational as well. And that not working. I mean, maybe the pressure starts to get you a little bit, and that's why they just haven't been able to quite hit things through. And of course, speaking of the 6th Invitational, these are the last chance qualifiers, of course. These are the teams that are already at the major. And there are some pretty good squads in all these across the board.
Yeah, definitely. And from the APAC region, just highlighting that, we've got Scars, Talon, and then August already in. So obviously some of the Japanese teams, the Korean teams, Southeast Asian teams, they've all versed these other teams, and obviously they didn't make it straight through from the blast stage or the major spots with the SI points. But as we see here, they're showing up with this last chance call here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other one I think as well, I'm trying to remember there was the was it X Beast Coast that did the run through for the NA qualifiers? I don't know if I'm pretty sure it was for this one, or maybe that was the last major. The ones there.
I think they're still waiting to do the last chance calls in NA. So I think it was for the last major, but yeah, as we see, there are miracle runs that do happen.
Oh yeah, because I think most of these teams have either been possibly, I think most of them have just all been invited off the ranking system from either previous majors last year, wherever they're sitting in the world at the moment, which is always, you know, that's the best fun for it. But these 6 invitationals, of course, we've got today and tomorrow. There's still Europe and MENA. Very hard to pronounce there, I know. South America, North America, all those finals that still need to go on. And that makes it so much more fun to actually watch those ones and, you know, have that opportunity to see who will, you know, be able to do it back in for our next one in Boston. But for the time being, we're going to finally get into map number 2. Tech issues are fixed, and we are ready to see. Can Chiefs extend this all the way for the best of 3? Or are Direwolves going to get this one done and move on to the lower bracket final?
Direwolves opting to start out in Karaoke NT. Tends to be usually the first side everyone likes to go to. And we're mentioning with the Mav ban and the Bandit ban, we see Giga Chad on the Cade. So just going to hopefully delay any walls from getting opened from Chief's side here. And then, as I mentioned before, which we discussed, they've on Chief's side, they've brought a Blackbeard, easy to clear some shields and some spaces. We also have a Monty 6-pick as well, so another shield to kind of force their way through some doorways and take that space quickly.
These setups all ready to go. So Chiefs, I know this needs to hit early. They need to get some momentum swinging in their favour. Just make sure that they believe in themselves. They know they're good enough. They're here for a reason. They did well at the last major. But they need to try and put this onto paper now. As the Direwolves, I don't feel like they can just play their game. Defensive side, hold what they need to. Do some bits like that when they get out and about and some movement almost. Souffle getting some big openers there as Tex was around. Now has to fall away off that one, but Chiefs, they're getting their way in and they are walking into where 3 Direwolves players were standing. They're going to start falling back in towards the bomb sites.
Very aggressive play there with the shields, able to just jump in the samurai window and take half the map within 1 minute is very fast for Chiefs side here. But also Direwolves decided not to take that fight. They have the shields, they have the Azamis setting up here, and just going to be holding for site. As we see, there's also a Fenrir gadget which is constantly going off with the Monty in Shrine side. So I don't think Divers is too concerned about losing that space right now.
That opener will be traded out by Jigsaw. Was locked in the last map. Looks like he's going to continue with this one here. Now GigaChat is just has to fall away off that one there. The angle. Now he's sort of stuck down towards lower level stairs, so won't be able to help too much closer up, but then it's also just a bit of a distraction. Means the Chiefs have to put a few more players around for that, but it doesn't matter when Jigsaw just keeps getting these kills. Souffle gone, 4v3 situation now. Pace starts to pick up a little more here. They've got the player advantage, but they need to make sure they can convert off this opening round. Still locked in pretty nicely here, Direwolves, and a few of the angles, and GigaChat, who is still back around those stairs. He's gotten rid of Jigsaw. So the main man who says, well, they tell him to go and kill. He's done. Quiz balls as well. Joe and Seal, and just like that, it all falls to pieces. The last 3 kills in quick succession. And Direwolves the perfect start here on our second map. I'll take the opener and a 1-0 lead.
It was looking really good by Chiefs side here. They managed to take the space very fast, which Direwolves, obviously they had a plan to deal with the later push. As we saw the Fenrir gadgets going off, they had the Azamis and other setups there. They also had the yellow shotgun just waiting on that Shrine T door, which as we saw mowed down someone later in the round. But Chiefs, they took that space. They got Shrine and Drum. They were starting to take Geisha, but they stalled out a little bit, which, as we saw, Direwolves got aggressive and re-aggressed and took that space back, took down Jigsaw below, and then just collapsed on the rest of Chiefs. Yeah, so I think good patience there by Direwolves, but that was a really good start by Chiefs there.
I just need to actually convert those rounds from Povet again. It just feels like it's a Jigsaw. And he's just, well, it's basically like syphilis. He's pushing up the giant rock, and the rock is the rest of his teammates at the moment because it's just not happening. But still, it's the first round. Not going to be calling too much after just one as the C4 goes flying out from Jogo. Would have been nice if it was to hit. I mean, there's been enough C4 kills this evening. I mean, why not add one more?
Oh, definitely. So if Direwolves decided to go Expo Office, the other upstairs site here, and it looks like they're going for a very anchor heavy. They've got the Cade and the Tuberal to delay things. But Chiefs, it looks like they want to enter from below and get a lot of vert control, at least with the Deimos, as we see him tracking the Azami at the moment. Direwolves, they're not afraid to play wide though. It looks like 2 or 3 members are playing on the opposite side there. Well, Chiefs is really focused on the site side, the direct side here.
And some aggression out there from Direwolves as well, so getting that information that, at least from positions to the outside, that no one's on that balcony, at least the lower levels, for the time being. A minute 47. Again, not too many fights taken in the early stages here. Direwolves fall back a bit further in towards their sights. They're more than happy to have these angles. So we'll start here with Cairo. His other teammates, minute 30. They'll start to get themselves set up for this hit one that they know needs to be fruitful. But Oda's already gone.
5v4 with a minute and a half remaining. They have opened up the main walls, as we see there. But they're just trying to figure out how they're going to aggress into site and time this here. There's got 2 members, Jigsaw and Tex, below. And as we see, Kara is Ying, ready to flash out Office and potentially jump in the Samurai window here and get aggressive.
53 seconds and Jigsaw, once again, he finds himself a kill, gets one back here. Souffle out of the round. Now they'll start to get this movement getting together here. GigaChat holds down, Jigsaw gone. Nades flying across. Texas caught off guard from Pika, and nothing seems to be hitting, unfortunately, at the moment for Chiefs. 4v2 now. Forest still need to get in. They're just not being allowed. Pika's trying to get down. It is all too easy at the moment for Direwolves. Going back to the last snap as well, that was rounds in a row. And they have shut down the Chiefs' attacks both times here. They'll head to their tertiary site, but yeah, things just not clicking for Chiefs at the moment at all.
Direwolves was completely in control that entire round there. Even though Chiefs is trying to upset things with the vertical plays, Direwolves, they just sat on the concrete side of things, sat a little bit off-site. As we saw, I think 3 of them were across the map, just making sure no one would flank or jump in the back. And then Chiefs just got picked off one by one. Chiefs need to pull something new out here, otherwise Direwolves starting to run away with their Skyscraper defense. Tertiary site as well, so Chiefs got a chance, better chance than most.
I mean, at this point, what has to change? Like, either agent picks they're putting together here, or
I think it's a little bit of agents picks, but also their coordination. They have to get aggressive together at the same time, which I've seen like a few times on these defenses that we've seen. Some people get aggressive while others are not. Or they're holding too passively at the times, which then leaves those aggressive players to fight 2 or 3 Direwolves that are already getting re-aggressive on those situations. Like in the first round, they had that good aggression at the start where 2, 3 people were all focusing that clear and they're able to get that space really fast, but then they stalled out. So Chiefs, they need to keep the momentum going, keep that pressure with all of them focused with the same goal.
it seems like such an easy thing. You both say go from opposite sides, you're going together, but all those variables that work against them. And Direwolves, the utility usage has been really, really solid so far as Souffle just gets himself out. Will take a little bit of damage before he manages to escape, but again, Direwolves, they do a little bit of early aggression if they need to, maybe take a fight here or there, but overall, they're allowing Chiefs to come in, but then they, as you said, are controlling the narrative of most of these rounds really well, just playing a really solid defense. What have Chiefs got here? What can they do to try and break into these sites?
They've taken cash quickly, but the site is downstairs, so they have to be able to clear top floor a little bit faster, which as we see, they're starting to press, but the C4 able to shut down Tex on the Blackbeard. That's one shield wall gone. That's going to make the push in here a little bit harder. But Direwolves, they're just playing patiently. They don't have to take it, as we see the Monty going for the charge, but the free frags, but Oda picking up 2. Does go down though. 3v situation, but on the side of Direwolves at the moment.
Once again, the advantage there. Jigsaw's alive, so there's always a bit of hope in that department. Quiz alongside with him. And Direwolves, Giga Chad, he's up to 5. C4s from Direwolves. It's a match made in heaven so far from the 2 series we've watched. Fuser will be returned. 43 seconds. Missing that player. That drone gets some decent information, but it's all fine there. The spray, it's just not hitting. It's just not happening at the moment. Extra bit coming in here, and Jigsaw will have to activate. He finds Seal on the first one. 19 seconds time becomes the factor, and now it again is left on towards Jigsaw. Giga Chad's got himself a triple in this round. Beautiful stuff all around. Needs to keep picking these angles. He finds the head there of Joga. Oh, this is possible. Needs himself to pull it off here. Knows where the player was sitting, and Jigsaw pulls it off. Chiefs need a hero, and it is always this man jumping over the top. The shotgun delivers in some of the strangest game animation I think I've seen in quite a while. Definitely was over the table at that point there. And, well, to say they needed a round there would be putting it lightly for Chiefs. Jigsaw's the man, delivers. And they will make this one 2-1 after 3.
that round was won, obviously, off Jigsaw. But at the start of the round, Chiefs were doing what I was kind of talking about here, where all 5 members were on the expert side and the office side, and they all cleared that space really quickly. And then they got to Shrine and Drum, which we've seen is a very difficult place to get through. And they did decide to push all together at the same time, which obviously it still led to a man disadvantage, but that's also Skyscraper being very defender-sided hallway-ish. But that pushed together, they were able to open up and gain that space, which obviously led to eventually Jigsaw clutching up that round. But I'm seeing slow improvement of Chiefs' attacks here with the coordination, with their pushing speed, things that are working. They just have to be able to translate that into the primary and secondary round of Direwolves.
Well, it's that round. Sometimes you just need one. And again, you just need one that's a bit of a momentum shifter. I can just imagine a bit of sound as well. Boys will be getting around Jigsaw. Something to work with. Trap there as well as they get these drones out. So some solid information gathered there. The Direwolves, they'd still feel like they're in control of this one. And he lost the tertiary side. Oh, they swing out. And the bullets just sort of paint a picture around text there. Shield does the job. Now have to be careful the next one's all being pushed on that side. There has to be so careful there, Pixu. Pika's gone. Cairo puts the advantage back towards Chiefs. Quiz, Seal, they're all falling around here, Direwolves, and it won't be enough, it seems. Jigsaw is down, so they have to be careful. It's Tex and Cairo. Well, they'd love to get him up. It's just not going to happen. And now Joe is being targeted by 3 individuals. And it's just being pushed from all angles. I mean, what do you really do with this situation? Just hoping you can hit a nice swing out on the man pushing close, and just doesn't happen. And Chiefs leaving us up at 2 apiece after 4 here.
Good aggression at the start, as I was saying. They're starting to get into the rhythm of being aggressive from the get-go altogether, which we did see the first time they went to Karaoke Tea, so the first round that we saw. But this time, Direwolves decided to try and fight and contain, keep that space, which, with all the angles that Chiefs are looking and opening up, obviously they got the trades and they ended up winning with the shields. The 2 shields, very difficult to deal with alone, let alone with another gunsman behind the shield. But very good strategy, good team play there by Chiefs. They just need to keep it rolling.
That's it, the momentum here. They've got the back up to 2 apiece. Direwolves, all of a sudden, defense not looking as strong as those previous couple of rounds. You know, you get that 4-2, still a possibility. You make it 3-3. Just at least having that even side. That's all Direwolves needed when they had the 3 on their attacking side. Once they switched to defensive, they were able to dominate. And the Chiefs pull off the same thing, although Direwolves have a response after dropping 2 in a row here. Every round so fraught with danger for both sides. And they know the consequences, Chiefs especially, if they can't get going and take out this map and send us to a 3rd.
Chiefs opting to go for a cross map, it looks like. They're up on the black balcony. As we see, they're going really aggressively in. Oh, but Stifler with the boss G. Able to take down Quiz with 1 shot, as powerful as it is. But I like the early aggression, but also was getting very dicey there. But the Tuberale play, obviously, that was the prepared play by then. I'm not sure if that Thermite will still open the side or if it's been placed on the right. Chiefs, though, they've taken half the map with that space within 1 minute. So good ground taking, as we see Cairo on the shield starting to push up, just getting more space for free.
So
Minute 40. Again. Trying to get this space, continue it forward. The C4 destroyed before it can do the damage. Smoked 4 there. Flay low, but still doing work. Another kill. That was a diffuser as well. As Oda falls. And once again, in such an awkward position here. And they've got the shield, but it's not going to be able to do much at the moment. Kai gets one back, but Seal keeps it in that 4v2 situation. Another kill, though. Cairo doing work. Self and Tex. There's still a minute left, so they can re-rotate. That diffuser. They need to retrieve it first.
Direwolves just relaxing inside at the moment. All 3 of them are next to each other. They're obviously aware shield is around, and you never really want to take a shield on in a 1v1. It is a bit more balanced now, but still not great odds. As we see Tex starting to rotate to come back to Cairo. Cairo getting aggressive early, and Joe punishes him, leaving Tex on 1v3 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's the round basically handed over. And Souffle again, the shotty from long range. Doing absolute work. He started the round with a kill, and he finishes it with it as well. First to 3 here, Direwolves. 1 round left in this first half. Chiefs, they would love at least, you know, the 3-3 here. But that was a clean round from Direwolves, all things considered. They got the opener. Chiefs, as you said, they got a lot of good space around the map, and it sort of feels like a bit of control when you've got that much space to work with, but when you don't have the important angles, unfortunately, it doesn't work out there. I mean, Cairo had a very nice round there, using the shield to his advantage. And the problem was the rest of his teammates had all fallen down once he actually started getting those kills.
Yes, it was a bit unfortunate for Cairo, but he managed to... That's the one thing when you push with the shield. If you have someone behind the shield, the defender's always going to be looking at the other person. So the shield player can drop his shield and start shooting as well, which usually you've got 2 people shooting at the defender. Obviously, it's harder to shoot the shield than the person without the shield. But just those little things, which as we saw Cairo getting 1-2 kills with that pistol, very advantageous there. Just got a little bit too aggressive towards the end before Tex was there to back him up.
And that's sort of that risk play that you feel like you have to do when you're in that 3v2 situation. You're down a number, and oh, hello! Pika just wanders outside, and Jigsaw's more than willing to drop dead as the bullets fly into him, and that is the leader of Chiefs, at least when it comes to the kill department, out of the round very, very early. And once again, Direwolves, they have been playing this, you know, pretty safe, fallback, play around the side for most of these defensive rounds, but then every now and then someone goes out and does that aggression, and it just catches Chiefs completely off guard.
Chiefs was going for a similar take that they've done before with the karaoke tee, so going from across the map with the shields, but that early pick is going to be very impactful. And the second kill as well. Super on Oda. Opening up the round even more for Direwolves. Cairo trying to get aggressive with the pistol, but gets shut down by Souffle as well. Leaving it 5v2 with 1:40 remaining.
Oh, it's Tex and Quiz. I mean, yeah, sure. I believe. 5v2, 1:30 left on the clock. Simple. Incredibly simple. Just get the 5 kills, stay alive. Maybe you have to plant the diffuser if you need to. I think it's pretty simple just to kill them, though, at that point, as he's starting to make his way up. Try and join Tex, who now spotted as well. And things just seemingly going from bad to worse for this round here as Chiefs. I mean, where is an opening? There just isn't one. Direwolves aren't going to really hand anyone over. Unless someone decides to get a little bit cheeky. Tex, though, does find Souffle at the very least, so 48 seconds. Maybe there is something that could be available for them.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Flashes all over the stop.
Oh,
And,
Tex
hello.
gets two.
Tex has got himself a double. Just gets it opening a bit. Just gives maybe Chiefs an opportunity to do something really wild. And now they know the one in the corner there. Quiz and Tex. Oh, it's happening. Oh, my Lord. What on earth? Direwolves. They fall to pieces of 5v2. And they all go tumbling down. And Chiefs... Oh boy, we talk about momentum shifts. That one is massive tilter for Direwolves. What on earth happened there?
I mean, Direwolves, why? At the end, they all decided to peek or just hold individually, not playing safe or further back in Geisha or T, or even Blackstairs. They all decided to hold these positions, which could be peaked one by one, as we saw Tex just 1, 2, 3, and then Quiz with the final 2 as well. Oh, Direwolves would be kicking themselves right now.
I have to apologise for them because I may have cast a curse at that one a little for them. Not winning a 5v2, of course. As the classical OCE mind trick there. I was just giving Chiefs what they needed, but yeah. I mean, perfect, everything they needed, and just some boys waking up. I mean, Tex and Quiz were both 1 kill going into that 5v2. All of a sudden, Tex is even. Quiz has put himself up to 3. Just what you need, just something to get the blood pumping. And now, can they do enough here on the defensive side to try and send us to the 3rd map?
Chief opting to go to Karaoke Tea as their first map, and they're holding across the map very aggressively, so very similar to what Direwolves was doing. And Direwolves just opening up the different sides, as we see Seal over at Geisha's side and Pecan just putting some claymores down outside of Karaoke window. So they're putting a bit more pressure around the map at this very moment, but as we see, Chiefs is all over the place there, holding all different angles and entrances there.
Again, they'll have some aggression here from Tex, doing what we saw Peak of do previous round, the last round of their defensive side from Direwolves. Lots of movement, keeping active. Trying to see if they can figure out what Direwolves are preparing for this one here. Drone spotting out Quiz. So they know he's going to be around that stairs point. And, well, it doesn't matter if you know where the people are. It does if Jigsaw's hitting shots like that. Once again, Gigachad dropped away, but Seal does get that trade back. And now, ooh, this fight here around the doorway. Shots going back and forth. And in the end, Tex just in the middle of no man's land, sort of, and Seal takes that kill there, but then Oda swings on round, finds Seal. It's been a messy round so far, but as it stands, 3v3, now 2. 60 seconds left on the clock here.
Great team play there by Chiefs, just making sure that Divers couldn't enter anywhere for free. And as we see, they're very concerned about anyone Shrine or Info with the BPs around in Shrine. Looks like they're all both rotating on this right side, but Chiefs not giving them anything at the moment. Just staying back towards Geisha, T, and top black stairs here. They don't have diffuser either.
Yeah, that's the big problem. I mean, time might just be the difference maker for them here because they've got to get this kill, do everything they can, and it's just not happening. Quiz is holding down the fort beautifully. He's finding kills, doing enough, and while Joe does get Cairo, it won't be able to swing anything back in their favor. 4-3, Chiefs for the first time in this series. They've taken a lead. And now, can they convert that into a few more? We saw Direwolves. After a 3-3 half on their map pick, they were flawless for a 7-3 victory. And Chiefs muster up the same here.
Chiefs opting to go to Office and Exhibition, their second site. And it looks like they're prepared for anything fast. They've got a Frost, making sure no one can just jump in freely. They've also got the Fenrir as well, so making sure you can't walk through any doorways, which we saw Direwolves use that Fenrir very well. So I'm sure Chiefs also have their little plan with the Dreads. They've also brought the Cade Claw just to delay any walls from getting open as long as possible. But I do see Direwolves there. They've brought the Thatcher, so that should be able to get through the Cade quite easily as a counter pick there. Does look like they want to play across map, as we see Quiz setting up Geisha a little bit more, and Jigsaw also setting up T. So just making sure they can't go for a quick horizontal take.
Defender exposed.
Again, they detection. Just
scaring them.
You put the shoulder, put like the hand outside, wave it in the outside the car as you're driving. One of those. Pull it back in very quickly, but maybe all the outside of a boat as the wake's being made. But Chiefs, again, they've got some pretty aggressive angles here if they do stick around. Quiz most likely should be cleared. And, well, he feels like he's about to be cleared now because he starts getting back towards the other side here. Still hang around for that one. Good movement. Now, Direwolves, they've got most grouped up for this one where it feels like they're going to do sort of a 2-3 couple upper levels. They've got a couple also looking like lower. 55 here. So they start to break down a few of these barriers and get ready. I mean, the sights are right there for them as well. So they could try for a quick plan if they have the opportunity to.
And 2 Chief members are still across map at the moment, so if Direwolves do decide to rotate very quickly, they might catch Chiefs off guards. But as we see, they're just holding some angles, making sure they can't cross back as well, which is a good placement there. Jigsaw there with a very nice shot onto Super. Bring it to a 4v5. They're still trying to get into the building, as that is the team of Skyscraper. Tex, though, taking down Joe. And all of a sudden, 1v4.
Yeah, it's just all falling to pieces there for Direwolves. And, well, that last round of the first half might be a bit further back in their head than they would want it to be. And Tex, the final kill. And a timeout has been requested from the Direwolves squad. And not the worst idea to put it through now, because a map that they were ahead 3-2, but they've only won 1 of the past 6 rounds. And the tertiary one, at the very least, they need this one here. Otherwise, Chiefs have number 6 map points and a chance to send this to our final map of Bank.
Chiefs really dominant on their defense in Sky. Skyscraper is obviously very defense-sided, but Chiefs really playing the entire space. So, as we saw, Tex running out on the balcony, making sure no one can just push up on that office balcony. And then we had all, I think it was Quiz playing on Geisha's side, so really making sure and keeping control of the space as long as possible, which, as we saw, Direwolves barely even got in the building. They were all taken down from outside. So very, very good team play there by Chiefs and good holds.
Attackers need to locate and
So now, round number 9. Now they've been able to swing this one back, and you just see that little difference that everyone waking up in Chiefs has now. It's basically the same scorelines for most of the players, the same as Direwolves. Everyone's around that sort of 5-6. Getting back towards even, but then you have Jigsaw. That's that difference maker. That's the 10 kills so far. Probably not as explosive as we saw in the last map, but he's got his teammates around him now. And they're waking up. They're doing the things that they need to. And he can feel like, you know what, even if I die, even if I only take 1, I have the backup now. I trust the rest of my boys to finish it off. And for Direwolves, just slowed down a little. A couple of players that were looking really solid in the first map. And again, no one's playing particularly poorly for them. But they just need a way, just need something to swing things back in their favour. And up 3-2. They've dropped the last 3 in a row here. And they stop the rot. Chiefs looking at number 6.
Chiefs have a upstairs hold on this side as well. There's a few Chief members as well lurking across the map, literally the complete opposite side as well of side as we see. I think it's Jigsaw, there we go, just lurking over here, making sure no one can just freely enter the building on this side. So keeping that space, keeping those zones controlled. Direwolves just opening things up across the map. As we see, they're very split right now. Just trying to get a bit of info where all these players and Chiefs are lurking. Oda to start off the round though with a C4 kill. Immediately traded off though. Oh, Pekin with 2 kills.
That's double that we're looking for. Pika comes through with 2 massive kills. Oda are cleared off. Player advantage. Pika has been a good player throughout the 2 series we've seen so far. Some good double frag kills. Just need to be delivered, but they've still got to deal with Jigsaw as Joe Gore goes down. It's 16 now left on the clock. 3v3. A massive round and still very up in the air. Who takes it here?
Chief members starting to migrate a little bit back to site, but still no one's actually playing in the site right now. There's still 2 members in delivery side and Coates reception side, which I believe they're somewhat aware and they want to go for a kitchen drop here. But as we see, there is Cairo on the cap cam playing in delivery and the Solace as well. Watching that jump in from kitchen window. Suve with the refrag though, bringing back to 2v2.
The diffuser being planned as well. Jigsaw out of this round. Cairo and Quiz are called upon, and Quiz finds the first. The diffuser will go through, so now it's all up to Sofel to try and clutch this out, and it does not happen. And Chiefs 4 on the trot, and they're the first to the magic number 6 here on map number 2. Got close. They clutch up in the 2v2 situation. Just like that, it's map points and a chance to send this to our decider. Direwolves, their best chance they've had on the attacking side. They can't make it stick. And our Chiefs are going to be sending it back to their number 1 hold side as well.
Direwolves feeling the pressure now. I think that 5v2 throw, I will say, has really, I mean, obviously that's a hit in the mental, but then the sides have switched as well, and Skyscraper is Chiefs' pick, and it's very defender-sided. As we see, Chiefs are just walking over Direwolves, with Direwolves barely able to get into the building. We did see Pecan there able to get into the building and get those 2 kills, which opened up the round for Direwolves, but Chiefs just lurking, just delaying the time of Direwolves, in which at the end we saw there was BPs in sight in kitchen, which were pinging the Direwolf members when they went for that last minute jump in. Chiefs really playing with the time and the space well, and Dire was really struggling to just even get in the building, let alone getting those kills and getting into sight.
And this is what these teams love. They love the close quarters where they're able to just stop people from getting in very easily across the way there, which is why if we are going to that third map, it'll be fascinating to see who can exploit more of the open side where you won't have those opportunities to, you know, it's a full hold. Direwolves, they've got to focus on the here and now. Trying to get back into this one. They're up 3-2. 4 rounds in a row gone. Could possibly be 5. So they start to break open. A few positions here. Quiz waiting. Oh, a very good angle for this. But he also won't be traded, so Has to be very careful about how they take this one forward. As it stands, everyone waiting who is going to make the first move from either side.
Chiefs playing very patiently, which, as we've seen, Direwolves have struggled to use their time and moving quickly. So Chiefs just delaying. They're all playing passively, as we see. No one's over-aggressing. But Seal able to walk in and grab 2. Okay. Doesn't matter if you're passive, if they could just walk in and shoot you. So 5v3, Direwolves has another opportunity to claim around and get the momentum back.
Okay, this time, numbers advantage. It's not the 5v2 yet, but you'd want to convert this one here if you're Direwolves. Cairo, Tex, and Jigsaw are all that stand in their way. Any of them feasibly hold the swords. The sight's hit. The fuse is being planted. That should go through. I don't think there's going to be a chance to stop this one. So now, 5v3 on the retake. So much work to do here. Surely there is not a world where Direwolves give this one up, but a reload happens here. The chance for Cairo to get the kill. It's not pretty, but it's there. Tex gets another. Oh dear, Direwolves, don't let this happen again. Surely not. They know the other side of the close one here. They're from Cairo. The shots don't land. Seal doing the work, a triple in the kills, and make it a quad to finish it off as well. Seal doing the work. And Direwolves will stay alive for at least one more round. One match point for Chiefs is thrown away.
Direwolves very happy that they got that round. Chiefs, I think Direwolves is starting to pick up on Chiefs' play here. And they're starting to get more comfortable with being aggressive on the attack, Direwolves. So I think Chiefs, they have to slightly adapt their play style with the defense, but as we've seen already that Chiefs have already won 3 defenses. They just need 1 more. Direwolves, they need to be able to somehow get through this defense. They've lost to this defense before and they haven't won it, so we'll have to see what they come up with. But obviously, critical moment. If they lose, then we're going to map 3. Chiefs, they're probably feeling pretty good right now. Obviously, they lost that round, so maybe the nerves are starting to come a little bit back up. But I still think they're probably in a confident mind space right now. They've also got the same setup they had before, so they've got the Cade and the Mirror, and I think the Frost was slight difference. And Jigsaw with a very aggressive early pick. This is what he does. And taking down Thermite as well is a really, really, really good pick for Chiefs here to start off the run.
Opener just allowing Chiefs to settle into this round nicely. Direwolves, I know they can't make any mistakes from here on out, at least for this map, because very quickly this one could be ending. Soda checking downstairs, no one presenting themselves to him at the moment. Wait, hold around. 45. And Direwolves just again make their way in these first initial fights, and could come back to haunt them a bit here. But 90 seconds. Chiefs hold the numbers. The sight is all in their favour, and they might have another as Oda. Devastating onto Seal. Done and dusted. And now it is becoming real problematic here for Direwolves.
3v5, 1 minute remaining. They're just starting to get walls open now, but they can't get every wall that they wanted. Oh, Cairo with the beautiful shot on Joe. What? 5v2 situation, but we have seen 5v2. Go for a win, but Cairo taking down Nana, leaving it 1v5. And Cairo cleaning it up in a flawless round as well. For Chiefs to win their map pick.
Just like that, that is how you end off a map victory there. 7-4 Chiefs, they have equalized us at 1 apiece here in our lower bracket elimination game. Once again, Jigsaw was a main factor, but he had plenty of help this time around. And unfortunately for Direwolves, up 3-2. A loss at the end of the first half, which will probably haunt them for a bit, especially, well, if they were to lose the next map, which will be coming up shortly. But Spartan overall, Chiefs, they were a bit slow out of the blocks, but once they got settled in, they did look very ominous there.
Yeah, definitely. They were very dominant once again on defense, which obviously it's their map pick as well, and it was the first time any of the teams had played Sky today, at least. And yeah, Chiefs just complete control of the map, didn't even let Direwolves get into the building, let alone get into sight. I think things will change up a lot though going to Bank. Obviously a very different style, different type of map, and there's a lot more space that people can run to the building and have some cutoffs.
That is very true. And you want to stick around for it, guys. We're going to have a short break, but when we return, one of these teams is going to be eliminated from the last chance qualifier. Will it be Direwolves or will it be Chiefs Esports? We'll be back right after this. Hello, welcome back, everybody. We are almost ready to go for our final map of our last series for this evening, and it is between, of course, Chiefs and Direwolves. One of these sides will be going. Well, I've said it. This will be the third time I've made this joke, but home. Chiefs, of course. This being in Australia, all the teams here, but Direwolves, they would much rather be here for Sunday's proceedings, where they'll be playing. And well, I guess on the other side of things, they'll get to explore Melbourne if they don't make it through for this tomorrow's games. And look, it's been beautiful weather recently, so they can enjoy a few things there maybe. But I think both sides would like to be there for tomorrow. And it's kind of hard to pick for this one, Spartan, because both teams, they were solid on the defensive side, did enough on their attacking for their map picks, a 7-3, 7-4. We saw some big plays from some Chiefs players who woke up, including the one on screen right now. That was a 5v2. Don't ask me how that one ended up there. But now we come to our final map, of course, that being Bank. And it's not really what both of these sides are used to playing, or at least how they usually set up.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say Chiefs are waking up. We saw the first map, Jigsaw was on point, but the rest of the team was really struggling. But in Skyscraper, yes, Jigsaw was still going around killing everyone, getting those early spawn peaks, being extremely aggressive. But the rest of the team was there, holding their positions, getting those kills, as we saw Tex and Quiz waking up to win a 5v2, which really threw the momentum all the way back to Chiefs' side, in which Direwolves really struggled to win any rounds after that. So I think there was a bit of a mental hit there, obviously. But also Skyscraper defense, and that was their map pick. So they obviously were very comfortable playing it, as we saw they had total map control against Direwolves on that defensive half. Bank, though, very different map. Both teams have lost Bank as well today. And I think both teams will need to play it quite differently, obviously, to Skyscraper and Cafe. You can kind of get away with a similar play style on those maps, but Bank, a completely different ball game. And I think the team that goes out hard will probably be the team that will win, just because you get the ball rolling. It's been a very long day. This is, I think, Chiefs' fifth map, and then Direwolves' sixth map of the day. So the fatigue is also getting there as well. So I think it's all about that confidence, all about that mental game, and just keeping that coordination with the teams going.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to think about how sort of each team play that side there. As well, it's not quite the Direwolves logo. It is green. So yeah, fair enough there. And we also lost the scores on top of that beautifully. But, I mean, you just look overall with these players and the kill bits there. Jigsaw's the main standout. You can see a few of the Chiefs players manage to bring it back late there. But that's what I do like about Direwolves, though. They just have a really solid team chemistry build. I mean, Joe's the only one who struggled a bit. Again, he's that new team player. You're sort of still figuring out how you want to do things there. The big stat that shows out to me here is the entry. Jigsaw 7-3. No one even comes close. And that, at the end of the day, is a difference maker. You get those entries. They're not always going to convert into rounds being won, but it's just such a nice momentum shift, and it's such a big way of being able to win these pieces here. And look, as they see it here, Direwolves seem to have more of that, team control. Good spread of kills across the board. But Chiefs have Jigsaw.
Yeah, definitely. A stat I'm looking at here is actually the plants. Chiefs have not planted once in both games. So what this is kind of telling you is, on their attacks, their end game is going for those kills at least, or not being able to clear those plant locations out until they go for the kills. And then they're just winning all their defenses. On DK's side, or DW's side, they got a few plants, but once again, not a lot of plants on both sides. So I think both teams, pretty defense on their own maps, struggling a little bit on the attack, on both maps as well, even though it's their map pick. So Bank, I think it'll be quite interesting to see how things go. And it looks like Direwolves will be defense of Bank. But we've seen Bank can be quite attacker-sided, so this is Chiefs' opportunity to grab a few rounds on that attacking side.
It definitely is. I mean, that was my worry. I mean, I didn't see how Chiefs went, especially on their attacking side, at least for Bank, in their previous matchup, but we were watching Direwolves in our one. And look, they were down 5-1 at the half. Never really had a look in at all. So maybe for them, starting on that defensive side actually might take some pressure off for them. But again, as you said, Bank, you would say most of the time, leans towards the attackers. But sometimes statistics, all these theories, this, that, following all the media, it just leads to one thing. Sometimes it's just chaos. Sometimes things just don't make sense.
Yeah, we've seen already some games which one side should win statistically, and then the opposite side completely dominates the rest of the game. So I think it's more based on how these teams play the map rather than, hey, this is slightly defender-sided, this is slightly attacker-sided. It's more, hey, can we catch this team off guard? Are we going to force our way throughs and go for those refrags? And really more about the team coordination rather than just the map buffs, as we've seen. Some bans I should probably mention before we start. So the Habana ban and Tubarão ban means going through hatches will be very painful because Cade will be up, and then obviously Habana being able to get through a lot of hatches. So we're going to have a lot of secondary squares to be available. The Velk ban and the Dekebi ban, not a big surprise being how big this map is. As I mentioned in the previous time we saw Bank, Velk can have a lot of extra intel, and Dekebi as well can also assist the clearing a lot faster. Direwolves, starting on the basement side, and they've got a bit more of a flexi roam set up. I mean, I say that, but we have the Goyo still, so that will always mean Chiefs have to be able to clear that util, otherwise they're not going to be able to get into the side downstairs. Divers, they want to take Chiefs head on though, with the 3 people roaming. I believe there's 1 or 2 upstairs and 1 in the middle. Chiefs, they've got the shield though on Cairo, able to potentially force their way through certain roam patrols and take that space quickly.
I do wonder if they might just send in that shield early, create that space, put Direwolves under pressure. They've got to be checking more of those angles, and we've seen so far the shield has been incredibly potent for both sides, especially Chiefs though, that just being able to gain some decent headway in. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked for them every single time, especially when they've lost early numbers around that. But you can already see Direwolves are having really quick movement, trying to get some positions out of both sides here. But Quiz getting that kill. Seal also drops a Jigsaw and Seal, both gone straight out of the round. So really quick trades as we tick down below 2 minutes. And already there is a lot of space being pushed on both ends here as Direwolves fall back into it a bit further. Cairo is about to be presented here with the others. Still some work to do.
Ooh, so Pecan's hiding in electrical, which I'm not sure if Chiefs are aware of that. There's also all 3 other members in open. So all 4 members are actually in the middle floor, not on site or anything. Chiefs though, getting some pings, getting that intel on where these players are. Really trying to figure out how are they going to take that middle floor. As Quiz just getting a bit of info, looking for a potential hatch drop and open. Going for it. And able to catch GigaChad off guard.
Yeah, it's a really nice kill there. April, sort of their ED.
Mm.
I'm not sure what ED is supposed to stand for on that kill. Focusing on the real things here, of course. In a 4v3 situation.
He's been spotted.
He's in a bit of trouble here, unfortunately, it looks like. Figure, I mean, what are you supposed to do in that situation? Oda will get that kill. And Chiefs are looking very nice here for an opening round. Souffle, though, is still alive, kicking, and manages to get rid of Quiz. That means that Joe Gore still A chance as they make their way on towards the site. This still needs to be planned. The time becomes a problem, especially when Soufflé is getting these kills. The nade in close. It's going to do some damage. Cairo is somehow alive. The cross is right there, son, but he can't find it. Cairo gets it down, but he's lost his teammate in the process. But a chance at the very least. And Direwolves, though, they might have done enough here. The pistol's out. No. It's not going to do enough. And Joe is able to get the job done along with Soufflé. Two massive doubles from both players. And Direwolves seemingly just take the rug underneath from Chiefs' feet. Looked like they had that round done. They'd done all the work to get into the site, try to go for the plant, but they couldn't get past Soufflé. And then Joe Gore with the finishing hits. And it'll be Direwolves who connect on the first round.
Chiefs with a really good clear there, but Direwolves, even though it was a 4v2 situation in the last 30 seconds of the round, Chiefs hadn't cleared those Goyo canisters on the main walls, which, as we saw, ended up delaying where those the plant was going to potentially go, and then making Cairo plant on an off position and couldn't be covered as well as he should have in the corner there. So Direwolves, even though they had that man disadvantage, they did their job. They delayed Chiefs from actually getting down to the bottom side and won on time on that round.
10 seconds remaining.
Direwolves now headed upstairs. They've got a mirror and a castle set up. They've also got a mute to potentially stop any ace charges, as I just saw there on the Janitor wall where the mirror is. So just protecting a little bit. Chiefs, though, they have brought Thatcher and Akali as well, so those Mujammers should hopefully not stand a chance and should be able to eventually get those walls open and remove those mirrors. Just starting to put a bit more pressure on Square as we see Quiz opening the wall of stock. Just getting a bit more control.
Tex drones out, trying to seek some information before they start this hit. And, well, I wouldn't say that's information gathering per se, but it is a beautiful kill for Oda. And once again, it's Chiefs who find a very early opener. This time it's Pika who falls. Now with the 2-minute mark ticking down to there. And once again starting towards these sites, and you know, you get that opening, you get the player advantage. Had it in the last round, they let it slip away. Can they make sure that they can put it through this time? Maybe not, as GigaChat finishes off Quiz, but Jigsaw is there for the immediate trade back. 4v3 with a minute 40 left here.
Chiefs definitely have a chem downstairs, as Jigsaw was very aware where Seal was playing at the bottom of Square. So just making sure there's no flanks possible. Soufflé, though, doesn't matter where the flanks are. He goes to lobby and shoots down the Repel player as well. I believe Tex is still on the Repel, but Jigsaw hunting. But Soufflé able to sneak up, just getting missed by Jigsaw there.
Ooh.
Oh, and another person on the Repel. 3v3 situation. Chiefs are starting to put a bit more pressure onto the side here.
The angle, oh, I was going to say Soufflé, that was almost another presented to them. In fact, it is in the sense that they've got that knockdown and it's all left on Tex basically. He's lost his teammate and it's a 2v1. Soufflé has done all the damage this round. And Tex needs to clutch up here if he wants to get Chiefs on the board. Otherwise, this is going to be 2 defensive rounds in a row here for Direwolves. He's got a chance here, but GigaChad locks it down, playing around the stairs and pillars. He will deliver the final kill. And Direwolves, a dream start so far. Chiefs have had their opportunities. But when it's come down to the nitty-gritty, Direwolves find themselves up 2-0.
Chiefs, really good early start there. Opening up things quickly, able to get rid of some of those flanks as well. But Direwolves with an answer. It was mainly Soufflé that round as well, with the 2 Bosties and then another one later on in the round, really causing chaos for Chiefs there. But the rest of Direwolves as well, they weren't panicking, they weren't overswinging anything, they were just holding the ground, waiting for Chiefs to push in, which when they started pushing in top square, we saw the Janitor player swing out, able to take down Jigsaw at that time. Just good patience playing with their strategies that they had made. Tertiary site though, so Chiefs, more of a potential chance of winning, as we see Direwolves also setting up the top floor, making sure that Chiefs just can't get top floor for free and start doing vert. There's a lot of 6 picks though for Chiefs, but as we see, there's a Ram and a Buck, as well as a Blackbeard. So my bet is they probably want to go for a vert down approach here.
See how quick it is. I was going to say we're on Oda there, and he finds Seal. Pika gets the immediate trade back onto Quiz. Oh my lord, they are just running straight on in. We've gone 20 seconds, and there's 3 kills that have happened all in quick succession here. Tex, and there's going to be the plan. The defuser should go down. They're going to have a chance to stop this. Gigachad's getting hit through the wall, the opposite side, and just like that, 4v3. Joe, he's taken out from the other side. Direwolves have no idea what's hit them at this point. Gigachad trying to keep them in this one here. 2v3 situation. 30 seconds and counting on the defuse here. Souffle, you feel like he's going to be the one to do the damage here because he's got the most HP. Starts to walk in. He's already on 4 kills. I know where the close one is here. Tex will be put away. Now that's the other players left on the outside trying to keep this one together. The counter defuse coming in, but it won't be alive for long. Souffle gets it back. 1v1 situation now. It's on Cairo. Holding, waiting all this time, but he swings out to try and peek it. And Souffle is going to pull it off. Direwolves somehow. They've done it again. 3 in a row. And Chiefs, they're missing the mark in the most pivotal game. And now it's really a few warning bells are starting to go off the tertiary site. They can't get it done. And the best they can do is a 3-3 half at this point, and the timeout, not surprisingly, is called.
That was a really good call for Chiefs, though, to go for that site take. I mentioned they had the operators for vert, but obviously Chiefs found a gap, which, as we saw, Tex just rushed straight in there with the Blackbeard, killed someone who was on site, and then started planting. But the post plant, they could not cover it. Oh, it was so close. And Chiefs obviously very unhappy with what's happened the first 3 rounds. Maybe they're discussing the strategies what Direwolves have used and how they're actually going to be able to potentially get 3 attacking rounds, their last 3 attacking rounds before things switch up.
Oh boy. You just think about all, I mean, this easily could have been a Chiefs 3-0.
Mm-hmm.
But just
Definitely.
small misplays, and Direwolves are not going to let those go by unpunished. And this is, I mean, perfect for them at this stage. I mean, you talk about this being an attacker-sided map. You're already at the 3 there. Even if they struggled earlier today with their attacks here, it's just absolutely perfect. And now, Chiefs, the pressure's on. Can this team show up? Otherwise, it's going to be an early exit from the last chance qualifiers. And Direwolves are already up the map. They couldn't convert on the map pick of Chiefs. But now, ball was in their court. They'll feel like they can finish this off here and now in this first half if everything can keep going the way it has. So what have Chiefs got in response?
Direwolves have completely changed up their lineup for the downstairs hold. They're doing a much more bunker setup with the Cade claws on the hatches and the mirror and the smoke, as well as the echo. So Direwolves is looking to play more of the later round and just delay a little bit more where Chiefs have to get through. Chiefs, though, very aware, I think, of at least the echo and knowing that someone's in garage. But they have to be able to get through all of this utility.
And that's always the problem. Again, though, Chiefs, they're finding the openers. They're getting advantages at the start of the rounds, but it's the conversion afterwards that's just been the problem for them. And it may come back to cost them this entire series. Start to make their way downstairs. Already, again, they've been quick with this. Every single one. I don't think they're going to change how they play in any of these situations because in the back of their minds, they know that all 3 of those rounds they could have won. Just one away from swinging it back in their favour. Same thing as well for Direwolves. They're not going to change how they do it because they have gotten those 3 rounds on the board. Once again, it's Jigsaw who finds an opener. The best so far with entry frags from either side. Delivering a big one there. And another one from Jigsaw. They need someone to give them a lift after the last 3 rounds. He's the man to do it. And Direwolves find themselves in a very hard 5v3. And it's even worse now. Oh, almost the double from Quiz. But it's still going to be a rough one here for Seal and Souffle in a 2v4.
Very nice use of knock there. Jigsaw with the triple. In the meantime, walking all the way down and now in lockers. Seal left in a 1v4, able to take down Jig.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
Okay, surely there's no chance that something like this happens again. And Cairo makes me breathe a sigh of relief. That's better from Chiefs. Get the openers, lock it down, put Direwolves in the back foot, and they will finally get on the board here for our final map. And now as they will try to work their way back into this first half. And again, the aggression, they kept it going. This time they converted, and this time there were no mistakes.
I really like the use of the knock there. As we saw, there was a BP in Garage, which someone was using at the time. But being knock, you can sneak through those cameras and ended up backstabbing the defense. Even though it was only 1 kill, it was 1 major kill in that situation with the 5v3 in that situation. Jigsaw as well, obviously walking down, getting those opening kills, and then 2 more kills to open up the round. Just really good quick take as well from Chiefs. They were already on the middle floor doing stuff within 1 minute. So they had all the drone setups, they knew no one was upstairs. They quickly drone middle floor and got in there very quickly. So good space clearing there by Chiefs.
That's what they just need to keep doing. The clearances, get everything done quick, fast. Don't allow Direwolves to do anything to counter the plays. Again, you push them on their second and their third bomb sites. Look towards Jigsaw to find an opener. You look on the other side to Direwolves. Souffle has been the man here. Couple of big clutch rounds, perhaps called upon again here, but again, the pace is decent. Oh, and the spot through from Jigsaw. That is absolutely perfect. Jogor has got absolutely not a clue what's hit him.
Beautiful play there by Jigsaw. There was also a camera already in Janitor, which is going to have a massive impact with Chiefs' amount of intel on site. Once again, another opening kill by Jigsaw. Really able to capitalize and take Direwolves off by surprise. But Pecan on the anti-repel job there. There was a cam there too, as we saw the red cam. But Pecan gets a second one, Quiz, and a third!
Oh, hello. We're on a man who's on a wire outside. Pecan, in the meantime, has gone bananas. 3 massive kills. Just what they were looking for, Direwolves, and now it's up to Cairo and Tex to try and claw this one back here. Chiefs, last round, they thought maybe they could work their way back into this half, but Pecan has other ideas. Fantastic stuff all around. Cairo spots the head. Bullets fly. They don't connect. They are starting to surround. They've got sights, possibly a chance at a smoke forward. They can get onto the defuser ones, but we haven't seen many plans from either of these squads, and that's because when it comes down to it, it's kills. Oh, and Pecan's down as well. Cairo and Tex might have done enough here. It's on Souffle now at this point. There's no way they're picking up their teammates. Oh, Souffle deletes Tex. And he's heard that as well. He's heard the signs, the sounds, and now Cairo knows as well. This round, this 1v1, so massive. Chiefs a chance to claw it back. Direwolves can open up. A 3-round buffer. Cairo sneaking. He's gotten past the crosshair on the other side, but the timing might get him here. And Souffle swings on out. Delivers a killing, crushing blow to Chiefs. 4-1. 1 round left in the first half. And Direwolves a chance to do what Fear did to them earlier in the day. And 5-1 them. And Chiefs, well, I feel like if they're going to be a chance to stay alive here, they need at least the second.
What a round clutch kind of by Direwolves here, where obviously Pecan showed up, got those 3 kills to dismantle Chiefs' man advantage, and then Souffle just at the end there, clutching a 1v2. Beautiful work there by the Direwolves and just working with the intel they had, not overswinging things. Obviously, Pecan getting aggressive when he needed to, and then they all came back to be a little bit more passive. Chiefs, though, that was extremely close as well. Left in a 1v1, able to get into side as well. Just not being able to capitalize at the very last second.
It's just the little things. It's just not happening for them at the moment. On a map where you just can't have these types of rounds where it's so close yet so far. And it's full credit to Direwolves. They're being given what's in front of them. They're clutching up. They're putting these rounds together. Souffle's been a superstar, 7-1. Absolutely the difference maker right now between these two squads. And now Chiefs, one last chance to at least get 2 on the board before we switch sides for our final map here. They've been fast, they've been quick. The pace has caught Direwolf definitely off guard a few times. But it's the mid-round, it's the endings that have been Direwolf's bread and butter. 2 minutes and counting. Getting some decent information here. Was quiz. Can they convert that into any openers?
Direwolves just playing a bit patiently here. They've got the castle set up and the mirror set up to kind of delay any pushes. Unfortunate grenade there by Jigsaw, not able to open that castle just from the position it rolled in. But Chiefs making their way upstairs. They have all of upstairs control. Direwolves just playing a little horizontal. Got some C4 opportunities as well. Just misses though. There's a lot of Chief players stacking up on Square's side here. And they're getting more intel on the kitchen side here. So I think they might be looking for a kitchen take here. But it's still 5v5 with a minute 20 left. And Direwolves haven't really given too much up until right now. Oda, a little bit of cast curse there, but Oda taking down Joe to open the round here. Minute left.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble, you know. 4v5. Chiefs another opener. Seal very lucky to escape with his life there, and he might not be around for too much longer. Gigachat has fallen away on the other side, and he would need to find the headshot here. The spray's not connecting. He's been pushed on. He's forced away, and it doesn't feel like they're able to bring this one back right now. And just like that, Souffle is all that stands between Chiefs in 2 rounds. Again, he's got 7 kills. He's done massive work, but he's going to be a bridge too far on this occasion. 4-2, the first half ends. Chiefs, 2 dominant rounds. But then 4 that were thrown away, clutched up, and the business done from Direwolves as they switch to the attacking side.
Chiefs able to pick up 2 rounds on the attack. That's definitely what they needed going into the half here. But once again, it's half switch. Things can change up dramatically with the momentums. So if Direwolves want to win this, they have to be able to figure out Chiefs' strats quickly and keep capitalizing on Chiefs' overswings, aggression, whatnot they do to play. Chiefs, though, they have decided to go a bit more anchor heavy, or at least have an anchor hold with the Cade and the Smoke, as well as the Goyo and the Fenrir downstairs. Quiz reinforcing upstairs as well, so it looks like they want to hold open a little bit more, or at least delay any open clears as well. Which, as we saw on Direwolf's defense, it was all about delaying the top and middle floors to make the actual side a lot harder to clear and actually go for a plan. And Chiefs, I think, have the exact same strategy and win goal for them, at least for this round that we see. Direwolves, they've got a knock, might be lurking somewhere, as we see actually just missing a few shots onto the elevator player. But the rest of Direwolves starting to get a bit more ground here on the top floor.
Some decent information. Eyes forward, hold up. Just away from those stairs, just for the second. The drones doing their work, trying to get this information. And oh, Jigsaw heard it, almost connects with the full spray. Seal gets a bit of a jump scare, but he will survive for the time being. At 50 now, ticking down further and closer. Chiefs. A few grouped up in small passages together, so they've got to be careful. Trades plenty. They can also both succumb to a double kill just as quickly as we tick towards 90 seconds.
Direwolves just making their way now into the middle floor. There's 1 minute and 20 left, which is not a lot of time with those gold canisters. And they still have a Smoke guarding blue stairs at the moment, as we see Direwolves trying to figure out how they're going to be able to clear them.
Yeah, it always feels like time becomes an enemy in these situations where you have just those quick drops with a couple of flashes and it doesn't work out. And feels like a bit of that is happening to the Direwolves right now. Oda still hanging around stairs. In fact, he's re-peeking back into this very close. It's going to come down to who reacts first, and it's Oda delivering. Jogor taken out. And again, more delays can be put through, but Seal in the meantime has managed to find Quiz, put it back into the 4v4. He can start making his way forward, but Peak has fallen in the meantime, and Oda onto Seal. He is doing massive work, Oda! He owns the stairs, and he's absolutely deleting all that come before him, and Chiefs. They break through for round number 3, 4-3 now. And it's just a 1 round difference as we come into round number 8.
Chiefs delayed Direwolves way too long. It was mainly Oda, as we saw in the later part of the round, as we saw Jigsaw and a few other players lurking in open, making sure Direwolves can't just jump in at the start. But all those delays, all that time wasting, just... They didn't even make it to site to go for a plant there. They were stuck on that blue stairs player, Oda. And Quiz was also making sure that no one could walk in dirt below. And that just opened the round up for Chiefs. I think Chiefs will be very happy to start off with a win on their defense side. They just now have to capitalize all the other defenses and make sure Direwolves don't start their momentum shift.
This is, you know, that's the momentum bit. Just the rounds that don't quite go together for Chiefs. All of a sudden, now they're hitting. Now they're finding the kills that are eluding them in the first half. Direwolves all of a sudden, everyone's just slowed a bit. No one's able to get the kills that they would be hoping for. And Chiefs, this time around, it's Oda who leads them. But Jigsaw, he's 6-6. Texas 4-4. Kyra and Quiz have 5 apiece. And the other end, Souffle's got 8, but everyone else, Seal's the closest with 5. They just need to wake up a little here. Couple of big rounds. They struggled on the attacking side we saw earlier here on Bank, and Have they been able to maybe get some answers when they went to a break after the first map? Or are they going to be, all of a sudden, from a 4-1 lead, all tied up here? Chiefs start to keep this movement going defensive side, and Direwolves get ready to execute into the first few of these windows.
Chiefs just delaying a bit more as Dire will start to take a bit more ground on square side. They've also opened up the top elevator wall and Seal with the first pick on Quiz as well, opening up the round. Jigsaw getting aggressive, jumping out square, but Pekin able to pick him up as well.
It's a risky play.
Dire.
I mean, if it comes off, you look like a genius, and that happens, well, it's a real head scratcher. And when you're in such a tight game, I understand why Jigsaw goes for it. He looks for a refrag to bring it back to a 4v4, but it doesn't. And now, Direwolves have all the momentum. Again, they're being pretty slow and methodical, so it's allowed Chiefs to fall back at least the last 3 here. They know they can work with a little bit of time, but the numbers are just disappearing every bit by bit, and now it's Oda and Tex with it all to do as Direwolves start to make their way in here.
Oh, Oda with beautiful pick on Pekin. Joe able to get a refrag.
Oh,
Tex
no,
on the perfect. Oh.
Oh.
The patience, but oh,
It was there. They
Joe.
almost all lined up. Oh, that would have been magical. Man, Tex, that would have been something. It doesn't come to fruition, though. And Direwolves, one round away from map and series points. Chiefs, they're running out of chances here. They cannot make any more mistakes.
Attackers have located a
they've
bomb.
opted to switch sites and go to their tertiary site, which is staff office. Well, staff kitchen. I think obviously they're not very happy with their upstairs hall, otherwise they would have gone there again. I think Direwolves definitely knew what to open up, and being upstairs, there's so many cross angles you can have just from on the rappel, which I think is also why Jigsaw decided to jump out, as those rappel angles are extremely powerful because you can just control sight from the rappel.
5 seconds.
Just unfortunate that Jigsaw missed and got down at the very end there.
Attackers are heading out.
But Chiefs moving on to another site, hoping to get a win on this round, keep them hopefully still in the game and in control. They've got a upstairs hold as well. I see Kairo's also pulled out the cap can, so making sure no knocks or last minute pushes can occur. As we see there's 2 cap can traps on that kitchen double. That might come in handy towards the end of the round here. Direwolves just starting to open up and get a bit more info on top floor, as we see Super just taking a bit more info away from Chiefs. Carly also causing a few issues on the West Rappel. Souffle to open up the round though on Tex as well. That's a great start for Chiefs. Yeah.
Oh boy, another opener for Direwolves. Chiefs early in the round, so they know they can get back into this one here, but it just feels a little bit ominous at the moment where this maps is starting to head. If it's not already there. Jogor, shots firing. Copping a bit of damage back in return for it. But they can just fall off. And another one. Pekan gets Jigsaw. And Direwolves are closing in here on round number 6.
Oh, 5v3, but Cairo able to bring back 1 kill. 4v3 situation, but Direwolves just getting more pressure above, making sure Archives is clear. Also just making sure that They do have a ping on the player on Tellers, as we see here. And they're going after him very aggressively. Ooh.
So Cairo needs to find at least one. He will. Immediately traded, though, by Pika.
Ooh, I don't...
In fact, I think they might have killed each other. Oh, Quiz, that was the kill. Couldn't find it. And if Joe can hit this, things could get interesting. But in the end, it's Quiz who takes it 2v2. 35 seconds. Holding on here at Chiefs, and now both players next to each other. Seal, Giga Chat, they're so close. They can taste that 6th round. Can they deliver? The angle here from Quiz. He's got the initial strike for it, and him and Oda in quick succession find the massive kills they needed. And it's back to a 1-round difference, 5-4 after 9. And Direwolves, you've got to say, they've let that one slip through their fingertips, a 5v3, but they cannot convert it across to a round.
A beautiful comeback there by Chiefs. And Kyra able to get an initial pick and then trade out as well. Even though the trade obviously isn't great, but able to get those 2 for 1 after they were 5-3 down. And then Quiz just being able to sneak up the back, almost fumbled the kill, but able to pick it up.
Attackers have discovered the location
And
of the
then
bomb.
clutching or ending the round, both in a 1v1 situation. 2 1v1 situations. Chiefs just back on the ball, getting their momentum back, being comfortable with their defense holds here. They're going back downstairs. Now, they did win downstairs before, and they have the exact same lineup as well, and it looks like the same setup they want to do. Now, Direwolves, are they going to be able to adapt to what they've seen before? That is the question. Otherwise, Oda's going to be able to stop... Ooh, that's a very, very quick player headed into server and able to pick Oda quickly!
Whoa.
That is a massive pick with how they got stuck there last time.
Yeah, and Oda's taken out of the round. He's been the difference maker for the Chiefs so far. Pecan has also gone as well, but Direwolves, I think you won't need to take out the defender that early. You're not too fast. So now they're left with a bit of a conundrum with a few of their pieces they need to put together here. Just not too sure how they quite take this one. 2 minutes left on the clock, plenty of time, and Jigsaw is getting some good momentum here.
Super getting rid of a lot of util on site as well with the Twitch drone. But still, Direwolves just trying to get into the middle floor, making sure that they don't get re-aggressive, as we see Jigsaw looking to potentially get aggressive. Same with Cairo here, up on the blue stairs. They don't want to give Direwolves any wiggle room for this set.
Minute 30 now. And the only problem here for Direwolves becomes a bit with the timing on this one. Just always sits in the back of their minds thinking about how they want to play forward with this one here, and it's starting with some decent momentum for Seal. Takes rid of Cairo. 4v3 again, the numbers advantage. But this time, can they convert that into a round number 6?
Ooh, Jigsaw on the flank. Might be able to catch Seal off guard here. Oh, it looks like it's gonna happen. Yep. Bring him back to a 3v3.
Oh, Jigsaw, there's a chance. Jigsaw, double kill, brings it back in. But Tex is down, so it's just on Quiz.
And Quiz is upstairs.
Oh, it's
and it's the diffuser.
And it's the diffuser as well. 1v2, but it's basically the 1v1. Souffle and Quiz. Chiefs trying to even this up. Direwolves so close to trying to get round number 6 to have map and series points, and SoFi wins the fight! Once again, a clutch that falls in the favor of Direwolves, and Chiefs are now on the brink of elimination.
Oh, what a play there by Chiefs. They just couldn't close it out at the very end. 1v1s constantly happening. It's just going back and forth. Half of these rounds could have gone either way just with these 1v1s at the end.
Attackers need to locate and
Direwolves, though, able to clutch up. They're on match point now as well. Chiefs opting to go back to basement with the same lineup, with the same setup. I'm sure they'll be watching Dirt very intently this round, but obviously the pressure is on them now. If they lose any rounds from now on until overtime, they're going out. They're not making it.
Well, I know our host Xenox would be devastated, as would most of OCE. Technically, Direwolves, you could say. I mean, they've got the OCE organization, so I guess it still counts in that regard. But this is Dire. 2 rounds in a row needed for overtime, and then it's the first to 8. Direwolves, they're right there. They can taste it. And what an upset. Maybe not an upset, but definitely still a shock, I think, to a few people, considering how well Chiefs did at the last major, how well they've been playing in tournaments around Oz. They seem unstoppable. But they might fall at the first hurdle here. The last chance qualifier for the Boston Major.
Just making sure there's no lurkers upstairs, which, as we saw last round, Quiz and Jigsaw were also top floor, which obviously that means they re-aggressed up and it wasn't caught by Dials. So just setting up those flank cams, making sure there's no lurkers around, as we see some serious drone work going on. But Direwolves have taken middle floor now, and they're just starting to get some hatches open. Actually, no, there's still a player in open. There's 2 players in open under the hatch. This might be huge.
Oh, no! That is disaster! Pika with the double! Absolute devastation! And the hopes of Chiefs Esports falls on 3 players, Quiz, Cairo, and Oda. As Tex and Jigsaw, all they can do is watch as the hopes start to fade away. And Direwolves, massive from Pecan. What a moment. And can Chiefs respond? Do they have a chance to?
They still have the Goyo canisters and the smoke though, so if Direwolves do want to go for a plant, they're going to have to try start pressuring it soon. Because Chiefs, even though it's 5v3, they have a lot of time waste that they have for the plants.
And the time might be what works with them at this point, because it's definitely not numbers. Cairo, though, the first on to Soufflate. Keeps the hope alive. The spark is still there. Quiz now. Angles. So close. They're on the other side, and now time is actually a bit of a factor. 18 seconds. They need to go. They need to go now. Pecan's way on the other side. The diffuser's going down there, but Quiz is there to cover his teammate. 3v3. The diffuser's taken off on the other side as well. Oda was dropped. Quiz! Quiz! He does it! Chiefs stay alive! And Direwolves cannot convert the double that was taken. The util down on site. As you said, Spartan, it proves to be pivotal. They'll have one more chance at a match point. Otherwise, to OT we go.
Well, you can't get much closer than this than overtime. Chiefs, they play to their util. Obviously, 5v3. for half the round. Not ideal, but that time waste, that time stop, and the positioning as well of Quiz and the other players as well. Obviously, Oda trying to smoke the site, can't watch the red hatch, which Quiz able to get the refrag there. Obviously very dicey, but what a clutch by those guys. Direwolves really probably kicking themselves there, but that was all to Chiefs' plans. Chiefs opting now to go to staff and kitchen, not going upstairs. They don't want a piece of upstairs anymore. Got a very similar setup, except Jigsaw on the Mozzie, making sure they can't drone as efficiently. Cairo also on the mute, so really trying to stop Direwolf drone work here. Direwolves, they would be feeling the pressure right now. They just need one more round.
I feel like both teams have some slight pressure on them for unknown reasons. Yeah, just, you know, one's getting eliminated, one has a chance to go through, otherwise we go to OT, and then there's no pressure from there either, you know.
Oh, of course.
It gets easier and easier the longer you go in these games. But this is what they call cinema. I mean, you can't ask for much more. Map 3 of an elimination game. Every single round of regulation, and we could have more as well. This is why you love esports, and well, Chiefs have managed to stay alive. Looked like it was all but done for them. They're keeping things together just enough, and Direwolves, you feel they've been the better of these two teams in this map, but that scoreline still says 6-5, and they haven't quite closed it down. And if they drop this, would they even have another opportunity come their way?
Direwolves just slowly taking out the util on the middle floor and also getting control of the top floor. Just want to try get some vert control here. Make sure they can try open the hatches here. Chiefs, though, they've fallen back into fairly safe positions on the middle floor, as we see Tex playing in the elevator side, and Jigsaw's also making sure no one can just walk through Teller's archives. So they've got middle floor locked down here, but obviously some of these positions can be upset through the vertical plays.
They have that in droves, the vert for Direwolves. Droning, gathering information, Chiefs. Really does feel like they've all just gathered in the one area. And they're just saying to Direwolves, if you're going to get this done, you've got to come for us on the site. 50 seconds and counting. Time, again, becomes a little bit of a factor for them. But the hits are going to start to come through momentarily. The flashes, they're ready to go. They're ready to be dropped. But again, it's this util from Chiefs is just delaying, just holding off. And now it's going to become an absolute... That's going to be a cluster. Whatever happens here, it's going to come down to who can hit their shots. And Jigsaw with the first, Oda with another. They're falling in and they need to find kills, but Oda says you are not allowed in here. Peek it with one, but Oda's triple should have done enough here. Pecan in a 1v3 and Quiz the final blow. We go to overtime. The possibility here of 3 more rounds. And Direwolves, will they ever see match and map points again? And breathe a sigh of relief, everyone. Take a drink. We've got at least 3 more left here, and we still need to decide a winner.
Direwolves fumbling 3 match points, I believe, in a row. They will be kicking themselves right now. Chiefs will be extremely happy just to make it to overtime. Obviously, this is where we decide who stays to continue their lower bracket run and who gets out. Direwolves will be starting on the defense, though, for the overtime, which, as we saw, the defense was very strong on both teams. They have decided to go upstairs, which was one of their more stronger sites. They've got a similar setup, similar lineup of what they did last time they were upstairs, but this was also 6 rounds ago since they have defended. So things might be shuffling up right now.
Oh boy, it just feels like the momentum It has to be Chiefs now. Direwolves, the rounds that have slipped by, heartbreaking. But switch of sides, maybe the defensive is what they need just for a little reset. Remembering the first to 7 here, they get that map point. So Direwolves will have 2 of the defensive. Chiefs will have 2 of the attack, and both these sides have struggled on the attacks throughout this series. That's what happens to them at all today. Again, trying to get everything done. They quick, and they know the Direwolves half the problem they had with the last few of those rounds. They left themselves with little time remaining. Can they do, and how do they change this one? Who is going to be the first to 7?
Chiefs really able to clear that stock quickly, and now just opening up those janitor walls, making sure no one can hold those angles. They have eyes top marble, very aware that Chad on the warden is just sitting at the top of the stairs. They might, yep, getting the ping as well, trying to shoot through the walls as well on the rappel.
He's lucky to be alive right now.
Very lucky.
Here's Giga Chad, but alive he is. So we tick down to 1:20. Chiefs, they're doing damage, hitting some shots. The trades come out, and in the end, they actually fall in favor of Direwolves. But Seal is down as well, so it's effectively a 3v3. Maybe they can get Seal up here. Seems a risk that you wouldn't want to take, especially when Quiz is hitting his shots, but at the same time, the diffuser once again. This has happened for both teams. The diffuser falling in a really awkward spot. Still the 2v2. And Oda swings beautifully on Souffle. Pecan gets the pick back, and it's all left on the 2 highest fraggers. 28 kills between them. Oda's to get that one done. The 29th between both players, and it's Chiefs all the way back from the brink of destruction, and now they have a map and match point to crush the dreams and hopes of Direwolves, and they will use a timeout that they have held throughout this entire final map. And it will maybe all come down to this last round here. Or are we doing all 15?
So close. Oda and Pecan. 1v1s. This has been the theme for this entire match, or this entire map in particular. Going down to those 1v1s, constantly just flipping back and forth. Who wins those rounds? Who doesn't? So just everyone will be freaking out right now. Direwolves obviously on the back ball, but Chiefs, they still have to win one round to be able to make it. If they fumble even one round, it may be their last shot. Chiefs opting to go to the basement. They have the same lineup again that they've used every round of basements. They have switched up how they play those lineups, but obviously the Smoke util and the Goyo util with the Cade clause allows, even though Direwolves might take space quickly and stuff, we've seen time and time again that unless they get to the site and start taking out that util quickly, the defense always has that advantage.
Well, that's what we'll have to see here, if that rings true. The game seemed destined to be done. Direwolves up 6-4. Possibly could have been there even quicker. And now 3 rounds in a row lost, and they find themselves on the other side of things. And how are they going to change this one around here? Need to take a 7th try to send this to all 15, swap sides, back to the defensive. And Chiefs just need one more. It really is still anyone's game, but Jigsaw swings the pendulum just ever slow slightly in the favor of Chiefs. Joe Gore is done. All he can do is spectate.
Oh. A Jigsaw able to pick up Pekin as well. Pekin unaware that he was there, but Jigsaw taken down by Giga Chad. But 3v4 on a basement site. It's not looking good for Direwolves right now.
Oh, we've seen them being a 4v3 in this situation, Direwolves, and they weren't able to convert. Can Chiefs do it? Oda on the stairs, that shotgun ready to go. He was diabolical there a few rounds ago. As Direwolves, 3 players remain. Souffle, Giga Chad, Seal. Someone needs to make a play. Someone needs to go above and beyond. Clear out some of the util on the sites as we tick down towards 60 seconds. When do they pull the trigger? When do they say go?
1 minute left. Direwolves flashing out. They're going straight for it. Giga Chad able to pick up one. But Kyra able to down another. They're being a 1v3. No.
Keeping alive. Seal needs to find 3 kills. But he's just holding on by the barest of margins and holds on no more. That's it. It's done. Chiefs bring it all the way back. Taking it OT. They keep their dream alive. And Direwolves, 2 chances go begging. And they will fall on the first day of the APAC Last Chance qualifiers for the 6 Invitational. What a series and what a final map to finish off tonight's proceedings.
Such an amazing and close match by both teams. I think very equally balanced on Bank. But even throughout the entire series that we saw, obviously Chiefs really strong on Sky, and then Direwolves really strong on their first map. But Chiefs just able to pull it together a little bit more on that last map, making it a 8-6 win on overtime.
That it was, and well, the man to bring in to discuss, he's been sitting in the background. He's seen 2 best of 3 series go all the way, and that one might have taken the cake. Xenox, mate. Well, that was a bit of fun.
Well, it was pretty good, wasn't it, to close out the day's proceedings? A 6-4-2 match point position for Direwolves, and they couldn't close it out. And in the end, it was the Oda show. You've got to give him the absolute plaudits for the way he was able to turn things on towards the end of that game. Oda, Jigsaw, both standing up. Thought Quiz had a tremendous game as well. And for Chiefs, I mean, look... they're probably not going to be too excited because at the end of the day, they're still in a very difficult position after today's proceedings. They found themselves in the lower bracket, lost the opening map, and honestly lost the opening map quite poorly too, guys. So they've had to really work their way back from a bit of a deficit. Done so, job done. But now, of course, you've got tomorrow against Fear X. For those a little bit unaware as to what happened over on the Bravo stream, CAG did win that 2-1. Ended up being a pretty decent series. But guys, this was peak Siege, at least towards the end. Map 3, elimination game, 6-4 lead for Direwolves. They can't hold on. Therefore, now they go home. Has a tremendous game on the back of the experience of the likes of Oda. He really changed it towards the end, but the setup at the beginning was all there for Direwolves to close out. What went wrong?
I think I'd have to talk with them. I just don't know. They had everything seemingly in their favor. I mean, you're going to wake up in cold sweats thinking about that 5v3, 6-4. It was all there. And, you know, maybe it was time for Chiefs to get some luck because the start of that map, I mean, Direwolves got the first 3 on the board and all 3 of those could have gone to Chiefs, but it just seemed like the experience came through at the end there. Just when they needed someone to come through, and as you said, it was Oda this time. It had been Jigsaw on the other maps, but Oda was massive. I mean, we're seeing some of the highlights now, the shotguns, the bits he had up close, the doubles, the triples. He was fantastic. And Chiefs as a team, they came together when needed. And Direwolves, that one's going to hurt for a fair while.
Yeah, it certainly will. Spartan, though, for Chiefs now moving forward, does this refill the hope coffers for them that, hey, look what we can do, pressure off a little bit, we can go to sleep tonight, VOD review a little bit tomorrow going into their game against FearX? Like, this has got to be the adrenaline shot that they need to make this lower bracket run.
Oh, definitely. Obviously, it was extremely close, that last match, but they did show up on Sky. They were really, really dominant on Sky. They're getting few maps under their belt, knowing how some of these teams play. They are going against FearX, which they haven't played against yet, so this might be quite interesting to see how these guys work against each other, FearX and Chiefs. But hey, this is the first match. This is maybe their miracle run through lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, a miracle run, though, in the lower bracket has been done before. It's the Siege commodity at times. It's that fairy tale run that we see so often. For CAG, though, they don't have to go through anything like that. 2-0 over Chiefs, then 2-1 over FearX has got them into the grand final, which, of course, will be tomorrow night. So we've got the two games tomorrow. We've got Chiefs and FearX. Winner of that will then take on CAG. Winner of that will then book their place into the Six Invitational for Boston. So some big games coming up. But for CAG, I mean, I do want to quickly talk about them a little bit because we haven't had them on the stream. And I know that for you guys, of course, you didn't get to see any of their games today. But they have to be sitting absolutely pretty, waiting to see. They get to watch the game tomorrow, Has. I mean, that in itself is a big advantage over a team you've played against in FearX, just beaten, and then Chiefs, who have been a little bit struggling, and a team they've played and beaten. CAG have got to be the resounding favourites from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've beaten both teams that can be playing in that live bracket final tomorrow. You get to see what they throw up in that live bracket final, if they do any different bits, what their maps are going to be. You've got more time to VOD review. Like, they are just in the perfect spot, and they deserve to be there. They were clinical over Chiefs, and from what I saw of the FearX one, they were pushed. It was a close game, a really nice series, but they did what needed to be done. Look, I think all the games tomorrow should be absolutely fantastic. 3 teams left, they're all incredibly close. And I would have said the same thing about Direwolves as well, because they were there. There were 2 opportunities for it. They didn't quite make it, but all 4 of these squads are incredibly similar when it comes to skill. Anyone on their day can go absolutely wild. So that spot for the major, it's still there, and it's anyone's to take. It's just who can deliver.
Yeah, certainly is. And Spartan, of course, we got to see FearX earlier today in their match against Direwolves, which was, 2-1. Again, the maps themselves weren't necessarily close, but any time it goes to 3 maps, it's a pretty decent series. If you're Chiefs and you're looking at them now coming into tomorrow, do you look at avoiding a map like Bank, which they've played so often in their pool, but with how dominant FearX were against Direwolves on it, is that one you avoid? Do you avoid a Consulate? Do you avoid these open maps and try and bring them to maps like Clubhouse and maybe even Cafe? I know, of course, for Chiefs, that's a map that they can play. Sure, they didn't win it against Direwolves. Skyscraper, another map, I imagine, though, that one maybe FearX will look to ban out. So is that going to be where this series could be determined, in the map vetoes tomorrow, looking to maybe go for those more closed maps?
I definitely think the vetoes will have a massive impact. Obviously, knowing what maps they might look at banning and playing. And obviously, I think both teams will be doing lots of VOD reviews tonight, seeing how the teams played on each of these things. As Chiefs, losing first to Keg on Bank and then going that close with Direwolves on Bank as well, I don't see them really comfortably going back to Bank unless they do a lot of VOD reviewing and see a massive flaw in FearX's take, which, from what I've looked at and what we saw before, I don't think there's that massive flaw they might look, so I would think they would most likely ban Bank. Skyscraper, though, that's definitely a map I think Chiefs would want to go back to, so I'm thinking FearX might ban Sky straight up.
They very well might. Of course, we'll be able to discuss all of that again tomorrow. The stats, though, here, well, they don't lie. 37 from Jigsaw, the Golden Man. Oda, of course, was sensational towards the end of the final map, and I think that really speaks hallmarks to this roster. As much as we've seen the improvements from the likes of Quiz and Kyra, especially from what they were able to do over in Montreal, where they really shined, coming back to these kind of elimination games and high pressure state games, it is the likes of Jigsaw, Oda. They're the ones that you're going to kind of have to bank on, which then leads me into tomorrow has, though, it can't just be Jigsaw and Oda. You've got to see more from the likes of Tex, for example, who struggled immensely today. So he can only improve. He can only go up. The likes of Quiz, the likes of Cairo. We started to see their improvements towards the end of the day. If we are to see Chiefs defeat FearX, it has to be the whole crew. It has to be all 5. Otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult ask. Because I think the biggest thing that I got out of the FearX game earlier today was they played as 5. There wasn't just this superstar. I mean, Mephi had a big pop-off game. But when it comes to FearX, they are a fundamental team that plays a core 5.
They are, and it was sort of the same thing with Direwolves as well. And that fundamentals, I think, at the end of the day, you want a team. You don't want a team of champions. You want a champion team. So it was people that can come together, do what needs to be done, and play that role. And I think most of the Chiefs players, for that game, though, they made mistakes. I think Tex especially, he'll probably know that he was off today, and maybe they were lucky to get through in that sense there. But he goes away tonight. They're through. You put that in the past. You just looked at tomorrow and think about what can I do there. And that's the thing about you have an off day, but you make it through the next one. That's it. You just you have to put in the back of your mind. You can't let that eat you. You have to just think, right. This team, they lost a map to Direwolves as well. Basically the same scoreline we were. They're about the same as us on that page, and we've got every chance of knocking them off.
Looking to close things up here, Spartan, I might just give you the floor. Anything that you want to say before we, of course, close the broadcast for today?
Well, all 4 teams, obviously, it's very, very close. Obviously, unfortunately, Direwolves have lost and are eliminated. But the final 3 teams, I think, if someone has an on day and the teams are working together, any one of those teams can win and make it into the SI.
It's true. Absolutely. I mean, that's why we have these qualifiers to see who can, of course, make these runs. I think all of these teams would have been hoping to get in automatically through the other processes. Not to be, though. Of course, Direwolves have gone home. They are out of contention for 6 Invitational. 3 remain. And it's all going to be settled tomorrow. So don't miss the action. We'll see you tomorrow. And hopefully we can get some good games the way that we got today, because they were some absolute classics. The SI Last Chance qualifiers, they never disappoint.